Origin survival kit. And in a previous video, we checked out another SOL survival kit, the Traverse, which comes in this nice little metal tin. And it's
we are fucking around, watching survival kits and buying magic cards.
Today, we're going to be checking out the Origin.
What a nice day, dude.
It comes in this watertight box, which is nice. And then if we look in the back,
these kits are fun.
For the
it's full of shit.
Contents, it's got
2/3 you could use.
With an LED light and a red
like 1/3 you will use. One of the thirds you could use.
There's a signal meter.
Another third that you don't need.
And on the inside, we've got some quick tension.
So our job is to figure out
foil, braided nylon,
what blows
cord, some cordage, 10 feet.
In order to make our own kit at some point. It's useful to have. You know,
fishing and stuff.
I want something light.
Also a booklet with some survival tips and so forth. And the whole thing weighs 6.1 ounces.
I want something light. Probably for the car.
It's pretty small.
People have like big ass bags in their cars. I don't know.
Palm of your hand like that.
I want something simple, and if it gets stolen, I want to be able to buy one again. Boop, 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 you know.
This piece folds up.
But for that, you have to study and find the right one.
Mirror. I still have the protective covering on the mirror. And it's got some instructions for how to use it. So that's pretty cool. It folds up like that. And then on the bottom, there's this little piece here that releases...
Interesting design.
Knife attachment. So if we pull down, it releases that. And we've got this thing that has a knife on it. And the knife is actually not bad. It's AUS8 steel, which is surprising. You'd think it would be some really, really cheap Chinese steel, but AUS8 is not bad. It's not the most sturdy knife in the world, obviously, but it's better than you might imagine.
Certainly isn't long enough if you want to chop wood.
And it's got a liner lock on it, so it locks in place. It's pretty good. There's a LED light, which does stay on, which is nice. And then it's got a whistle right here, and the whistle sounds pretty good. So it's pretty loud, and it would certainly get someone's attention if you were in trouble. So there that is, and it snaps back in place, so you won't lose it. And then right here, we've got the fire spark utility, which has a flint and a flint wheel, and then you do like that, and it shoots off sparks. This one actually works much better than the one that I reviewed in the Traverse. That one kind of fell apart, but this one's actually holding together and working pretty well.
Oh, that's a Soul. Yeah, so Soul makes a lot of their own stuff like this orange plastic thing. That's Soul.
Still, I'd rather have a ferro rod than something like this because this can break. But for
I think he's using it the wrong way because the little notches here, I think, are supposed to be inwards.
For the time being, it works pretty well.
There you go.
And then we've got a compass right here. And if I set it down...
Why would you remove it?
Let's see if it works. Yeah, it does work. My house faces southwest, so that's how I always test these things. So there's the bottom. And then we can open it up like this.
Aha.
And this is the watertight portion.
I like it. I like that it's watertight.
Because it does have this rubber seal around it. And up here...
Does it have something to hold here? I appreciate that, because you don't have to remove the paper or put it at the bottom and maybe cut the edges. You want to drop it at the bottom. It holds it for you, right? There's such a little thing that just makes it so you have one less thing to do every time you open it up. Or you throw it away, but then I'm a big fan of instructions with your kit, so that you can learn it, everyone can learn it, others can learn it.
Here we've got,
and anything could, you know, you could put anything. Can you hear me? You can put anything in terms of instructions and learning. Sky is the limit. There is no limit, actually.
the little
Like I can't see a kit without something, some reading material.
brochure with 62 plus life-saving tools and techniques. Just a little brochure like you get in most survival kits that's got, you know, situational stuff and tips and tricks, you know, how to use the signal mirror again and other things that you might need if you were stuck in
You know, 62 plus, that's totally a marketing thing.
a dangerous situation.
100 plus, 200 plus. It's like the first marketing thing. You know, like if somebody knows nothing at all about survival kits, they'll be interested in more objects for less price. Ratio. Best ratio.
Then inside the kit here, we've got the quick tender.
Which means the same thing as just saying items for price.
There's 4 pieces of it.
Best ratio.
And then there's the cordage. 10 feet of braided nylon cord, like it said. Then,
dude, I kid you not. This thing, I'm seeing this here.
Got 10 feet of braided nylon.
I'm seeing this. Sorry, what a frame, dude.
And then there's the cordage.
It's bringing me back, like, to a time when I was 8 or 10. And I had one of those green ones. You know, kind of wick. And and you're like, what the fuck happened to that? You know what I mean? What did I do with this thing that I had? And what was it part of? I'm trying to recall. It just triggered like a memory. Really old memory. I had one of those. You know, what was it part of? And where did it go and what did I do with it? You know what I mean? Because I don't necessarily think I would have opened it without being able to return it into its state. So, what could I have done with this? It's a long
10
time
feet
ago.
of braided nylon cord, like it said. Then we've got, there's a lanyard here that would attach right here on the box. And actually, that's what I'm going to do with it, is attach it to the box to free up some room in here, and you'll find out why in a minute. And then
That's a good price.
There's the steel wire.
I bet this looks
which you could
fantastic.
use to repair something or set up a trap or anything like that if you were in a sticky situation. Then we've got the fishing kit.
They don't have many, dude.
Fishing / sewing kit, I should say.
I mean, talk about an insane card. This is
I
it.
have not looked in here yet, so. Okay, we've got some fishing line right here. I'm not sure what test this is, but it's probably 6 or 8 pounds or something like that. Enough to just catch a small fish if you had to.
I'll put it in the bag just for now.
Survival situation. Then we've got
Check on eBay if we can find something.
some hooks and swivels and weights.
Foil one. That's a foil one.
The fact that they put swivels in there is pretty generous. You know, usually in most survival kits you see the hooks and maybe the sinkers, but not swivels. So that's pretty cool that they did that. Then
Let me come back to that. This card I think is fine. Okay, it doesn't look too good here, but is that the Mirari? I suppose it is, right? The Cabal required a suitable immense space to house the lucrative fruits of their religious zeal. Maybe. Are these eyes? These are eyes. What the fuck are those? Hold up. Zoop. What are those? Is it Cabal? Because like Cabal is like invisible in the night or some bullshit. No? Look, the FNM one is $60 still. like you put this down, you don't even know what this is at first glance. You're like, is this um Yawgmoth's resting place, or is this, what is this? You know, whereas if you put this down, you know what this is. I just don't like the looks of this compared to the looks of this. Really, they would have done a extended of this. I would have been all over it. A lot of these new arts, they look fantastic, but it's not too clear what they are. You know, maybe this one because it's like the most iconic, nicest art. Plus, it's super blue green. You know, that's super easy to tell. Uh, which one? I don't know. Let's try Virgin Catacomb, for example. Something I don't see very often. You know, like if you play this, you know what you're doing. This, you're like, what is this? Is this a multicolor land? The secret layers, they look great. They do give a touch of personality, of course. And then when you play this, you're like, is this like the holy tree, whatever the fuck Kamigawa tree that protects everyone? What is this? You know, you have to fucking think. Oh no, Verdant Catacomb. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That I really don't like about the new arts, and that applies to many, many, many cards. You know, and what is the price of this? It's 200. You know, 200. And honestly, I've had them, or some of them, and I didn't like them. They're on the battlefield for half a second. You know what I mean? And then they're gone. I mean, maybe if you like to look at your graveyard, that's why I like those at first. When those came out, I was like, oh yeah, these are interesting. Much cheaper, $40. That's 20%. They're very, very nice, full art. It was the only full art available. The other ones are all normal, you know. But then they came out with this, and I think this trumps them all, just because you recognize much more simply what it is. You know, you recognize this part. You recognize the image at first. Let's go back to Misty Rainforest. You know, you play this, it looks fantastic. It looks great. You know, you like to play those, or just play those. But they're just gone. They're just gone. They are gone. You play them, they're gone. Half a second. You look at them for half a second. I don't think that's worth $300. Gorgeous. I mean, absolutely fantastic. Impressive. And this one, I think we know a little better because it's just so beautiful. Such a good job here by Mr. Yi. But you drop this down, you can't really. You have this in your hand, you know exactly what this is. Because the truth is, it's gonna be in your hands first. You know what I mean? Like this will be in your hands. You know, as you look at them, and you're gonna be processing the image and the information, and just part of the image really that's in your hands. So all you see is like this. You know, so you know exactly what this is when you look at it. You know, you see this, you probably know what this is. You know it's a land. You know it's a fetch, probably. You know, but compare this to that, you know, I think you have a not the best example, but I think it's clearer what it is. It just reminds you so well. We could put this here just in case. Gaming Gods, what's good, man? Follow Witch. What is that? 8 months. You've been here for 8 months. What a man.
And we've got a large sewing needle. And I guess you could use the fishing line. If you had to sew something up, you could use the fishing line if you had to. And then there's 3 safety pins, which have a million uses and they always come in handy.
They always say that. They always say that. They always fucking say that. What has a million usage always comes in handy. Bye. All I know this is used for is maybe holding things together and getting ticks out. What else?
And then finally,
I'm sure there's more use.
But we've got a piece of tinfoil. And again, you know, tinfoil is a multi-use thing. You could use it to signal somebody.
Multi-use as in you can use it to do many things. Just like the pins here. But you don't necessarily reuse the foil. Especially if you cook with it. You know what I mean? Can you wash it? Maybe, because this one's like plasticky.
You could use it to form a cup to collect some water or a pan to cook some food. You know, there's a whole bunch of uses for tinfoil. It's always a good thing to have in a survival kit.
I agree. It's a material. It's a foldable material. You can shape it. It holds its shape.
So let's go ahead and reload the
pretty cool
interior contents of this kit. However, I want to show you something that I like to do to a lot of my survival kits to sort of augment them and make them a little better. And because this
wow, I can't believe he's going to put stuff in there.
lanyard is now going to be on the outside of the box, that will free up a little space so that
what
we
is
can
this
add
thing?
a couple items. So I've got the foil in the bottom, and now what I'm going to do is add a couple of Band-Aids. Always a good thing to have on hand. Then we'll put the cordage back in, and
I still prefer the gauge
the wire
or gauze or whatever.
and our quick tender. There it is. And you got to be careful and make sure that nothing you load back into here
This is to help you start your fire.
interferes with that watertight seal around the edge. And then here's our fishing.
I mean, it could be to block wound. That's what is that?
There we go.
Fishing
Now, I'm going to add
wire.
a little mini medicine bag that I like to put in a lot of my survival kits. And this just has a few very basic things. It's got 4 ibuprofen, 2 Benadryls, and 1 Imodium for diarrhea. And you could change this around as needed. You could put in acetaminophen instead of ibuprofen and so forth. But this is just what I like to do. And what I'll do is just fold up this little baggie.
These have got to be no good after a while, no?
And stick it in.
I'm thinking maybe
Right there.
you want something that's tight sealed, it
Take
lasts
the
longer.
instruction booklet and put him up top. And again, I want to make sure I don't interfere with anything on the edges. And of course, as I put that brochure back in, I messed everything up down here. There we go.
They going up or what? Seem to be going down, but the price isn't.
And so now I've augmented this kit to just include some basic medicines that you might need if you're stuck somewhere. And then, of course, the last thing I'll do is put this lanyard on the outside.
$40. Foil is
The way I do this.
47.
Thread it through.
It goes up fast though.
And then
I don't know if I bought a foil. I don't think I
through
did.
this loop down here. Like that.
We'll keep an eye on that.
Pull it through
What's the appeal? $72.
all the way around that big plastic piece. And then tighten it like that. And there's your lanyard. So there you have it. This is the SOL Survive Outdoors Longer Origin Survival Kit.
Enabled Twitch
Augmented with
DTS.
some basic medicines inside. And It's a pretty nice little kit.
a pain.
The interior is watertight, and as I said before, it's very small, kind of fits in the palm of your hand, so you could put this in a backpack or a waist pack or even your pocket if you had to. And it's just a good basic survival kit that you might want to have with you just in case you get yourself into a sticky situation. But for now, that's it. I'm Eric Siegel, and I'll see you next time.
Too bad it's $8 shipping. Just god damn, that would have been good. Free shipping here. It doesn't say foil, doesn't it? 34. This one is foil. Is it really $8 shipping?
Welcome back to my laboratory where safety is number one priority, and today I'm going to put to the test 5 camping or survival gadgets. Let's see what I got this time. For the first gadget I got here world
Got a little bit of dust on it. What the fuck is this dust?
It's to go, as you can see.
See, these fucking players, dude, they single sleeve their cards. The whole card becomes bumped. Full of moisture. You can fix that. Look at all this dust all over the place. Fucking freckles and shit. Nice centering though. Nice centering. Not perfect, but pretty nice. Look at this flavor text. It makes so much more sense. Deep within the Cabal's vault, the Mirari pulsed like a dead sun, and its darkness radiated across Otaria. We know we're in Otaria. We know what this vault is for. It's for the Cabals. The Mirari is right there. We can see it. Just so much more flavor. The painting, by the way, who is this from? Don Hazeltine. Looks amazing. Bro, why is it $8 shipping? I bought from this guy. It wasn't $8 shipping last time. Fuck. Good price though. Might just end up buying it, right? It's 38 for a foil. Russian Federation is trying to sell me cards.
So let's open it up and see what this thing is all about. First thing I gotta say, it's not too heavy. I would say about 8 pounds, maybe 10 to 12 pounds.
Novosibirsk.
Also, right here is the cord.
Novosibirsk.
How do we pull it out? Very nice. Let's see how long is the cord. About 2 to 3 feet. That's it. And how do we retract it?
I don't remember if this guy always used to do these type of videos. I think he did other things. Now it's a lot of reviewing.
Very nice. The interaction of the cord is super awesome. Okay, let's look at it close up now. Right here we got small, medium, large, water, and there's a bunch of sensors and on once we plug it in. How do we open the stuff? That's where you're gonna put your Keurig cups, coffee in.
The fuck?
And this is where you're gonna add in water. Whoa, I like it that.
The fuck is this, a Keurig?
So you don't even have
What the
to
fuck?
worry about it. So you open it up, refill it.
I can bring my Keurig.
Close it. Don't have to worry about spilling it.
It's
Whenever you
huge,
put
though.
it in a truck, put it to go. And right here, opens up. Wow, how cool is that? You know what? I didn't get any Keurig cups because I didn't know it wasn't gonna come with
Can you plug the hose on it?
coffee. So I'm gonna go get Keurig cup, plug it in, and we're gonna try to use it. So once again, pull this
Hell
up,
yeah.
put the water back in. Very easy, and there's a suction where it's gonna take the water out. Then we're gonna put our coffee in right here. Put Keurig.
Don't press on it.
Boom, close it. Oh, what is that? Oh wow, look at that. The needle is right here, just like Keurig. Not too sharp. Cool. Once it's touched,
Working.
it will pop it too. Very nice. Then once again, I'll demonstrate how to open this. And you put your cup.
The fuck is this cup,
You
dude?
will need a generator or some kind of electricity plug to get this thing going. I guess we gotta wait till it heats up. Maybe
Damn.
it'll turn green. Let's find out. Okay, once it's heat up, instead of having it red, all this turned green. Pretty awesome. So this is pretty small cup. I'll do medium. And now we
Just throw coffee everywhere. Make my day, dude.
quickly. A bit noisy, but
Working.
it does a
Never
pretty
mind.
similar job. And there you go. It's actually brewing really dark, so the water is pretty hot. I would say boiled instantly. Within a minute, it actually heated up
Yes.
super fast. I can't believe it. Nice. Foaming it up a little bit, just like I like it. That's pretty good. Honestly, overall, this is very beautiful. Well, this one don't, which is a big minus, but still, I like this one a lot. For this gadget I got here, Titan Light Waterproof Lighter. Let's see what it's all about, and also we're going to do water test with it. Anyways, let's unbox it. Oh wow, this is actually pretty cool. This is inspired trench lighter. You know, I have put to the test a lot of
Oil etched.
trench lighters, and this one is definitely just like a trench lighter, except upgraded. It's super lightweight. Let's try to spark it. What's happening here? Whoa, that's a really big spark. Definitely very nice striker in there.
Is it supposed to light the wick once you put the fuel in? Probably.
And see if it actually works. Very simple. Any kind of lighter fluid will work. I'm using Zippo lighter fluid. Okay.
That's a lot. I think that's good. I think you wanna fill it like that till you see the liquid, some shit, and it's full.
Lighters, that now lighter fluid will not escape, especially it's completely sealed up all the way where water cannot get to. And look at this big flame once you filled it up.
Yeah, let's check out this listing.
Not so much
Australian dollars.
big deal, because you can just relight it. Definitely overfilled it.
Borderless foil, virgin
Some
catacomb
extra,
78.
but still very nice. Sparks every single time. Obviously it's not going to float. Maybe you can put a floaty on it if you're going to be fishing with it and stuff like that. But it's pretty cool that you can put a
People are trying to maximize their profit now, but it's not the time.
on it as well. We're gonna put it underwater. See one bubble. I don't know if it came from.
Look at this fucking insane shipping.
So far, looks like
You're fucking me so much.
not
Shipping.
losing any air
Etched
from it,
foil.
which is what we wanna see.
Non-foil.
Let's take it out.
Foil etched.
Shake it off just a little bit. Open it. Usually you want to strike it with dry hands, because if you're going to moisten this
manic.
drum, it's not going to light up right away. You will have to wait till this drum dries out. But there you go. Completely waterproof, trench lighter inspired, I would say. Very cool brand. I have put to the test a lot of their stuff. This is definitely a very good lighter. For the next gadget, I got here portable emergency alarm. You can put it on your keychain, but also you can set it up like a trap against bears or people who shouldn't be walking around your camp. And how does this work? I have no idea.
It's getting confusing. Etch foil, not etch foil.
And it's getting loud. Set it on keychain, skin connected.
Moving.
Story fluffs up really nicely. So this is going to turn out to be like a lighter. This is almost inspired like a also trench lighter that I put to the test not too long ago, but instead of having a sparker, you have here actual flint.
Ah, okay. I
Is
fucking
it
missed.
actually a sparker or is it just a metal piece? I'll be so disappointed if this is not a striker right here. I really thought it was a striker, but this is what the idea of it. But here's the idea of it.
That's a good idea.
Is use a striker, light it up.
Yeah, it's
and
not
so
a striker,
that way it's
that's
not
too bad.
going to burn off.
Just a week.
Going to cover it up and make smaller flame. One bigger flame, just open it up. So this feels like more like aluminum. You see, you can start a fire, make a smaller flame, and
I don't like how he has to use two hands to work on it, rather than have something on the pen that would turn. Okay, so you could increase or lower the wick inside of it with one hand. You know what I mean? Just a little wheel inside with like something that grabs on the material. You know, it's a little. It would, if it turns, it would be a little sharp on the finger. I think a little pointy, but you could use it with one hand.
that way you actually keeping the cord longer. Bigger flame for more
Blow.
players, smaller flame. So this is more like a fire tender, but man, it's disappointing. I thought when I was buying it, it's going to be also a striker at the same time, because it's kind of makes sense. Why would I want to have these things plus a striker? But oh well, maybe in the future they will make a striker and this thing all together at once. For this survival gadget, I got here camp truck, hatchet, and folding saw, and a hammer over here. Let's open it up, see what's all about.
Let me look up the difference between etched foils
Wow.
and regular
It's
foil.
really good. It's pretty hefty. I wouldn't like, but I like the plastic cover because you can see it's a sharp axe. To deploy the saw, you gotta press it right here and pull this out. Whoa, that's pretty tiny, but at the same time, you have here two-hand grip saw. You can either hold it this way or hold it like that to saw it. I would say probably the most comfortable will be this way. But anyways, let's go cut a couple of sticks over there. I got it here pallet. Let's see how well it does with the pallet. You never know. Is it gonna be good like a survival prepping axe without?
So wait a minute. Foil etching process presents an interesting twist when dealing with older cards in Modern Horizons 2. So older framed cards, you mean? In the early days of Magic, WotC didn't have custom WOP treatment for artwork. So on foil etch retro frame cards, the foil effects don't show inside the art box itself. In other words, oh, I have to check this out too. In other words, the retro frames are foiled like this, but it does not necessarily affect the new frames and the regular frames, the regular cards. And so my Cabal Coffer here, not only the frame is foil, but the card itself and the artwork should be foil. Because there's nothing more disappointing than paying for something you think looks better than it looks when you receive it, then you're fucked. This one I did purchase. It's gonna come when? Some point. At some point. Very special looking cards. We get a golf course plane that transform into a battlefield forge. Peelable card is a first for Magic. First peelable card. So that's intriguing. I think it's a nice little box. It's like pretty small. These boxes are like that big. You just house the cards. Pretty small. Nice item. Over time, it probably goes up. Super easy to store. But it's going to be a long wait. And it's mainly because of my love for the game, I think, that I'm willing to just buy one. It's not a premium. That's good. We don't want premium. People don't like the premium foil as much.
Gloves, as you can see, I'm getting a lot of recoil,
Is it working or what?
but it's nice.
It's nice.
Let me move over.
Man, he's not done and he's fucking tired. Just get a saw, dude.
But there you go. As you can see, this little axe is pretty awesome, and look at it. You can even use it to split some of that stuff.
Why, dude?
Look at that.
Just stop.
Pretty thick, not too rotten. Look at that. Quite hefty. Look, I'm trying to break that axe by twisting it like that. You shouldn't do that to the axe, but as you can see, it works. So a good looking perpendicular axe. This right here, as you can see, black locust or something like that, very dense wood. You're gonna be chopping here all day. So maybe with the saw it'll be a bit easier. You know what?
Oh god.
With the saw like that, it's gonna take me forever as well. Let's
What the fuck is going on?
saw, because that's too thick. We'll need silky saw for that or something.
There you go, hold it. Almost.
Saw is not the best.
No, saw blows, dude.
Folding saws is the best for sure. It's through the wood. This is almost easier to just use an axe. So the hatchet is pretty
going on?
awesome, but the saw is not so much.
I think this whole tool fucking blows. Oh, he's cutting it. He's cutting it.
Once again, super cool.
I think it's so cheap. It's so fucking bad. This whole thing is cheap as all hell. The saw too. Man, it's too bad. You have a folding saw in an axe. I like the idea. I do, and it's a small format. Like sometimes you do want to chop. Like I don't like the axe compared to the saw. But sometimes you do want to hold something and just chop. Okay? You need something to carve and chop, and you can use a heavier knife. You might have a heavier knife, So I like the format, I like everything, it's too cheap. That's interesting though. It's a foldable saw axe. You got a saw inside. I don't know. Doesn't protect your finger if they slip. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's intriguing. That's intriguing. So this is the handle when you saw. This looks fucking stupid. Imagine you have like a piece of wood. Okay, you're halfway there. Okay. If you put the wood, it goes through the screen right now. Piece of wood is here, and you're sawing inside of the piece of wood. Do you know what I mean? The piece of wood is in the axis through the screen. You're sawing the wood. You're sawing like this, so the wood is like this. Do you feel? The wood goes through the screen right now. What happens if your piece of wood is a certain diameter, and then as you move this, Dude, I need to fucking start drawing every time. This fucking blows. Paint. La 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 la. Wood being cut. All right, you're over here. You cut the wood. Okay, everything goes well. The wood being cut. Let's put the wood here and move the saw. We got the wood, got the saw, you know, and we're cutting. No, it's not gonna work. So it's super easy at first. You do get to bump it sometimes, though. You go like, uh. When you bump it, it pushes the saw up, you know. And then at some point, you're going in, you know. So you're using it. It still bumps here. It bumps here, okay. And at some point, you're like halfway there. But then what happens when your wood hits the handle here? You can't go deeper. You have to turn your log around to keep cutting, and you're never able to go in the middle. This is so stupid. You can barely hit the middle because when you do hit the middle, you can't move your saw anymore. You have to turn your log. This is so bad. This is so stupid. Don't buy this. This is a bad idea. $100 Unlimited cellular. Stick to cell phones, dude. This is a bad idea. You know, when you compare it to an actual saw, right, your wood can go inside. It does fold like this. This saw folds like this. It doesn't look like it, but it can totally fold this. This part tightens, untightens, get it all out, fold it. Maybe on the other side to protect the blade, protect your gear. As you cut the wood, the saw goes through, you know. And at some point, you do reach a limit. You have to turn it or whatever. Or if it's small enough. I think that's the goal. Like, you can't cut something that's too thick. It still goes through the middle here. We're still fine. But something like this, you're not gonna reach the middle. You know, there's a limit to all of this. The other one's limit was really too small. You want to do it one shot, it's got to be smaller than the size, the length between the saw and this support beam, aka this big. Or if you want to push it a little bit, a little bigger, then you just break it off. That's a decent sized log to cut. It's more than big enough for a fire. Don't save. 200. I like these a lot. This is a funny thing. Too many things. You're telling me there's too many things. Which one were we at?
Hatchet. I really love the actual axe. Hammer, it's pretty nice. Driving the stakes whenever you set up the camp. Maybe the saw for smaller things, but as you can see, it just wasn't so powerful at all. For this gadget, I got here clothesline for camping. You know, every time you're gonna go swim in a swimming hole in the mountains over here, we have a lot of waterfalls and spots. So maybe you're gonna camp out for a few days, or you go to the beach, your swimming trunks and towels and all that stuff that you take to the beach is going to get wet. Whoa, no way. This holder is actually connected to this hook right here. And one thing I didn't realize, this is actually very long.
Gonna take a break.
11 feet. And so that way you wrap it around whatever the tree you're gonna wrap it around, plug it in and tighten it up. And I'm going to do the same way on the other side. Very easy locking system. And once it's tight, you see you have these beads inside of them. So you grab one of these beads, open it up. Let's say I have a wet towel over here. And just pull it up on those beads. Boom. And then you're going to hang it, and you don't have to put the towel over. Because whenever you put it over, it folds together. So that way it's going to dry slower. You can even grab it like that, put it to another bead, 2 beads. If you really want something to dry out faster, you can hang it like that by 2 ends. You see how everything unfolded and flat, and it's 11 feet. You could really hang a lot of clothes to dry out. And
I wonder if you can use these K-cups when you go camping. You know? Because the K-cups are what I use every day. So... And I've seen some people make coffee in pans, you know, their cups, whatever. They'll just heat up some water. Maybe use a filter, because they've got a filter that you can use. They like filters because it can filter like water that you collect or whatever with stuff that would be floating, or I don't know. Maybe if all goes well, you can use it to make coffee, and if all does not go well, you can use it to actually filter yourself some water. Or both. What side is it? But this comes with its own filter. So if you could just pierce it, you know what I mean? You could just pierce it and put it onto something that would hold it like this, because that's all that's happening. Just hot water is just coming in through the fucking thing because it's got a hole, and it's being, you know, given to a coffee cup, you know. All you need is something to hold this. You've got your coffee, which by the way, I think is a lot of coffee, frankly. You know, I don't know, I think there's innovations to be made.
it's only 25 gram or 1 ounce. That's it. And let's see how
Simple.
it is to
Innovation.
put it back together.
Instead of having that fucking card of stuff that I open stuff with, maybe I also have something to hold my
Because
cup.
it's
I
in
don't
a
know.
pouch like that, I do not think it will
Super easy.
tangle up at all. What a cool little gadget. I like it a lot. And you see how this is a hook on this side as well. Wow, very nice, simple, but very useful. And you know what? I like it a lot. Well guys, that's pretty much it. Let me know in comments below what do you think about this video. Don't forget to thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you next time.
He's strong. It's a big old... Oh my goodness. Dude, this guy.
Hey guys, thanks for tuning in. I hope you're enjoying the series so far. This is the very last episode of the series, the final episode. Audible was awesome enough to say they wanted to sponsor a video, so thank you very much, Audible. Audible has been my best sponsor, bar none. Done it most times for me, and I really appreciate it. So thank you. And to you guys who have been clicking on the Audible links, thank you very much. When Audible sees things happening, they want to sponsor again, and that's very good for my channel. It's summertime. Couldn't be a better time for Audible. You're out there lounging on the lawn, you're taking road trips, you're watching your kids play at the park, all that kind of stuff, and Audible comes in handy with that, with titles for that stuff. I thought I could recommend you a couple titles that I enjoyed, that I think you might enjoy, that will go along with this video. The first one's called Braving the Wilderness, the quest for true belonging and the courage to stand alone. Now, obviously, just by the title, you can tell that that's something that we would all be interested in. And this second one called North of Normal. This one's actually pretty interesting. A memoir of my wilderness childhood, my unusual family, and how I survived both. That one's very interesting. So once again, Audible is hooking you guys up. Start a 30-day trial and your first audiobook is free. Go to audible.com/Robinette, or if you're in America, you can text Robinette to 500-500. That's audible.com/ROBINET, or again, if you're in the States, just text ROBINET to 500-500. So like I've said before, they carry all sorts of titles, not just outdoor stuff. You can get stuff for your kids, for your parents, for anyone in the family, tons of different titles. And you can download anywhere, your phone, your tablet, your computer, lots of options. Okay, one more time, thank you very much to Audible for this sponsorship. Hope to have you back again, and we'll get right into the video now. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoy the very last episode in the 10 days, 10 items alone on an island in the Canadian wilderness series, mini-series, series.
It's 6:30 now. I'm starving, man. Absolutely starving. The rice and vegetables didn't cut it last night. You know, it did it for the time being, but that doesn't stick with you. I'm real hungry. I have to like salvage and like spread apart my food now, like make it last for real. I have like a handful of rice, a handful of oats, like maybe a day's worth of jerky. I have all day today. It's 6:30 in the morning, all day tomorrow, and then half a day on the 10th day. I was really banking on fish for today. It's cold, man. It's almost too cold to go out in the rain and fish. Like, I will if I have to. I got my firewood still, about half of it. I got my rain gear.
34th birthday. You're 1 year older than me, dude. No, actually, fucking A. 2018.
Yes, I know walleye like to bite in the rain, but
He's like 3 years older than me. Need to learn how to do this. That looks like it took no time. That must taste amazing.
Tarp water. Better than boiling it and let it cool.
Okay. That's good.
I'm gonna drink this whole thing right now.
alright, time's come. I gotta get out and get firewood. I have been feeling okay just because I'm sitting there not doing anything, drinking tea, drinking water. But even just trying to get these rain pants on took an effort, and I'm huffing and puffing. I have no energy at all. So this is gonna be this is gonna suck. So I gotta get in the boat too. I've been looking around already. I went out 3, 4, 5 times and got the firewood that was around here. It's all gone.
I know where there's a bunch of dead standing good ones like the other day. It's on that side of my island. I can't walk there because it's impenetrable. There'll be too many trips back and forth with the wood. So I gotta go up in the boat and paddle around. I gotta take it easy though. And take my time. I'm 100% wearing my PFD this time. I've been wearing it and not wearing it, but in all reality I should be wearing it the whole time because I'm by myself, but sometimes I just hop in the boat real quick, or I don't feel like I need it if it's super calm out. And sometimes I can't get it on over that fall raven coat. Alright, I'll bring you on the GoPro. It's not even that bad out here. It's raining, it's like constant rain, but it's not like pouring by any means, I guess. Oh, she's a dark one, but there's a few in a row. I'll go grab the biggest ones, like thigh thick at the base. Come on, you know you want to. Just trying to get into manageable pieces for now. Wasn't as big as I thought it was, but I'll grab a few of these. Okay, I got 2 more good pieces. What I want to do is go back, drop them off at the camp, grab my fishing pole, bring my saw, and as I paddle around fishing, I'll stop and grab decent sized thickness pieces. But I saw 2 really good ones, but they're almost a telephone pole size. Like the other one I cut the other day, I can't do it right now, so. Oh, damn, it hooked me. Hooked me good. All right, back out. First, I gotta throw some more wood on so my fire doesn't go completely out. Damn. I don't know, man. I might wait a minute till it's a bit calmer. Screw it, the loons are out. Yeah, I hear you, bud. Uh-huh, la 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 la. I think I'm gonna do my normal little loop up around past Century Island into that little river. It's not a river, it's just a narrow part, kind of meandering a bit. That's where I catch, that's where I catch pike.
See how he's carrying his bag in front of him?
What do you guys think? Is something gonna bite in this kind of weather? Rain and wind?
Thinking of
Guys, I have my doubts,
military gears,
but
because
it's worth a shot. And actually, I don't
military gears will have their body armor and they'll have something to hold their gear.
but it's okay.
Extra magazines and radios.
Warm up, and after this might take.
Could be useful to carry.
Now, there's something
Carry
really nice
stuff.
about paddling on a rainy day, especially knowing I have.
But they will also have a bag to put stuff in, like their tent and all that. They can drop it
Shelter to go back to with firewood there that I can dry out.
so they can get into combat. Lighter. Raining. You gotta be well equipped. The bag looks pretty soaking.
This is like a picture perfect spot to catch a fish.
I don't think you want to fall with that bag. I don't know if it's waterproof.
It's hard with these, a bit hard with these gloves on. I don't want to take them off because it's super hard to get them back on once my hands get wet. I can do this. Bam. If there's a fish in here, that was the cast.
Very nice in Orlando today. 20 degrees.
Sean.
Sounds amazing. Amazing.
Yep.
Currently in New Brunswick,
Nice.
St. John, it's minus 10, minus 11. Feels like, with the wind chill, feels like minus 15 at least. Quebec minus 15, straight up. Montreal minus 14, Ottawa minus 12, Toronto minus 7,
It's a decent fish.
London minus 4. That's a big difference. Niagara Falls
I can just paddle back.
minus
We haven't
6.
got to the river part yet. It's not a river, but the meandering part yet. But I'm just gonna paddle through it. I don't need to troll. I don't want to catch another fish.
Seems like this side is hotter
So you guys-
currently.
Oh my goodness! Thank God for this.
Note to self,
Seriously, look, everything's drying here. I'm drenched. I'm shivering. I'm cold, freezing cold. My hands are numb. I got my
Detroit.
my pike. There's no supper and lunch nonsense today. There was only eating pike. I sit by this fire and I gotta dry out and warm up. Actually, I gotta build this fire again. And I didn't get more wood because it's so cold.
Canadian Wilderness. He's in Ontario.
Fight the wind and everything. So
He is
make a fire, dry out,
in this area somewhere,
repeat.
most likely.
So I got that whole pike in there. I got some rice, some veggies. I left just enough rice and veggies for tomorrow to do the same exact thing. This is a big old pot of food, guys. A big old pot of food. I'm super stoked to have this.
Alone on an island in the Canadian Wilderness. He's in
There's
Ontario,
so much pike in there.
most likely.
Chunks. Look at the chunk, boy. It's almost done. You can bet I'm gonna friggin' sit here and
On an island?
nummy nums.
Which island? Could be anywhere.
There's a spicy meatball.
And he did say he has to travel like a few hours sometimes, 9 hours, 8 hours, something like that.
Oh, warm.
That tells me he's not that far from
Filling my belly.
these places. Plus, I think he had to go to Toronto for a few things. That tells me
In there. It's filling.
he's not that far from this area.
My nose is running off my face. I couldn't eat it all, so I put the remainder in my little dish here. It's not much, but it'll come in handy later on tonight.
the lid on it, and I'll go clean
Need
this
some
out.
spice
Thing,
with that
I'm going
rice.
to make myself my very last hot chocolate, the present from my wife.
This is Canada. Winnipeg minus
Singing
17.
tomorrow, but that's okay. I still have one thing.
Regina,
to make,
Calgary
things to make one
minus
small
21.
tomorrow. So that will be my birthday.
I
I'm
can't.
really chilled right now. I'm trying to warm up.
5 degrees in
It's
Vancouver.
hard to warm up. Instead
On
of
the other side of this mountain,
hot water or spruce tea or Labrador tea, I'm gonna make that hot chocolate. I'm looking forward to it too.
Victoria's 3.
Well, that was really good. I still have that little bit I showed you for later on tonight. I actually changed out of my boxers and put on an extra shirt for the first time. So I'm feeling pretty good.
I feel if you're gonna have this tarp and you're gonna work with wood like that, not be a bad idea to have some kind of pads. Maybe it would be a little slippery, but still be better than piercing it.
Pretty warm. About to drink this.
You just did that on one side, not the other.
Let her sit for a moment.
This cooking, by the way,
My gloves are soaking wet. That's
it can get really hot or not hot enough. There's got to be a better way to cook at a more even temperature, so you don't burn the bottom of your pan, because that's a lot of fucking around.
My spoon eating utensil dealy. Look how dirty it is compared. Like the top part I haven't shaved down, but I kept shaving down the bottom because it keeps getting super dirty. Like pretty nasty actually.
I bet.
Oh, can't touch it with that hand.
Yeah, I like to go around and kind of look at different cities and find out how cold they are. Honestly, middle US, it's pretty cold. -1, pretty nice.
Yes.
6 in Kansas.
Chabody G. Anyone know that reference? Chabody G. People just do nothing. I imagine only a small percentage of you know what I'm talking about.
Salt Lake City is 0, so it's not necessarily frozen.
Been loving this cooksa. Been
Or
drinking
it doesn't stay
sawdust,
frozen very long. In
lichen
St.
and
Louis.
moss and dirt.
Nashville 1, that's not frozen.
Everything goes into my food, everything goes into my drink, and I just put it down my gullet. It does not matter. Bam.
Washington -2.
I'm feeling real good after that pike. I ate that whole thing.
Washington, for some reason, a little
That whole
colder.
thing there, that's almost done. The whole pike is almost consumed. My point is.
Anything on
I
this
can't even
side?
speak.
Oh.
Chab-
This is all
That is so
Mexico.
Oh man, it's turned out alright.
San Diego.
Just got
You want
the-
some hot places that are not Florida?
It's getting wet.
San Diego.
It's just a
Los
waiting
Angeles.
game. It's just like a not even a waiting game. It's just like an endurance thing.
That's pretty good, like 13 degrees in fucking January. Look.
Side. You know what I mean? You need to know how to make a fire.
Very
You need to know
acceptable.
how to make food. You need to know how to make a fire when you're wet. You know, dry off. All these things are very important. But it's just like a mind game.
Santiago,
Here alone
31.
for any amount
So
of time.
it's summer for them. Winter for us. Even something as far as this here. 8, 14, 8. Literally the South Pole.
Now is completely different.
What's in Europe? How's Europe doing? 12. England 6. Manchester 8.
Had a few good revelations.
There's nothing freezing here. London is 9.
A name for my new daughter. I can't tell you before I tell my wife.
Aberdeen 2. Inverness 1. If you live in the UK, you get to
I hope tomorrow,
really
I hope tomorrow I wake up.
get to choose some kind of height. It's a big difference
Tomorrow, if you didn't.
in the winter.
I hope it's nice and sunny.
No,
But if it's not,
12, Limoges
I
12,
lie and say I didn't have the.
Toulouse 8,
Yeah, it's my birthday.
Montpellier
Don't blame
9,
me if I bail a day early. If I just
Say
you know,
9,
pack up all my stuff,
Italy
call Harlan on the sat phone, say I want to be picked up a day early.
11, Zurich, Switzerland
Cross
11.
my mind. But I'm not going to do it.
You're getting into Russia here. Slovakia,
I'm going to spend my birthday
1,
here by myself like the
Prague 7, Krakow
throws a nasty
8
day.
Zveg.
I bet you tomorrow night will be epic. I'll have the perfect
7.
sunset
See how easy it is with fucking maps, dude?
for it. So
Love
I
it.
am going to wait for that. And I'm
Greece.
upset if I miss that.
13. 10. Looking great.
I'm just gonna hang out, guys. I'll
Turkey, if you like turkey.
But other than that,
-1. 6 on the side here.
till dark.
9.
Well, since
10.
I talked to you last, I need
Every time you get mainland, you get
all
colder.
out. I got a ton now.
What else do you like?
All in the
Like
water.
South Africa?
Not bad, just up to my thigh. My one thigh and my next.
Bloemfontein, 19.
But both my boots are soaked.
Durban,
Socks are
23.
drenched, my pants are drenched. So I'm just trying to dry out now.
It's like summer for them.
Steaming up a storm over here. It's okay. I got a lot of firewood and I cut it all up and
What else do you want
have
to
a
check?
decent amount.
China?
I'm probably gonna use the majority of it trying to dry out.
Chengdu, 7.
All my clean clothes now too, right? Like, yeah. So.
-14 over here. These are like
And
mountains, I
there
think.
comes the wind again.
Wuwei,
It's late. It's like
-14.
it's 8:30.
Xi'an, -1. Nanjing, 2. Qingdao, -1. Ningbo, 3.
Down a couple really big trees and
8.
took me a long
12.
time to saw it up and get it back.
You really get to choose, and I bet the biggest cities are south too.
But I'm good for tonight now.
Dongguan,
I felt an urgency
Ganzhou.
in case tomorrow I wake up and it's just like a storm or whatever. So it stopped raining for now. I went out and did that, but got wet in the process, and that's okay. I'll be fine. I'm dried out pretty good now. My
You guys
summer
have wetter or wet?
dry and they're steaming up nice. You can see my wood collection here. Super twisted. So it's
15,
hard to, split.
15.
I got her done.
That's fucking insane.
Man,
It's fucking
a
nice.
gorgeous night again. I'd be out there paddling in a second, but everything's
Taiwan.
wet and I really got to take time to dry it. I'll show you.
But they are like
Freezing cold on the feet.
as the same height as Mexico, Japan, or US, I should say.
You have a well-defined trail now. Oh,
Let's check out Australia.
look at that. Oh,
Melbourne,
goodness.
17. Brisbane, 26. Man, it's cooking in Brisbane. 26 in Cairns. You want to see these here? Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore,
Yeah. Another nice night. It seems like every night, man.
Cambodia,
Doesn't matter
Thailand,
what the
Vietnam.
day is. The night is beautiful. Oh, I'm looking rough. Look at me. Okay. Back in to warm up my feet.
Kuala Lumpur.
Freezing cold
Hey man,
feet.
what the fuck is this? 24. Maybe you like Chile, Peru. 18, 23. And fucking there's us over here, fucking freezing in Toronto,
Smoked out.
-7. You know what I mean? The world is so different than what Canada knows.
I thought I was gonna be in bed all day.
Honestly, like
Shelter all day.
when you're born Canadian,
Glad I went out. It was fun at first.
most of the time it's
Some
it-
work after.
it takes a moment to realize that the world isn't cold. The world isn't frozen.
It was another day. You know what I mean? It was another day over here.
3 months or 4 months or 5 months out of the year.
Day. Tomorrow's my last.
A lot of Canadians can't necessarily picture that.
The next day,
'Cause-
midday.
It's always frozen like that. Same with Russians, I'm sure.
I'm excited. I'm excited for my
-12,
birthday.
-3,
34 years old, man. I don't know what to think about that.
-7.
There's not much to think, I guess. It's just what it is. 34 years
This is
old.
right, Russia.
I'm making up some Labrador tea. I'm not too cold. Got my coat unzipped and everything for the first time in a while.
Do you guys have borders?
My hat off. I haven't had this too cold
-8,
forever.
-8.
For this trip, I anticipated hot. Like
-14.
The weather was supposed to be super hot. For the first few days, it was pretty warm.
Let's go to Moscow.
$5.
Must go, must go.
Wind. Although rain was only really today.
-8.
Cold and wind.
Belarus, -3. Ukraine,
But
3.
it's all good.
6?
I mean,
Oh my
I
god.
get sick from cold and wind. I get sick from black fly fights. So.
Is that Crimea?
Be a nice hot day. Either way,
7,
I'm excited to see what it'll be.
8.
I'm done.
It's pretty nice out here.
I've been done my book pretty much earlier today. Or early in the day today.
Georgia stops here. Well, this is all Russian.
I think that
And if you want to be a Russian somewhere, you gotta be here. 7 degrees in Krasnodar.
they want to warm up that food.
Dude, this city is gonna
I'm
boom.
just gonna throw it on the fire and eat it up. I'm pretty hungry now. Cutting up that wood was crazy. Man, if I didn't have this jerky, Nick
Invest this Krasnodar.
slash friend Nick
Definitely, dude.
sent me a bunch of jerky for this trip. If I didn't have that, man, I wouldn't be able to keep going. Like
You can invest in Pog or you can invest in Krasnodar.
every time I crash,
You choose.
I need it. I can feel the energy from it. The fish is like the main staple for meat, you know, protein sustenance. But that jerky is like throughout the day, just kind of keeping me going.
What really opened my eyes was this here.
A lot in the bank there.
Average yearly temperature. Turn this around. Oh my god.
Nice day. Get something like
What have I done? What have I done? What have I done?
whatever happens, happens.
Look how unfair it is. Yearly temperature
I'm here to see this.
in Canada, -5.
It's unreal.
No wonder these channels are all Canadians and Russians.
Spring peepers in the background.
Our average yearly is -5. Now, before you start thinking, because most of you are here, where's even America here?
Be magical.
Oh, UK and US have the same weather. Average.
Well, good morning. It's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
It's 4:20 in the morning,
His birthday is in June.
and hopefully good on the water and watch the sunrise. Have a nice
Before you start thinking we're always frozen, that's not the case.
make some food and
It's just that our temperatures drop so much in the winter,
little
like -40,
thing for
-30, -40, easily.
right?
You know, and we're talking across Canada and across Russia,
34 today.
right? I don't know how you get an approximate of this, if it's just in the cities or if it's throughout the whole
Cold.
continent. You know, same with Russia. So
Wow, it's cold. The lake is glass.
Alaska isn't here.
Glass. Yeah, I'll take
But I bet Alaska
beauty.
affects the U.S. average
The
temperature.
last of my oats and get out on that water.
You know, I would think. But just to give you a rundown, most of the
I
months
felt a little rushed in days. Just wanted to get out here in time. It's not
in
starting.
the summer, it's like 20 degrees Celsius.
I'm gonna paddle
Um,
around this island here on the other side of it and try and get the sunset or sun. It's like crazy.
Summer in Canada is like 20 Celsius, 68 Fahrenheit. Winter is -20, so -4 Fahrenheit.
Oh man, we're gonna get it in its peak.
But it'll get. Oh my god.
This is perfect. This is perfect.
Please.
It's
It'll go to -30. It can go to -40. -40 is -40. Oh well, shit. Okay. How does that work?
It's cold. It's freezing cold. It's okay though. I'm happy for it. This is idyllic.
In June? There's no way.
For even
rainy day with a good night. But like, there's not a cloud in the sky. There's a tiny breeze, if anything. The sun is just about to crest. There's
He's done episodes and stuff. Maybe it was more like March.
It's pretty serene. There's 2 loons right in front of me. I think. I can't really tell.
But yeah, that opened my eyes here. I was like, oh, whoa. Whoa! The world! Oh my god! What the fuck is this?
Maybe I'll be able to grow a beard this year.
What the fuck? We're very last. We never talk about that as Canadians.
Guys, I really am. This is...
In our classrooms. Guys, did you know that our country is the coldest in the world?
There she is.
Just saying.
Hello, beautiful.
British and French expedition explored and later settled across the Atlantic coast. Oh, we're so far away from this fucking history, dude.
Oh, she's bright, bud.
As a consequence of various armed conflicts,
She's a bright one.
France ceded nearly all of its colonies in North Americas. With the union of 3 British North American colonies.
Maybe one of my best.
But Quebec said, hey, motherfucking, please. America's got their own country. I want my country.
I can literally feel the warmth.
I'm not gonna let some fucking president over there
So nice.
talk with some queen over there. Decide what we're gonna do. Fuck off.
Well,
Rightfully so. The same way that the U.S. is rightfully so its own country.
beauty. So, I do need a fish for today.
So we made our own arrangements, and we got Canada.
Soon and warm up because I'm really cold. Maybe have a tea and some jerky.
I don't know how that works. How we
Spend a bunch of energy.
Frenchmen gave up something,
I'm starving.
but we had to fucking unite to make Canada at some point.
Yeah,
so.
just relax for a bit and then come back out to fish because it's almost 6.
Crazy, dude.
6.
Colder than Russia.
Thank you for spending my birthday.
How does that
with
work?
me. That was pretty awesome. Pretty really awesome.
I agree.
My boots are still wet from last.
There's a lot of redundant structures that come back. The rocks to make the fire pit. The sticks here that are tied up can make a structure to hold. Put another stick. Hold something above the fire. Roast. Boil things. That's what it's for here. It's to hold his canteen or whatever.
Last night. Nearly dry, but
He likes to use wood
froze up.
structures. That's a big tarp, frankly, dude.
This has been a really good shelter. I'm super impressed with the tarp. It's tarp by AquaQuest. It was slapping around the whole week, and it's got just branches poking into it left and right. I did not clear them all off after when I was putting more log supports on. In
Huge.
the middle of the windstorm, just threw them up there. There's no
It's huge, but I like how you can stand up
holes in it.
in it
It's got no spark holes.
and have more than enough room. Though.
Used for these 10 days. Very, very impressed with it. And I'm very happy that I brought the size that I did. At first I was concerned that it was going to be way too big. Have no open space for it. But imagine me in anything smaller. I spent a lot of time.
What is this Google?
I have a lot of things in this shelter that stayed dry, including the fire inside. So
What is Google doing?
Pretty awesome. This is not what I envisioned doing, but it made a lot of sense. I envisioned building a little bit more, but
Oh God.
I'm only here for 10 days. I have to tear it down.
Oh God.
Anyway. There's no point. I took down enough trees.
Oh Lord.
Anyway, so this was great. This did every single thing I needed it to do. Very.
Oh, look at this list.
Very happy with this type of shelter. If I had a second tarp, I could put it on the front.
Dude, it's -2 in Afghanistan in January.
Leave this part open or whatever, but
Did you know that?
maybe for next time.
China, you probably knew, has winter. Japan has some winter. I like the colored thing. Kazakhstan -14 in winter. Really? What's the...
What a perfect day. Happy birthday.
Oh, that's Fahrenheit. Celsius and Fahrenheit.
I was told that
Go.
if there are walleye, they're not going to be deep anyway, so who knows? I'm going to jig 20, 30 feet off a...
North Korea,
I got a fish. while
-6 in
digging.
January.
Seriously, I got a fish.
Then it starts picking up in February.
Oh, it's a pike. Oh, but I got a fish while jigging. That's something. Oh man, that's so cool.
Europe.
I wonder what I should do.
Europe is pretty mild, I think.
Conundrum. It's early. I want a walleye. It's a nice eating size pike and everything, but
Got a few Russia here.
I think I'm gonna let this guy go. That's what I'm doing.
Letting him go. Traumatized, but he's free. Where is that?
For the day.
Oh, Inuit. Nunavut. Yeah, my bad.
So he was in
Iqaluit.
10 feet of water,
Nunavut.
and I'm about
Capital.
40 or 50
Of course, these are
or
cold.
60 feet offshore. And the wind is pushing me in. And I trolled. I jigged. I did not troll that.
Saint-Pierre et Miquelon.
So, all
Freezing.
good things to know.
Next to Newfoundland.
I thought it was.
Where's Anchorage? Alaska? Oh, okay.
That would have been perfect.
Fairbanks. That's Alaska. Wow, you guys are having it hard here. Look at these temperatures in June. Arizona. Miami too. Pretty fucking hot. New Orleans, dude. Holy shit, Palm Spring. Palm Spring. Phoenix. Wow.
Just gotta run to the corner store for a second. You wanna come with me?
Sure. Tampa. Tucson. Tucson? Arizona.
Corner.
Pretty hot in Arizona. Wichita.
My Labrador tea.
Kansas.
I don't need a lot.
Crazy hot. Oh my god, year round in Darwin.
Stems, you know.
Look at this temperature in Darwin.
Alright.
Oh my god, is it hot? Where is Darwin?
Cheers, folks.
Oh really? Up here. Wow.
Yeah,
It's the hottest spot in Australia,
Some
apparently.
jerky. I'm gonna savor this piece. I'm down my last few.
Like the Middle East of Australia. What's the population? 150,000. Small cities, dude. Honestly.
Sleeping bag got a little wet with condensation last night. Moisture from me breathing inside it. So letting her dry. She's been.
Suva, Fiji.
I'm sure it's dry by now.
Let's find out where Fijis are.
Warm to the touch. Nice.
New Guinea. Honolulu. U.S. state of Hawaii. Ah, okay. South America.
Lay out here on
See, South America
air my dogs.
is cold in June, July, August, and really hot in January. So different, huh? Kind of hard for Europeans and North Americans to kind of grasp that idea because our ideas are Europeans, you know, and our summer is in
Sun feels so good.
June, July, August.
Oh my god.
Winter is like cold, you know. Totally not that over there. These are just
This is all
concepts
really
for
come together.
Europeans.
Everything
These
happened
Europeans.
perfectly. I wouldn't change a thing now.
Oh
I gotta
wow,
really
it's hot
thank,
here. French
thank
Guinea,
huge
which
thank
is the
you.
north of South America.
Set me all up. Set me up with this boat, with fishing tackle. Ooh, there's a big old rock. Wow, big old rock. Sleeping bag. Drove me out here on the four-wheeler. Sent his fiance 6 hours each way to get me from the
Did I pass
Thunder
this?
Bay Airport. 6 hours each way.
Fucking block.
Thank you. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Didn't ask for a thing in return.
What am I expecting?
Is a blessing. I was expecting to use a normal canoe. I wouldn't have got around on those windy days. Not as easily. So fishing from it would have been difficult for me too. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm saying for me personally.
So January,
So
Vancouver, by the way, all the way down
in his
here.
boat now, I think he has it in his fleet. So if you guys are thinking about a woodland caribou trip and want to use a solo boat this style, he has it now. I was the first one to use it. It's a little dinged up. It's a little scratched out now. Sorry about that, Harlan. But thank you. Yeah, man. Wouldn't change a thing. I'm not having any luck right now.
North,
It's been that way for some time, but
kind of skew. This is most of
it's my
the.
fault for letting that pike go earlier. And like I said, it was just too early.
Toronto's pretty low.
But if I have to eat rice and
St. John's is
vegetables for tonight and my last
Newfoundland.
night,
Yeah.
I've taken a lot from this lake, and I'm getting out tomorrow, and I can have spaghetti for supper. I've been craving spaghetti or bacon and eggs with dippy yolk. Dip that toast in there, son. Oh! Oh! Bacon and eggs, bro!
Why not?
Can I get a green eggs and ham? I hope you hear the echo. I'm not just doing this for no reason.
No, esti.
There's the
Le
echo.
Chinois. I saw that yesterday.
Oh, life is good.
He wants the echo, dude. Graton. Chinois.
Hey, mais oh! Je savais pas que tu parlais japonais, moi. Comment ça, toi non plus? Ben oui, mais je t'ai vu parler japonais hier avec le gars, là. Ben oui, avec le chinois hier. Non, le chinois.
This is so good. I have to translate it. This should be translated, dude.
Hey, mais oh!
This is Mayo.
Je savais pas que tu parlais japonais.
I didn't know you spoke Japanese.
Ben ouais.
Mayo, of course. The fuck is he saying?
Comment ça, toi non plus?
He says, me neither. You neither?
Ben oui, mais je t'ai vu parler japonais
I saw you speaking Japanese yesterday
hier avec le gars, là.
with the fucking guy.
Ben oui, avec le chinois.
The fucking Chinese guy yesterday.
Non,
No, the fucking Chinese.
ben oui, t'as parlé de...
You posed 10 minutes with the fucking Chinese.
Le chinois!
The Chinese. Never mind. The fucking Chinese.
Good. Life is good.
What am I trying to do here? What about February?
And my wife, like, everybody just kind of came together for me.
Same
real
thing.
quick at the end there. Like, I was supposed to come at a certain time. Like,
Toronto's actually
I was
pretty
supposed to
low
get
here.
Yesterday.
Oh, and then Vancouver is actually.
And my trip's done tomorrow, so like,
Ah.
put me like a week or like 9 days in advance
You
or
can
something.
compare that to Baltimore, St. Louis, Salt Lake, Kansas,
massive.
Seattle,
Anyways,
Atlanta,
the
Dallas.
trip's good.
Dallas even.
Everybody just like hopped to it. My mother-in-law,
Dallas, dude.
everybody. So thank you
Dallas,
for
dude.
making this possible. I hope that the video turns out well. I hope the videos turn out well. I'll make this into a little mini series. Yeah, man. Really cool. I got like 7 SD cards full. So that's gonna be plus the GoPros. Oh, plus my Olympus point and shit.
Dallas really heats up in March.
I have like 10 or 11 SD cards to go through. That's gonna be fun. The things you start thinking of.
Let's crank it up and go to June.
That's gonna become my reality now. Not waking up
June.
paddling to try to fish to eat for the day.
Damn cold in Newfoundland in June, dude.
The clouds.
I would not be pleased.
Amazing.
I would not be pleased with that. Unless you like to do what he does here. No? Well, that's all right then.
Guys, this is
Get the heat up a little bit. It's just, where's your summer, man?
paddling in a
They literally have 2 nice months
breeze. There's
in St. John.
mirror.
Like Whitehorse. Damn, it's super close to what Whitehorse is. That is so fucking insane. Newfoundland. Look at the difference. St. John's, Newfoundland is here. And Whitehorse is there. June, dude. So in June, that is nuts. Whitehorse becomes really hot. St. John's becomes somewhat cold. Damn, son. What a difference. I mean, what? That is incredible. Just the elevation is so different. I, of course, don't find this acceptable.
Look at the clouds.
Like, you want a nice average. Unless I'm mistaking or something,
Big
but
faint birds on my paddle.
the swings, that's why Canada's so cold. It
This is an
swings so
experience
much.
right now.
What the fuck is this? In Toronto, dude.
Oh, I thought I had a fish.
Oh, it's
too.
yearly.
Well, I got a fish.
Let's do yearly.
And the feel of it, he's a big one. Like, might be the same big guy I caught here the other
Actually,
day.
let's go back to June for a minute.
Just cast
Kind of double check everything.
out after trolling, and I got him.
It doesn't tell me much because cold is what bothers me, and so June for the most time is nice all throughout.
He's a big fish. Darn.
There's nothing
I
to
don't want a big old dirty fish.
not like
This is a
necessarily.
big fish.
Let's do yearly. What does that mean? Means what it means. Okay, so that's north,
Man,
north, north, north. That's all north.
Big old
Again, Winnipeg, Saskatoon, Edmonton, Calgary.
goodness. Dude, this guy.
The whole commotion going on.
These are all cold as fuck.
Crows. This big old pike fight, and he's not even that big. He's just feisty. He's big, but he's
It's a lot of
feisty as
Canada.
The day is long. I'm eating him. He's not too big to eat. Come here, big guy. He's a beast, actually. He's not no joke size.
My yearly's probably around Moncton. Minus
Yeah,
4,
he's a
which is so
hog.
weird.
Oh my god, it's thick. I can't eat this thing. I feel bad.
it's not
It weighs
-4,
so much.
6.
It's a hog. It's a hog. Oh man. I just barely hooked him inside the lip, so he should be fine. But he's a beast, man. I'm letting him go. I can't. It's like literally like a super thick, dense fish. I don't want to just take him and eat part of him.
It's so skewed, like, you would say, oh, well, it's only 2 degrees less in Edmonton. I'll move to Edmonton. You know, compared to, like, Moncton. Which is where I am. But when you start looking at the temperatures, you know, 2 degrees less in the summer. you know, that really blows. I mean, all these temperatures blow. -10, -4, -8. But when you start losing like 3 degrees yearly, I mean, everything's cold. Like in Moncton, when it's not frozen, in Saskatoon, it is. You know what I mean? Or Calgary, it's all frozen. Well, you know, for what it's worth. But then you say, okay, well, what's hotter then? We've got Ottawa, damn cold in these months. Montreal. These are all similar as fuck. The difference is the summer is hotter in Montreal than Ottawa. But actually Halifax has better weather all throughout. It's less cold in the winter. That's very interesting. See how mild the colors are? There's not a big of a swing. Right? 21 is somewhat cold. Like what's the best temperature? Is it 21 something, or is it, you know, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20? Like 18 under the sun, pretty hot. 15 is other, you know, not too good. 10 when you can get 13, you know. But in the winter, you know, -4 instead of -10, that's pretty good. That's honestly the difference between where I live and where I'm from. You get this milder color compared to these harsher colors. And the other place you get better than this, which is very respectable in Halifax, is Toronto. Toronto, very similar numbers to Halifax here, incredibly similar. But we got a hotter summer. We start summer actually much earlier. Look at these numbers. Summer in Toronto starts much earlier. That's almost the same. In other words, if it's thawing out in March in Halifax, it's also thawing in Toronto. But it might not thaw in Moncton, you know, and it does not either. I was there. And look at this winter, right? January average, which means it goes down, but it also goes over. So it doesn't necessarily always freeze, which is good. You do freeze on average, but not all the time. And in Vancouver over here, never freeze. You know, and when it does, you know it's not gonna last. Ever. Right. So Vancouver, dude. Much nicer. Much nicer, like similar numbers when it comes to an earlier summer, but very milder summer. Much milder. But also very much hotter winter. Like much hotter. Look at San Francisco. Oh my god, is it always the same or what? That is nuts. You always get the same weather in San Francisco. Yearly. Portland, Oregon. Again, very mild. Toluca, Mexico. Incredibly cold for a Mexican city. Year long. Impressive. You have to walk around with something on. Something. Seattle, like as nice as Vancouver. Seattle's pretty high. I think it's similar. It's pretty close to Vancouver too. San Jose, dude. These temperatures are pretty mild in the winter. No, summer, sorry, summer. So it's not too hot. Because 26 is way too hot. 80 degrees. My fucking tires are melting, dude. And in the winter, you don't freeze your ass at all. You just need to wear something. San Jose, man. Northern California. Dude, I'm telling you, dude. These Americans, man. They've got the fucking nicest fucking place. We're going to invade. We need to invade America, chat. 1 versus 10. Let's go. Are we gonna figure this one out, chat?
He's obviously a monster in here, and
Mexico, nice year-round. Mexico City, dude.
that's okay. I feel okay about that.
Year-round, pretty.
Man, that was a
Sometimes it's cold. You gotta wear something.
bite and a half. And literally, it just
Very interesting.
tiny little corner of his mouth.
Guadalajara.
Glad you stayed on the line.
I'm good. I get it. I'm good at it.
Remember early in the trip, I was
24.
left and right. Seems like a while ago now. Okay, I'm just gonna keep doing this.
Dude, I'm not going to Palm Spring anytime soon. Oh my god. It's 96.
Anything that goes is fine. I'm enjoying the sun and enjoying being out here. I'm hungry and tired.
Where is that?
It's my last real day
Arizona. Holy shit.
laying down, and I did enough of that.
Okay, back to back. I literally just let that guy go and put the camera away. I hope this is a good size for eating. It is. It sure is. Is that even a... Yeah, it is. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Oh. You son of a gun! You son of a gun!
Got him.
You got my camera a little wet. You got me pretty wet too. All right, this is my eater. This is my dinner for sure. Nobody gets my camera wet. Okay, not too shabby. It's a good eating size. Still not even small by any means.
It's so big though. Yeah, it's like too big. That's why you let go the first one.
But way better eating size than that other one. So we will
You can eat that?
continue paddling around for a little bit. Make our way back because the wind's picking up and the clouds are gathering.
I bought a little piece of fish for like $3, dude.
Continue our little.
That's all I can eat.
Make our way back, prepare this guy, have a decent meal, and relax and wait for the nighttime. Hopefully get
Where is
get a
Lake
good night's sleep.
Havasu?
Nice sunset, calm water style. But either way, this day's already been a blessing, so anything's good. Woo! There's the wind. Oh my gosh! As soon as I said that,
Why is this so hot?
still prefer a calm night. Okay, I got some really nice.
Must be a desert or some
Really
shit.
nice fillets. Probably the nicest ones I've got so far. I got a ton of meat here. Look at that. That's a healthy amount of good-looking meat. Really impressed with those. I did it on the rock across again because there's no sign of anything there, so that means the rest of it didn't go to waste. Something ate it. So I did that again. I'm sapped, like I have zero energy at all. I gotta still cut up firewood. Luckily I got firewood earlier. I just have to cut it up and split some, make some kindling and whatnot.
Pretty hot in these.
I gotta take my time because I don't have any energy at all. I can't really breathe.
These are the Barbados. These are all the
Behind to the camp.
islands.
But I'm really glad I got that fish, man. That's important. So
It's hot there, man. You need to have
It'll be
AC
fine.
on,
I'll even
24/7,
that. I just gotta
365.
take my time. I'm tired. Don't get up at 4 in the morning, Joe.
Australians accepted the idea that Christmas will be hot and summer will be cold. I wonder how they maybe modified that European style, you know? The island of Cairns doesn't have decimals, and neither does Alice Springs.
Should split okay too. It's not too twisted. Yesterday I had some real twisty stuff.
Coldest spot is New Zealand, dude. What? Very similar temperatures to very nice places in Canada. Somewhat, you know.
It's been in a fire before. Or part of the forest was burned that it was in. There's char all over the outside of it. Ow! Outside of it. I guess you can't see that way. See?
What are we looking at? Want to make something with
It's
that?
dry.
Wow, some places in Chile are fucking chilly. I like this coloring. It makes it a little simpler to see. Look at this fucking list of references. Let's find Canada. I found it. But that's Russia. Let's go. Right here. It's actually milder. Most of our places, I think, are milder than Russia.
Firewood, man. Never-ending job.
Even China.
Alright. Got my fish in here, keep them cool.
Although China goes far, it's got a lot of
I'm gonna
terrain
put a small
south.
piece right now, or one of the pieces
Find a
right
lot of
now
big cities south that are really hot.
before supper.
Dude, it's
Some
hot.
good fillets, man.
And
That is a decent fillet.
Hong Kong. Another one? Give me another one. China. Nope.
Shoot. That might make it split.
Hong Kong is the hottest
I messed up.
in China.
Messed up. Anyways, there's
Could be because of the city or how big it is and stuff like that.
crop that up. Pick that up for now. I got chilly again, man. Wind kicked up. I gotta put layers back on.
Moscow? Anywhere?
Alright, she done.
What is this about?
Heck, there. I didn't put any steak spice or any kind of seasoning. I guess that is my seasoning. I didn't put any steak spice on, so I'm just gonna squirt a little.
This is
bit
part of
but
Europe,
be super careful.
and
My
this
hands
is
are
part
full
of
cuts,
Asia.
they're all infected. I'm talking like painful. I can't touch things without
The
my
fuck?
throbbing. So the thought of lemon juice getting on them is just not fun. Like I'm
So,
okay with a little bit of pain, but it's just that's
Asian Russia
this is my
is
appetizer
colder.
before my main course of pike, rice, spice, and veggies.
than most of Canada.
Don't fall off on me.
But not as cold as Canada, right? Because you can't beat this.
Tastes
There's
like
blue
fun.
there.
I've come to know the taste.
Oh, you do,
well.
you do.
Okay, not so bad.
I mean, it's normal.
Eat this guy up and cook up the rest of my food. In between that, I'm going to start the fire again. It's not done, but
Do this.
fuel the fire. Get it ready for
This
the next
is
session of cooking.
Europe, Russia.
My
In Europe, Russia,
3-course birthday dinner.
pretty mild.
First course was good. Second course will be better.
So
I'm
cheap.
gonna cut them up into chunks.
Sochi is fucking alright.
This size, like that. There's water in my pot. I went and got fresh water.
Dude, honestly, if you just want to compare Moscow,
Good.
let's just compare
I'm gonna use the
Moscow
water to make
in terms of
rice
shades
and
of blue.
like I've done in the past. Like I did, like the first time I got the pike, or maybe the second, and I said, I want to do this for dinner on my birthday. This is what I want to have. I'm doing that. But I got lots of pike this time. Like a ton of pike. So it'll be a good dinner, and I'll obviously not be able to eat it all because I'm a little boy. And I was
Just because we've got a lot of diversity in
that worked out
Canada.
pretty good yesterday.
We're gonna take something like, I don't know,
I'm gonna eat this
Edmonton,
little piece Okay.
Which might just be the third
Goes on to
biggest city
boil,
or some
and then I'm
shit.
going to show you the remainder of the food that I have left.
Sixth largest.
To show you how close it came. And without the fish,
Fifth largest.
I don't think it would have been possible. Okay, that's good. Let's show you the food.
We have Calgary anywhere?
Real light.
It's under.
So I've got...
Okay, we'll take both of them.
Oh, and I didn't have my lemon in there. My lemon is right here. This goes with that.
There you go. That's most of Canada.
My lard, which I'm going to use tonight again. My lemon.
That's most of
Vegetables,
colder city Canada.
almost gone. This lemon's almost done. There's a lot
It's so
of
unfair
lard.
to
There's
say it
barely
like that,
anything left
but
of this lemon. Tons of lard left.
I understand
Slice left.
it's really unfair to say it like that. So
2 spoonfuls of granola or oats in the morning.
we're just comparing it to Moscow.
Like 5 pieces of jerky. This is the jerky that saved my life. About
Jerky that saves life.
half a portion of rice. Okay, that's what I brought. So all that's what I brought, and then my wife sent me the graham crackers, chocolate bar, and the marshmallow. I have 2 tiny squares of chocolate bar, one
Take a look at Toronto, Halifax.
of what it should be for s'mores for graham crackers.
Pretty wide area
So
to
cutting
cover.
it close. I could have probably went without the lard, to be honest with you, but I thought I needed it for frying and stuff. And obviously I didn't get enough fat, but this stuff isn't, I don't think it's too good for me to be eating either. But the jerky, man,
We'll leave some of the United States here so you might understand what I'm talking about.
thank you.
10 of you. And 1 of me.
There you all go in. There you all go in. Now I've got my fish done, and I left it in cubes or chunks. So as that stuff's cooking, I'm going to sit here and deep
So Moscow
these Y bones.
is the same color as, you know, but you can just look at numbers
Way
and you'll
more
see
meat when I
Calgary.
don't try to debone the
You know, you'll see
fish
Halifax.
as I'm filleting it. If I just cut the bones right into the
Milwaukee.
fillets and then do this after I finally get much more meat. I'm losing it.
You know,
I'm losing it.
April,
I'm tired and weak and hungry.
because April happens to be a month that
Who's
you
ready?
would either have
Who's not ready?
summer
Who's
than
on its
winter.
way? See?
So Russia,
on its way.
April is actually pretty hot
That's enough lard, right?
compared to others. It's close to these, but not as close, not as good as Toronto,
See, there's a lot of meat there.
Minneapolis.
So, this might be a little eating fest. Not 3 courses, 2 courses.
Closer to
My
Edmonton.
dessert will be my 3rd, I guess. Yeah, I'll have to eat this.
Summer.
This is way too much food for
Hot
me.
summer in Moscow is really nice, by the way.
Looks like so much.
And a little nicer
Little
than
Joe and his shrunken tummy.
22 here. This is hot.
Folks, finished
I
product.
like the color scheme. Red is
A lot of
hot.
food here. A whole lot of food. Big
Halifax.
old chunks of rice too. I mean,
You want to feel like you're in Moscow? Go to Halifax.
my
Oh, and speak Russian.
I'm donezo.
What is that? -5, 5, -5 in Moscow.
Down here and eat.
That's December.
Nice.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Are we
12.
recording? Yes. All right. Happy birthday dinner.
Russia is pretty interesting. Russia is pretty interesting, man.
It seems like it's already calming down.
It'll get as cold as Calgary, you know, in the winter,
Family's having fun.
and as hot and nice as Halifax. Where's Toronto?
Alright,
Toronto's hotter than
time
that.
has come. I am waiting no longer. I have 3 squares of chocolate.
Let's see if we can
Am I in focus?
do a backflip. You're funny.
1 marshmallow.
How does this not work now?
I pre-made my marshmallow stick. You know, I'm not messing around here.
Chat will appear here. Well,
Heavenly. And
I have a channel.
I have
Gigi.
thing that ties her all together. If she's still intact. Is she still intact? Intact. Nice. I've got 2 halves of halves, so a quarter. So if that's gonna go on there perfectly, and then roast some marshmallow, it'll be good. I'm tempted to take one of these pieces of chocolate off and eat it by itself.
I do this.
Because that's still gonna be good. I'm gonna do that. I'm definitely doing that.
Well, I don't know. I'll leave those.
This is real stuff, boys and girls. Okay, so this is going on here. I'm gonna set this on the rock to melt while I roast the marshmallow.
Kind of taking a look at the most blended one and see how popular of a city it is.
I don't like roasting it on
You
the
know,
flame.
I don't know how Toluca is popular in Mexico, but I bet it is. Seattle, very popular. Vancouver, very popular. Halifax is honestly quite popular. How big is it? Number 8 or something? I wouldn't be surprised if it would be like number 8.
Just like that. But bam, son, I'm super stoked on this right now. Can you tell? Can you tell? Okay, we're done. Melty. Good marshmallow. Don't leave the center in. Bam, 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 bam. That's about perfect. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh. Look at that. It's dripping chocolate. My clean hands, too. Oh, I almost forgot.
Halifax 14.
That's really good. That's super good. Much better.
That's the growth rate, by the way, between these two.
Alright.
Brampton, dude. What a fucking growth. Edmonton, what a growth. What are you guys doing there? Calgary too, dude. Insane. They're big Canadian cities.
Best s'more ever. Ever. Not just because of where I am and what day it is and me waiting to cook it, but that was actually a really good s'more. Like, that melted perfectly. Happy birthday.
Coquitlam.
Content.
Pretty booming.
Content. I only ate about half of that food, and that was a while ago now.
Are people coming to Canada, or are we just moving to bigger
eat that.
cities?
I'm gonna eat the rest of that after my paddle tonight. And then, I'm good on the pike for a while.
I don't know, it's hard to say.
Real talk.
Dude, this town in 5 years, dude, grew from this to that. Oh, you know why? They might have merged cities together. Aha, found it. Anyway, I like to do this this winter. Didn't do it last winter. Didn't quite have the interest or the tools or whatever. But now with fucking maps, it's the easiest fucking thing ever. You just over it, tells you how much, how hot it is. Super easy.
For sure.
You think it's nice in Las Vegas right now? You're right. It's 10 degrees. 17 in Los Angeles. Canadians, dude. Canadians, dude. It's 10 degrees Celsius. It's fucking nice.
Yeah.
Celsius are super easy, guys. If you don't know what Celsius 10 degree is, you just have to remember that 0 is freezing. That's when we are freezing. The ground is freezing versus melting. Okay? So, if the ground is like in between freezing and melting, that's like 1 or 2 degrees, And the body's like 20 degrees or some shit, 21. So it's super easy. 17, we're good. 16, we're okay. 15, you need a somewhat of a shirt or a long shirt. Or sleeves, you know. 12, you need sleeves. 10, you need some kind of a coat. Or little coat of some sort. So people have some kind of something on in Las Vegas right now. Mobile. Montgomery, 5 degrees. Memphis, 3 degrees. Americans know winter, man. That's all I have to say. You would think in the middle of the United States, you know, pick Denver. 12 right now. 12's pretty nice. You would think it's hot, and it is. But like the next state over, you got fucking 2. You know, 1. You're wondering what's going on. -2 in Springville. And in Kansas, Wichita, 9. 9 -2. You know? 1. That's quite a difference.
Oh, his branch snapped.
But this has probably something to do with elevation
I
and
want to land
stuff.
on that rock and get the scraps, get that pike. So there must still be some left. I'll go check it out. It's tore to shreds already. That's cool.
Can I have elevation lines?
Sunset's coming. There she goes. Sitting behind the trees right now. What a perfect day, man. It's awesome. This thing just played out absolutely perfect. I'm pleased to have done it. Very, very pleased to have done it. And I'm ready to go home, that's for sure. So is that guy. Yeah, ready to see the wife and kid and get back to editing and planning my next trip and stuff. But this is a good one. Great birthday. Spent my 34th birthday alone on an island in the Canadian wilderness.
Hell yeah, dude. Just the way it needs to be.
Nowhere near where I live. If I drove here, it would take 30 hours. I took 2 planes.
What?
I took a 6-hour car ride.
Whoa.
About a 2-hour truck ride. And then a couple kilometer quad ride.
2 planes.
And then a paddle, however far I paddled in. My first camp was not far from the takeout. Maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 minute paddle.
What a trip.
Where I am now, maybe like another 20-minute pedal from there. But I've explored this whole lake. I've gone on a lot of the islands. I just found a bunch of must have been a birthing island for moose.
So he took some planes.
Hare, like snowshoe hare.
The driving would be 30 hours.
But I assume either they're hiding really well, or they just come to the islands in the winter time and bounce. Not bounce before it melts. It's gonna be a good night. There's gonna be some color.
How do you even do 30 hours? How do I do that?
Oh man.
Some places I can't even go.
What a nice day.
Oh, bro, come on, man.
No bugs at all. The mosquitoes came out today, but who cares? It's perfect, man.
That's right, Toronto. 21 hours. Giving us an idea. It said 30 hours.
Thank you for watching and continue to watch. If you've been watching for a long time, thank you. Even it allows me to do this kind of thing and then put it out as best as I can for you guys to watch. Right? It's a win-win.
Dude, how far can you go?
Good birthday present for everyone watching to subscribe. I would like to get to 1 million subscribers. I'd like to be the first bushcraft channel to get to 1 million subs. I'm like 600 right now, or I was 10 days ago. I don't know what I'm at now. 600,000, sorry.
Maybe he's over here, I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be great if you could do that. I'd appreciate that.
But the only way to do 30 hours is if you kind of live south of Ontario.
Did I say that? And it's my birthday. Did I tell
Or
you
he's
guys?
thinking about like trails and stuff like that. You know, not trails, but like
34. Born in 84. 1984. Out the dough.
what month?
It's a good year. It's a fine vintage.
A day where Corona did not exist.
I'm probably gonna split this thing up into like maybe 3 parts, 4 parts with a gear video tops. So this will be the last. I'll still film this, but this section will be the last episode. We'll call it a mini series. So you guys will already know that. But yeah, I'll take you along with me tomorrow, getting picked up and everything, as long as
Yeah, my guess is he lives somewhere around Toronto. Not only because it's very populated, so that's a probability in itself, but he said he needed to go to Toronto sometime.
Thank
so.
you everybody that made this possible. Harlan, Luke,
Crazy how you want to go that far. But like,
Kevin,
kind of understand it. You know, it's your province, it's your place. You want to get to know all of it, you know what I mean?
Brian.
It's so different. Like,
Everybody else that I'm forgetting. Thank you to all.
even in Quebec, like,
Big time.
you can't really know all of it because not all of it is
All right, guys.
worked in. There's little towns and stuff, but how are you supposed to get to anywhere sometimes? You know? The road ends here. But there's an airport. Can we find the airports? With maps, dude?
I already did thank them in a gear video, but for those who didn't watch it, or again, I'd also like to thank Frost River for the backpack.
Oh, that's interesting.
For the awesome tarp, and Hestra for the gloves. They all came in really handy. I like
Aerodrome is
use them again.
maybe a French word for airport. Fucking, I don't know.
Fire is pretty close to my lens.
But we do say aéroport also, which... Get me out of here.
That wood burns like crazy.
Can I have Ontario airports, please?
You guys, I forgot about the piece of chocolate I broke off. I just saw it sitting next to my chair. Bonus birthday surprise.
He took 2 trips. What I think happened is he landed like here, and then took another trip that landed either here or here.
Yep.
You know, because not all trips going from Toronto are gonna go to here or there. You know, but these ones might. You know, this one here might, because they've got business to do around this area more in these 2 places than in Toronto.
It was a pretty awesome day. Pretty good birthday.
Happy birthday.
Cool way to spend it for sure. I'm whipped. I'm dog tired. It's 11 o'clock. I just wanted to stay up and
What about roads?
see the possibility of another Northern Lights, but I can't really stay up any longer. I'm super
Bro.
tired.
Bruh, please. Be nice.
So I'm gonna finish this.
There are roads here. There's not roads over there. So I'm guessing he came here.
That'll be it. That'll be it for my birthday.
And he said he did a few hours. Not big enough for a few
Celebrate
hours.
with the family when I get home.
Oh, maybe this. It stops. Well, it officially stops, but it probably continues.
10 days.
Well, definitely be a spot.
I'll get out. I'm sure I'll pack up pretty quick and stuff. I'll be anxious. It's time to go now, you know. I'll probably troll. I'll probably troll along the way back. And if I catch anything, I'll just release it. Watch me catch a walleye.
Cool.
Pour myself.
Fuck is this?
Oh, she's still hot. She's still hot. Pour myself one more cup of this tea, and then I'm gonna call it a night. Hear him?
Heavy duty, huh?
I got spruce tips and Labrador tea in there. Alright guys, thanks for spending my birthday with me.
Oh, it opens up.
You have a good night. I'll see you in the morning. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, I'm sure. Hopefully later than 4:30.
How the fuck does it open up?
Oh, 7. 7 would be fantastic. We'll see how that goes.
It opens up the back of it. You can see the back of it here. The difference between the two. It opens up all the way around like that.
5:20 in the morning. Yep. I've been laying here since 4. Can't go back to bed. It's super late already, so.
You've got like knives and all these tools, but it's really not what you want to use this for. Just an axe.
I had a good sleep again.
Like an axe and a saw would be fucking
That's
amazing.
like 4 or 5 for some reason. My face is swollen.
Something.
Spruce bough bed, man. I'm loving it. Really, I thought it was going to be the worst part of it, and I've had restless nights for sure. Get up early, but restless nights, which is a good thing. Restless? No. I mean, restful. I've had nights full of sleep, bro. Just instantly warm. That's such a hot fire. It's about perfect. That's how I stayed warm those windy, cold, rain days. Sitting in front of this fire. If we're going to do something, then coming back, sit in front of the fire. Alright, where's my little bit of oats? Oats! You see that?
Oh, that's a screwdriver. Look at
Hours.
that. The right tool for the job.
Jerky I saved. How many?
Oh, yeah.
4 pieces of jerky. Bam. Those will be all. I'll eat those in the
Does a fine hammer.
takeout for sure. Alright. Please, sir, can I have some more?
Is that a knife?
On that one.
Mainly a blade?
Water. Look at all those. Ugh.
You don't want to
I'm ready
hit that with a
stop eating
fucking
stuff like that now.
hammer.
Go back to being somewhat clean. I'm taking this spoon with me. Look at the difference in it. I keep shaving it down to keep it clean. Look at the top half. That's about how my hands look. I can't do much with my fingers anymore. Like even opening that Ziploc bag to get the oats out, it's like torture. My fingertips, my fingers are all split and cracked and burned and everything. I probably said that 100 times, but it's a serious thing. It's probably the worst injury I've got out here. Just my hands just beat up. And I remember that from when I was out here with Sean too. It's got to be the fish. Like obviously, when you're breaking firewood and stuff too, if you don't have gloves on every single time, this jack pine's super tough. Like when you think you can break a twig, it holds. So then it jabs you in the finger or whatever too. It's just
common occurrence. Fishing line, fishing hooks, fish. And then they get infected, I think, from touching the fish so much. And dirt. But anyways, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm not complaining about my fingers, just talking about what's going on, you know? Okay, look at that. That's gonna fill me up, no doubt. I'll be completely full off this. I don't even need to eat the rest.
Hey, fucking beanie with a light on, dude. Look at this shit. It's a beanie hat.
It's hard to believe it's over.
With a light.
It's kind of surreal.
It might sound like a little thingy, but what I don't like is that this part not as well protected for the front. It's just colder a little bit.
I'll probably start packing up pretty soon here. I might take a couple minutes just to myself and
Are these tools just to eat?
recap on everything that happened and
It's okay, just there's food all over the place. And
appreciate
that's
and
when
give
it
thanks. I'll get back with you guys when I start to pack up.
There's nothing here that impresses me right now. I may be overlooking some stuff, but
It was an awesome setup. Like, went better than I
the
could
fuck
have
is
planned,
this?
for sure. Very impressed with that tarp. There's not a burn hole or a poke hole in it.
Like when I mean I didn't strip off all the pokies of everything, I did on the main pole where it was resting, but you know the wind slapped it against these things about 1 billion times this trip. And you can see this black from the burning, like above the fire. All those pine needles are black.
And absolutely no burn holes in the thing. Super impressed, seriously. Oh, my poor fingers, they're so sensitive.
I would totally go with something like this, foldable saw, before this.
Just put on your gloves, Joe.
But I like, and before the axe. But I like the axe with a saw. But then if you have a small axe to chop, you have a small saw, you know what I mean? And you'd rather have a longer saw,
Prop log was
if you
probably
can.
very important in those windy days.
It is long.
On those windy days.
Let's find a review on, like this one's a long axe with a long saw. If it's too long,
Eat one piece of my jerky.
if it's too long, you get to fucking hit this thing really strong.
Moss carpet.
But when you do that,
All the way, like,
you also might be bothered a little bit by this blade that is inside your
This is why I
grips.
need to build an actual bed. Here's the tarp. I'm sure I could have got it smaller if I really tried. I just don't have it in me right now. It's just gonna go in the canoe. It's fine. I gotta take it off to get on the ATV anyway.
Whereas if it's a smaller saw, well, it's not going to bother you as much
Bottom straps,
because it has less weight to it.
sleeping bag, and then we're all done packing up. I'm not leaving yet. I'm gonna wait till the fire's out completely. It's still a little warm. I just peed on it.
Don't worry, Chad.
And,
Physicist
yeah,
knows
just
what he's
hang out
talking
for a
about.
bit, sit by the
I can't work with something like this. Like, just bad design.
Alrighty, guys. That's my little offering. 2 eagle feathers and a sweet pot hanger.
Nice case for sure.
This has been an awesome spot. Probably never be able to replicate something like this, but just the whole situation, the moss carpet,
What the fuck is this?
the good fire in front, the soft bed, the sun,
Kick-ass
the breeze,
fucking piece of
the
metal.
view, the fish. What more can I say?
Goodbye, sight. You were a good one. There she is, loaded up, gear thrown everywhere. No energy or care to pack it away properly.
Almost lost the boat. It almost drifted away. The very last thing. Okay, guys.
The kind of shit that can happen, dude. You know, the further you go, the more you do. The boat almost fucked off. Jesus Christ. We need like a string on the boat that you throw, and if you see it drift off, you can grab it, or what? Then you can put it back in.
I'm
Maybe.
just gonna paddle around.
You should already have that, right? If you tie up the boat.
Mr. Gull is still there, picking away at the remaining pike. Good to see, good to see. You have a good one, Mr. Gull. Won't be seeing you again.
We have a knife saw. Knife saw.
It's actually pretty windy.
That may not be a bad idea, because you want the knife to carve, but also to cut. You can chop wood with, using another piece of wood, instead of the axe. Because most of the time you're going to have to choose between the axe and the chop knife.
Meandering a roadway, just for old time's sake, instead of paddling directly to the takeout.
It just seems like this idea and this idea are both great ideas.
Part. Even though it's not calm, dead calm, it's way more calm than out there on the open water. You get a small, intimate like river feel off of it. Man,
I'd like to see someone like attempt to review this axe here.
Looks right.
Schrade large axe.
This good.
Review.
Woo! Ric Flair.
Because this is the internet.
Wilderness.
And you get to fucking get whatever the fuck you want.
We made it. We made it. I got all my stuff up on the shore. I got a couple hours to wait here still.
This is the longest one, and I don't think it's gonna be great. Oh, you see how big and large that fucking knife was? That's a knife he's using. Sorry, buddy. Up. What was a knife he was using? Machete. Was it that knife? Yeah, it looks like it.
I gotta eat the rest of my jerky right now. I ate a couple pieces.
Hey everyone, Aaron here. Welcome to another episode of Gideon's Tactical. Today we're going to be doing the field test on the Schrade Skax 2L. This is the larger version of the Skax 2, designed to kind of be more of a companion on your ATV, four-wheeler, 4x4, maybe keep around your cabin, take on a car camping trip, or if you do want to carry a 2-pound axe for heavy-duty, backpacking wood processing. That's kind of what this is designed to be. It's got a fire steel in the handle, nylon sheath, and overall is designed to kind of be that middle, not quite a
not the same,
lumberjack axe, but a little bit bigger and can do some more work for you than just
not the same at all.
Little camping hatchet. So let's go ahead. I'll give you a couple basic specs on the head first, and then we'll get out there and begin to use the Skax 2. Okay, so let me give you a couple basic specs here on this hatchet. What you have is a total blade length or cutting edge of 4 inches, and the length gray coat.
A lot of research when you want to kind of assemble something.
I would say
people will be like, yeah, I'll get an axe. I have an axe. You can buy cheap. You could, but at some point you're gonna have to learn
with under 4
what you want. So anyway, seems to like
slim, but large.
Get a free knife. Oh, now it's called the SCA SCAX 9 locking saw axe. Dude, there's so many. Bruh. This looks so cheap. Fucking bullshit plastic. La. Might just be a look thing. Tactical tomahawk axe for combat. Come on, guys. This axe will never see blood. get real. Gonna see wood. When are you gonna fight with an axe instead of a blade or some other thing? Come on now, or a gun, please.
This is the Schrade SCX-9 locking saw axe. Versatility is at the heart of this 18-inch axe with a tie-nitride coated axe head.
I want a review.
3.27-inch blade, hammer pommel, and 12-inch wood saw. The SCX-9 eagerly takes on a host of outdoor chores. The titanium-coated stainless steel head is shaped from 3CR13 steel, tough enough to absorb high-impact blows. The blade is easily resharpened. Use the pommel on the back.
Almost fucking knocked himself out with that fucking swing.
Tough enough to
look. My balls.
Absorb high-impact blows. Head to dry, filled, crease safe control. Slide your hand up the.
I'll take that footage if that's all we have.
Where a gentle contour offers a comfortable grip. Pop the saw blade safety snap and press the button at the base of the handle to release the integrated wood saw.
Yep. It's locked in. Good.
In the saw blade lets you easily rotate the blade into either of two locking positions.
Right.
The 12-inch blade's sharp teeth chew through wood, making short work of cutting tack.
I'm wondering if it's detached from the axe. Or if you have the axe on the other side, everything's so heavy.
Where a good saw comes in handy. To return
the fuck is this wood?
Task, where a sharp teeth chew through wood, making.
Why would it look like this?
Short work of cutting tasks.
This doesn't look fresh on this side. This side is fresh. Pre-cut, pre-angled. You need to give me a real review, dude, because this looks stupid.
Where a good saw comes in handy. To return the blade back into the handle of the SCX-9, simply hold down the release button as you rotate the saw so that it rests protected in the handle. Snap the retaining strap for added safety. A black nylon belt sheath lets you carry the axe comfortably at your side while protecting the blade from dirt and grime. A versatile axe for camp, farm.
It's like a knife gun.
Or home, crafted from
two good ideas in one are not necessarily gonna
for a lifetime.
Assemble and make a great idea. You know?
Locking saw axe. Find the SCX-9 online or at your local retailer. And don't forget to subscribe to this channel on YouTube.
The other one is the Columbus. That was the one we were looking at.
Hey, what's up everyone? Tim here from Everyday Tactical Vids, and we're looking at a product from Schrade today.
I just don't think it's going to work out. If it's smaller and lighter, it's great for chopping, but it's not as good for cutting. And it depends on the size that you're cutting, or other things also. If you're tilting this 90 degrees, is it going to be too heavy? You know? Is this going to be in your wrist? You know what I mean? There's other issues here.
This is the Schrade SCX-9. So the thing that's unique about this, it's an axe, and it also has in the handle here a saw that can swing out. So we're going to talk about maybe the pluses and the minuses of having something like this.
Got a big channel, probably reviewing a lot of things.
Together. And if you're familiar with some of the other Schrade axes like the SCX-2 and the 2L, I actually really like those, especially as bang for the buck, good amount of money that you're going to spend compared to what you're going to actually get in the value of the item. So I'm hoping this thing will show us that it can function well and you know, be one of those unique things where you're getting the axe and the saw together. Let's zoom in. We'll talk about some of
So I think he's saying he likes the other Schrade axes.
the specs, and then we'll show
bang
you
for the buck.
in use. All right, so here's a close-up of the Schrade SCX9. Some of the details: your blade length for the axe is 3.3 inches. That's 8.30 centimeters. Your blade steel is titanium-coated 3CR13 stainless. Your overall length, 18 inches. The saw length, and we'll show you that in 1 second here, is 12.5 inches. Your handle material is glass-filled fiber, and your sheath material is nylon. Your weight is 2 pounds, 1.3 ounces. One of the first things I wanted to do here is compare the Schrade SCX2 versus the SCX9. So your
This is the E2 SCX2. This is the SCX9. The one we're looking at. One that's folding.
blade length for your SCX9 is 3.3. Your blade length for the SCX2 is 3.8. Now that, as you can see, it's going to be because of the curve in the axe. You're going to get more weight out of the SCX9 versus the SCX2. It does also have a longer handle, and so because of that, you're going to basically get more power, I think, overall out of your SCX9 as compared to the SCX2. The SCX2 is much kind of a compact. You can throw this in a pack, a very small pack easily. You can put it on your hip easily. The SCX9 does give you the versatility.
An axe like this, or like this, really. You have to protect it. It's pretty pointy.
Of the saw.
These two, but less than.
And does have some extra weight, so I think you're going to get more power out of that axe. Here's a quick comparison of the SCX2 versus 9 when it comes to your length, just so you can actually see what that looks like. So you're talking 11.8 inches versus 18 inches for total length. Here's a look at the sheath that comes with the SCX9, and basically you got this hook and loop. You're going to open this up, and you're going to slide the handle down in through this, and then once this gets, basically the head of the axe is here, you're going to fold that over the top, so it'll look like this at the end. On the back there is a loop here, so you could run this,
tech is working.
Through a belt if you wanted to carry this on your belt. For me, just because of the length of this axe, it's just going to be too long for me to comfortably have that hanging off my belt. I like something a little bit smaller if it's going to be in my belt. I'll show you real quick now how to actually put the sheath on the axe. So you're going to open it up, and then slide the handle down in like so. And it is pretty snug, so you want to be careful that you don't get your hand caught on the blade or anything when you're actually putting it on. And this is has a little bit of movement to it in the back, so that allows you to get that back pommel all squared away. Put this over the front, hook and loop closure, and now you're ready to go. Here's a real quick look at it when it's actually on my belt. So I ran that little my belt through that little loop there. And it does have some movement, but in general it's not terrible. Again, for me, I like something maybe down to here, so this is an extra maybe 6 or 8 inches beyond what I would normally want to carry on my belt. But if I didn't have a pack or something else and I had to carry this around, you could certainly put it on your belt quite easily. The other main thing that's going to make this axe unique is obviously that you have the saw blade inside the handle here. What you're going to do is unsnap this snap. And I do want to let you know that this has never come undone unintentionally, so that's nice and secure. Then you've got this button down here at the end. You're going to depress that, and as you do that, you swing out your saw blade. If, as you're bringing out the saw blade, you let go...
Can't wait to see him like cut with a big fucking...
So that's locked in, so you need to depress it and then swing it the entire way out.
Fucking axe
and now there's your saw blade. Let's do some actual chopping. This is some dead wood, and it is pretty small, but we'll see how the axe works.
The axe part is going to be fine. Or like very good. The axe part is very good.
Got another one.
The saw is like.
That was easy enough.
The whole thing. The whole thing. Bro, you can just do that with your foot. The whole thing.
But definitely no problem for the SCX9.
There we go. I have no clue what I'm doing, Ted. Okay. A weird angle to hit things.
One of the things I like about the Schrade SCX2 is that it's small enough and compact enough, and the blade isn't ginormous, so it's not too much to ask of it to actually do some chopping, but also to do some finer work here. And I think because of the size of this blade, that shouldn't be an issue as well for the SCX9. But let's just show you real quick. We want to get some shavings off this dead piece of wood. How easy is it to do?
Easy enough. You could do that with a fucking knife. But
Here's what
it's
that looks
working
like.
for you.
So no
Also.
problem using the SCX9 to get some of those finer shavings if you want to get a fire started. All right, let's do some cutting with this saw now.
Is he two-handed? I think he's two-handed. Dude, show me the scene, man. Trying to get sponsored or something?
I'm going to show you a couple more cuts now using a smaller piece of wood.
So every time it picks up like that, it's not because of the wood, it's not because of the weight of the wood. It's because of how he turns his hand, adding friction, getting stuck. And part of that is going to be inertia from the axe's head, you know, floating around.
Let's wrap up here talking about the Schrade SCX9. First thing I'll tell you
This is like
I did a bunch more cutting off camera.
a pendulum effect or whatever.
See, you know, 20 minutes of me hacking at different things.
You can do this, but it's going to start waving. I can't remember.
I do like the axe. I do like the shape of the blade. I do like that kind of that flattened edge as opposed to that curved edge that you have on the SCX2. The weight of the axe is nice. I'll show you down here.
It's hard to
At the
stop.
bottom of the handle, there's a little bit of a divot that comes out. Scoop basically, so you can lock your hands in nice and tight. Very, just gives you good solid control of the axe. So that has been a plus. It's not a.
What's the fucking word I'm looking for? Because it's a mix of inertia and what's reverberating? Oscillating. Oscillating? Words, dude. Pendulum oscillates. Resonance? Oh, I think that's what it is. Resonance, dude. Resonance Inc. Resonance. It's resonating. Now chat is fucking lost as all hell. But if you got something you're doing this with, it's a little natural for it to start kind of creating circles. So it's literally having a left to right motion. And that's a form of resonance. And it of course has to do with its weight, and so it's hard to stop when it starts doing this because of its weight. It's inertia. Oh, I don't know, dude. In 2D planes, no. Circular motion, tumbling.
When a rigid, we tend and are the angular velocity. The angular velocity can easily.
Chat, dude. Like shit, we rocket to the fucking Mars. We just took a rocket to Mars.
A textured pommel on the back, but there is a pommel, so that's good. And as far as the the overmold here, this style, Fiskars does that, Gerber does that, a bunch of other companies do that. Some people love it, some people hate it. That's a preference thing. I mean, if I was in this, if you're a longer one like this, I had to back that, you know, just the skin of my fingers is
Yeah,
kind of
talk to me
slipping
about it.
in
What do you
there.
think?
And so that's a little bit uncomfortable. Again, not terrible, but something that maybe in version 2.0, they want to think about how to address that if they can. And also for you, as the user, if you're using this long term, maybe all day long on a camping or doing something in the outdoors, you may want to have a pair of gloves on while you're using the axe portion of the SCX9. For starters, let me say I had to back up because the blade length is so long for the saw. I had to back up to get the whole thing in view. The blade length overall could be a plus or a minus. I do have a very slight bend in the blade now from using it, and that's because if you're cutting something that's not really thick and it's not supporting the blade the entire way. So say you're cutting something this wide, it's going to support the blade because it's in between those two pieces of wood. If you're cutting something that's really small or thin, it is going to flex a bit more. So that's just something to keep in mind. Again, maybe in version 2.0 they'll offer you different blade options, so a shorter one and then a longer one like this. As far as cutting, it worked fine. I will tell you that when it came to how I was going to hold it, let me just snap the snap down here. I did have the sheath on, and so I was holding it like this and kind of like this, and I was doing, you know, I was cutting like this. It wasn't the most comfortable. I found it to be the most effective, but this is not all smoothed out. Even when you have the nylon sheath on this, it's comfortable. It's not great though. I was also holding it like this up here, you know, and doing cuts with just one hand, cutting like so, and that was decently comfortable. I did find for the larger pieces of wood it was easier to use, and for the smaller pieces I probably would have just used the axe or even my knife, just kind of, you know, beaver chew through it and then break it off.
Use something else.
The fact that you have a saw and an axe in one item, I think that's pretty cool. So let's talk about who the SCX9 is for or where it would be used. For me, if I think about using this at home, if I'm out in the backyard, you know,
maybe nobody, maybe,
trimming up some harder to
but a lot of people have interest in it.
this video, and
Trimming in the yard, I think he said. Oh, it's not gonna cut it. You know, because the idea was these 2-in-1s that you're saving space. You know, you can have an axe, you can have a saw, you can have a knife. You know, you're saving space. So what can you put together and what can you not? Okay. I'll keep it in mind, but I just don't think you'll find a balance. I just don't think you'll find a balance. Well, look at this one. You know, because he said there's a bent in it. He had it in two-handed too. He said there's a bent in it, dude. This is the Chemulus Cam Trax hatchet saw. Let's look for more axe saw. See if there's others. Is this our fucking...
What's up guys, how y'all doing? For today's video we're going to put to the test Zippo axe. I bet you never even heard of handling. Here, boom. In here, so that
there you go.
You can
I just thought of that in my head.
This hole and close it.
Okay, fuck it.
And close it.
If only it had like another part here.
And your saw have been.
This is the one we saw. It's not gonna
simple.
work.
Okay, I'm going to
show me how it sucks.
First, let's see how well it's going to cut.
Perfect. The worst tree you could think of.
Wait, that's for sure.
You're gonna keep rotating it, no choice.
Dry wood is a lot harder to cut.
There you go.
Wow,
doing pretty well though, I gotta say.
Nice. This is quickly.
You had to separate it. Interesting.
Right here.
You don't always get to separate your wood like that. To let the whole apparatus inside. We can see here how it's gonna hit again, just like my drawing. I'm a genius, man. What can I say? So this whole thing is falling down by itself.
Simple and easy and fast.
Yes.
And I'm cutting this one for firewood, so I'm gonna start over here. like butter, and I'm almost
Like butter, he said.
to cut. As you can see, it
Sounds
cuts
plasticky
really,
as
really
fuck.
fast.
Maybe just the thing on top.
There you go. So you know what? This so it all apart. Take this. Made for smaller, like this. With nice handle it. Cut yourself bake.
It's a little long to do the chopping with. Look.
Put cover back. I was gonna do it on a tree, but there's wasps attack me. Then maybe I should.
Which is all I need a hatchet. You know, I think most of us need a hatchet.
First,
Hacksaw combo. To split wood like a pro. God. Holy Christ. Why I stopped using silky saws. What do you mean?
Welcome back, friends. Today we're going to do a real world, real forest comparison between the biggest silky folding saw, the big boy, and the smallest, the pocket boy. I'll tell you what, as an amateur forester and tool aficionado, I have come to love silky saws. I just absolutely adore them. The quality, the value that you get, and just the incredible cutting potential of these things. Now, if you haven't used a silky saw, well, you're in for a treat. They're head and shoulders above all the other ones that you have at your Ace and your hardware store. Even the Coronas and all of that. I mean, they all look very similar, but the devil's in the details, and the guys at Silky get these things right. Now, what I have here are two extremely different saws. Now, what's the application for these? You know, what am I using them for? Well, we have a large piece of property. Forestry is a big portion of it, and what I have found is that these saws are so good that you don't, I just rarely use a chainsaw in limbing type of operations, you know, limbing, forest clearing, that sort of thing, wildland prevention. They're so good, and the experience is so much better with the saw, especially when it's hot. We don't have the face shield, we don't have the hard hat, we don't have the chaps, the safety equipment, the hearing protection, the gas, the oil, the bar, the expense, the noise, on and on and on. Sometimes a handsaw is the better way to go. Now, my first Silky that I bought was this one, of the folding saws, and this is the big boy. And I thought, oh man, the bigger the better, right? Of course, a bigger saw is going to cut better, but I have not found that to be very good. I don't think that these big Silkies like this, I think that they're kind of, they don't. I don't like them. How about that? I don't like them. I think that they're too big for the very reason is when you're cutting and working, you need to have two hands, right? And this, the ergos on this, and the way it's designed and how big it is, you cannot, unless you're Superman or the Incredible Hulk, you can't put a lot of tip pressure on the saw with the hand. It's not very comfortable to hold. It's definitely made for two hands. Well, I don't typically want to cut two hands. Usually I need to hold a branch to have one hand to keep it from pinching, and the other hand I want to cut with. I find myself getting very tired with this saw. You know, when you have something in your mind, you think this Silky Big Boy, the 2000, you know, I'm a big boy and I need a big boy saw. This is going to be the best. But what I keep finding is I start off with it and I end up not using it, and no one wants to use it because it's just too darn big. Too darn big and too difficult to cut with. You can't get the pressure on it. Now, if you're the guy that's out there going to be cutting with two hands all the time, well, maybe that's for you. Go for it. But what we're going to try today is I just ordered this up. This is the smallest one. This is the Pocket Boy. And we'll see if indeed this may be a better cutter for the particular application we're talking about right there. And then we'll wrap it up. The folding saws are very nice because, well, the very reason that they fold. You can poke them in a back pocket. These are sharp. You can't put those in a pocket. You can't work with them without a sheath. They're kind of dangerous. And a lot of applications are not great. This one here, what my plan is for it, when it's not being used in forestry, is I'll carry this in my dirt bike bag to cut any branches or things out of the way. And nice to have a folding saw. You do not want a big open saw bouncing around in your backpack. So be careful when you're buying these saws also. They come in 3 different teeth configurations. I made the mistake the first time I ordered one.
I'm gonna let things heat up a little bit.
And I bought one
Take a 5.
fine teeth.
I want to see this guy cut with this huge ass thing. It's gonna bend. What the fuck? Cooking some fish. Goal to defeat. Honestly, if I don't eat salmon the same day I buy it, I just don't eat it. Good thing it's only like $3 for a little piece.
And the teeth were super fine. They were like grafting, you know, landscape type.
I think it's 145.
Mr. Miyagi type of saw. Not good.
Salmon 145.
A fast cutting and for rough cutting.
And beef is 165.
So I sent that one back and I got not even the meaty one, but the super aggressive
145
one
medium.
that has the big gnarly teeth.
145.
Different than the big one, or the big boy either. It has the big gnarly teeth as well. One feature that I've never really understood on this is that it's got two positions. You can kind of hyper extend the blade there. You know, to be honest with you, I haven't really found it that useful. It's actually counterintuitive. I like to have a saw that's got even more curve than this, especially a radius like this, because when you're cutting overhead, it helps to get the top of the branch cut. This design, the shape here is not super good.
Overhead like that.
Long reaching and cutting overhead. So enough talk. Let's take this over to a branch and see one-handed if the big boy or the pocket boy can keep up with the big boy. So let's see what's what here. So we've got a ponderosa pine here. This is very typical of the size of stuff that we'll be cutting. We'll start with the big boy, the one-handed cut, because a lot of this stuff has twist and it's got some, you know, memory in it, and it'll want to twist up and it'll bind, and you need to kind of control it here with a hand. So it's hard to be scientific with this, but what I'll do is I'll just cut my normal pressure the best I can. We'll put a timer up there.
Oh, is it?
And we'll see. But let's, I'll kind of count this.
I'll look at this after.
How long does it take to get through this and what's the experience with the big boy? Okay, so I'm counting 18 strokes, and what I have always noticed with this saw is it makes my forearms, it kills my forearms because I'm pushing so hard against this and I don't have any assistance from the ergos or from the handle, and it tires me out. I don't like the saw, I never have liked it. Now if we take the same thing here with the press boy,
like that.
It's definitely choked up. We're going to be closer to the blade.
That's
the
these
ergos
muscles
on it are a little bit better, still not great. But let's see, 18 was the count. Let's see what we got here.
Can't hold it.
$16. Okay, so what was the experience? It actually cut in fewer strokes, and I don't feel so pumped out. My arm doesn't feel near as tired as this. So, is there is there any reason to go with the big saw? Being this is the first time I've used this, I'm just kind of thinking out loud, but the other thing is I can put two hands on here pretty comfortably. I can wrap around here, so if I do want to get more pressure, so if I wanted to put two hands on.
So here the actual weight of his arms are helping when he's higher. Not the same as he's lower.
$11 strokes. Now with the big boy, of course I could put two hands on it. I'll go as hard as I can.
Use this fucking saw.
Okay, it still takes a stroke more. I don't think that there is any place for this saw in the type of work that I do. It's too big to carry in a pack. It's
maybe it took more because it's harder to maneuver. So it couldn't do as good of a job.
With one hand effectively, it is, I just think it's kind of ridiculous. I just don't see, I have never seen the need for it or the purpose for it. Plus it's twice the money. I'm surprised that this little one cuts as good as it does. Pretty amazing. So I guess the question I'd have to ask myself is, let's say you're going to go out and you're going to work in the forest for a couple hours. You can take one saw with you. Which one are you going to take? You're going to take the Pocket Boy, or are you going to take the Silky Big Boy? Well, I'm not going to take either one of these. The saw I'm going to take into the forest is not even a Silky, it's the Ichiban. The Ichiban is hands down the very best saw I've ever used. Yes, I understand Silky makes some saws like this, very similar. I would imagine the experience is going to be very similar, but they're expensive. This is not expensive, and as far as I can tell, quality-wise, it's just as good, if not better, and performance-wise, it's better. It's better than these folding saws for several different reasons. Okay, first off, let's talk about cost. This saw right here, the Big Boy, is going to run you, I think, now the prices are going to change, but I think that when I purchased this, it was about $55. $55, and what do you get? Well, you get a saw that's going to fold. That's the difference, right? That's very convenient to have a saw that will fold. This saw, of course, is not going to fold. But you need a sheath. What I have found, it's so big that it doesn't fit into a back pocket, and when you're working, it falls out of the pocket and you end up going back and looking for it. You know, good thing that it's yellow. So what you have to do is you end up having to buy the Big Boy sheath, right? The Big Boy sheath. Now you're at $55. How much is the sheath? Believe it or not, it's $24, which is very expensive for a plastic sheath. Is it a good sheath? It's okay. It's not bad. It has minimal retention one way. What would be nice is if it had retention both ways. You know, I don't know, because you never know which way you're going to put it in. It does have a quick release on it, which is very much appreciated if you need to get in and out of equipment. You can leave this on your tin pants, and then when you go to work, you can just snap that on there. I do like that. So the sheath is fine, but what we at, 55, 65, 75? We're at $80 right here for the Big Boy and the sheath. Well, right here, the Ichiban, the Samurai, this one, how about $35, and you get the sheath, and you get an excellent sheath. You get a sheath that has not only the quick release buckle like we like, but it articulates. And this may not seem like a big deal, but when you're moving around and you're bending over, having that little bit of movement with the saw and the sheath helps you to get a hold of the handle, and it's really wonderful. It's really appreciated. So $35, you get the sheath and the saw. The ergonomics on this thing are absolute perfection. And I know that because I have spent so many hours using it and I never get fatigued. When we do forestry work, this is the saw that is fought over. This is the saw that everyone wants because it has that wonderful curve to it. Now when we're, like in the previous video, we're talking about, you know, the importance of limbing things up. We're limbing up our trees, our stand as high as we can. What you find is as you're reaching up, because it's got this curve, you get a cut on the top. It cuts the branch more on the top, and it's easier to reach, and it comes down and it breaks cleaner, where the straight ones, they tend to pinch more often. So the ergonomics on this, and the shape, and the weight, and the balance, and the size of it, it's just everything that's just right. It's just perfect. The handle, the compound on the rubber, the way it feels, you never get any blisters on it. It fits my hand.
Oh, just a little piece of fish, hopefully. There's no fucking bones in it.
Guard right there, which is nice when you're trying, that you don't come back and rake your knuckles on it.
Let it cool off, I think.
It's really incredible the amount of thought and attention to detail that went into this saw. I can't help but think, whoever it was that built this, that came up with this design, they must have been a tree person. They must have been familiar with saws, used saws, because what they've come up with is absolute perfection. And for $35 with the sheath, it's just unbelievable. It's hard to,
yeah, I like this a lot better because you get to hold it down as you cut. rather than have to try to do the same but this way. It's harder to do this, pull down like that, than it is like this, or even like this, which is my point. Using a normal saw.
I haven't seen anything out there. Now, every time I do one of these saw videos, someone comes out and says, well, the best saw out there is the great big silky, they call it the katana boy. You know, it looks like it's like a samurai sword. It's huge, it's ridiculous. I don't know what the purpose would be, you know. I mean, I guess to quote Captain Mannering, I think we're delving into the world of fantasy. We're talking about katana boy style saws. You know, saws need to be used with one hand because sawing is a two-hand procedure. You have to have a hand that's sawing. You have to have something that is controlling or holding or working with the hand, you know, taking care of.
Oh, please don't have bones, dude. This is gonna suck.
So sawing to me is not a two-handed sport. It's a one-handed sport, and this is this is the one. Sorry, Silky, but that's my experience. So how about this little guy? This was the first time that I've used it. I've spent an hour or so on it today. This is a great little saw right here too. So what's the price on this one? Well, it costs even more than the Samurai. Right there. I mean, this is $36 last time I checked. This one here, I think I paid $40 for it on Amazon with shipping. That's $40, but you get a folding saw. And when you start looking at the form factor, well, it just blows it away if we're in a condition where we need to be packing stuff. Hunting, bushcrafting, survival, again, dirt biking. You know, I can't handle this. I can't take that. It's too big. Now, if I was going on a ride and I knew that we were going to be the first through after winter blowdown, we were going to have a lot of trees to contend with, I would take this saw and I would strap it to my chest protector, or I'd fasten it to the radiator guard or something to the bike where I could just pull it out and cut and not have to fool with the folding. But if I was going to have something just in case I needed to clear the trail, or a small one that was not necessarily going to be in my hand to be used all day, then this is a good way to go.
The spice I used are really bland.
This is perfect for a survival saw.
They don't smell bland, but when they cook, pretty bland.
It's really wonderful.
A little spicy.
The big boy, on the other hand, I'm sorry, I just don't think it's a good design. And just because it's bigger doesn't mean it's better. We saw right there, and I didn't cheat, and I didn't try to make one win to the other. This little guy cut in fewer strokes than the big one did with less effort. But neither one of them can compare to this. So this is a tool that's essential. If you're a homesteader, if you're an outdoor person, if you like to work in the yard, I just don't think that you're going to spend $35 better than this. I get the question all the time, hey, we've got 5 acres, we want to do some clearing, we want to do, we're in the urban interface, we want to, we don't want to worry about fire. Which chainsaw should I get? Like, well, I don't think you should get a chainsaw at all. I mean, are you heating with wood? Are you doing that type of work? Well, no. We'll get this one right here and get 2 of them. You could get 2 for what, $70? One for you, one for your wife, or 3. If you got family, get one for all of you. You can wreak havoc on trees and brush and forest. A family armed with these guys, they're really, really wonderful.
Great tool, definitely. A step ahead of those before the chainsaw, without the axe. But doesn't have the folding factor, compactness, which it makes it much more of a regular tool.
Also, I should probably mention this. So the Pocket Boy did come with this, and a lot of guys were saying, "Oh, it comes with a scabbard." Well, this is not a scabbard. This is a display case for a retailer with a hook on it. Could it be used? I guess. If I was going to use this, I'd probably pop rivet a piece of leather on there, maybe a little.
I don't think there's ever a point to sleeving the tools unless you want to keep them for long or even resell them.
Strap or canvas, and you could thread that onto a belt. Maybe just drill 2 holes and zip tie that little guy, bend it out a little bit, and thread your belt through there. It might be kind of handy, but it's so small that you can keep it in a pocket. The other thing I was thinking, I'm really conscious on weight on my dirt bike pack. I was worried, with all the jostling, this is kind of sharp, and that could cut a pack. But but you know, that might be, maybe wouldn't be a bad idea to store it in there, but I can't justify the weight. I can't take all that extra weight. It all adds up. But that's my kind of my take on saws. Get yourself an Ichiban. I'll put a link in my Amazon store. This is not a paid endorsement. This is not. I'm not affiliated with any of these companies. These were all purchased with my own money. This is my experience that I'm sharing with you guys. So don't forget to click your thumbs up. Appreciate.
We're not going anywhere.
The views and the support, and we'll see you guys on the next video.
So are we forgetting the saw? Well, see, Cabela is saying, I'll remove it from the axe. So it's the same idea, except you can actually remove it, which I think will make it easier to use. But it's really straight. It's a straight knife. I just find it really hard to work on unless what you're working on is really low. You know, if it's higher, you're gonna have this angle, but I don't know why you would work that high. It just seems more unsafe and, you know, etc. Just bothering. You want your wood to be at a level that you can work on it. You know, he's the first guy that I ever see that's cutting so high. So again, my idea is the wood mainly 90% of the time, 95 is going to be at waist level or ground level. You know. I'm not quite sure this would work. Unless you need an axe. And I don't think I need one unless I can chop with it. Chopping axe. Where's my chop axe? Cumulus Camtrax. Look at this. Oh god. You guys are fucking equipped. Not a lot coming up for saw axe. Let's write Camillus Camtrax review.
Hey, what's happening, YouTube? This is the We All Juggle Knives channel. Welcome to my review of this item. This is the Camillus Camtrax axe. But it's really a hatchet, and it's got a hammer surface opposite the blade. It also has a 7-inch folding saw in the handle.
Hammer seems really thin.
So you see it's a synthetic handle, and then they have the hatchet head.
That's too small for a hammer.
In there, kind of like a Fiskars.
Well, it's gonna
hatchet. Right there is the saw.
You're not precise with
it. I will definitely be demonstrating the saw in this video. So the price on this, the lowest I found it for was $40, including shipping.
So the nice thing is you're really gonna hold the blade firmly in place. There's a lot of room in the sleeve.
All right, that's on Amazon. I will include a link. All right, so the hatchet head is stainless steel. I'm not sure what steel the saw is made out of. They do not say. And it has a titanium-based bonded coating on both of those. And they don't say which stainless steel the hatchet head is made out of. Here is the sheath. It's probably one of those 3CR something type steels. All right, so you saw the belt clip, and it has a retaining strap with snaps on both sides. Yeah, so ambidextrous retaining strap there. That's how you get it off. You know, be careful not to slice yourself, as you remove the sheath, but it snaps in, and
how would you do
holds
that?
It in, like even without that retaining strap, it holds it in. So it's a pretty nice molded belt sheath. All right, here is the saw. It has kind of like a lockback mechanism. You push that down, and then there's a nail nick.
Good.
And you know, I have no glove because it's very hard to get that nail nick with a glove. So, but there it is. It locks into place. That is locked. It's a 7-inch saw blade, and it's not the best saw. You know, when a saw folds out from the handle like that, I consider that like a backup rather than a primary folding saw. Alright, doing things with a hatchet. Most of the rest of the video is going to consist of demonstration of this item, chopping up some yard debris. So now, this thing could really benefit from
added weight
regrinding. You know, when you get this, if you get this, you definitely want to customize the edge.
Dude, the kind of work you're putting in right now.
I mean, I'm not going. All right, that branch was pretty brittle, so it killed that branch. But some of the other branches.
Anyway, I don't think he's working too well, but
2 hits when it should have taken one.
Gonna get tired faster.
Given this thing like a better edge and grind.
He ends up with pieces that long and that
you know, if you're gonna buy a cheaper hatchet,
is demonstrating the axe
you
power.
Already know that yes, you you want to customize that edge a bit. Now this
is really low. This is not.
I want you to know like what you're going to get.
Might as well take the fucking saw out.
Keep in mind you might have to regrind it. All right, so that spike will symbolize a tent stake.
Break it with your knee.
Yeah, so it has a little hammer surface on the back with some texture to so it won't tend to.
Test number 2.
But it is kind of a thin, or should I say narrow, hammer surface, but it does do the job. Yes, hammer time. Remember that? Remember? You're too young. All right, so there. You know, there it is doing the hammer thing. I find the hammer backs useful. I mean, I like that better than the back spikes.
Y'all sounds younger than me, and I don't remember
I've shredded so many, like, pants and, like, side
I'm too young.
jacket with back spikes over the years. All right, so that was the hammer. All right, here is the human woodpecker again. Some sped up footage. Carving a spear, actually.
Take your time.
Not a spike this time. It's an actual spear, just because I was able to find a semi-long branch to be the shaft of the spear. Right, so what I do
At least
is
it's
carve
light,
a basic shape with a hatchet, and then I go ahead and just finish it with a small knife, just because it just makes sense.
Yeah, so the question is, why did it take, like, how many fucking hits was that? 50 hits?
Now, you also want to fire harden this, right? But I didn't because I had
I wish I could have had
review in one freaking day and it gets dark early. But yeah, ideally you would fire harden your spear. Here I am hunting. Yeah. Wouldn't you be shocked if I just like speared a freaking gazelle right there? Yeah, well I can't. There's no gazelles, but just imagine those pieces of wood were like the rib cage of something. Yeah. That was mostly for comic relief, by the way. All right, here is sawing things with the saw. Now, like I said, when you got a saw like this that's like stuck in the handle, it's more of a backup. Because there's some really good saws. Like if you want to carry a dedicated folding saw,
let's review that again.
Some stunning things. Imagine those pieces of wood were like the rib cage of something. Yeah. That was mostly for comic relief, by the way. All right, here is sawing things with the saw. Now, like I said, when you got a saw like this that's
at an angle like that, it's bending, you know, but
it's more of a backup. Because there's some really good saws. Like if you want to carry a dedicated folding saw, there are some much better saws.
Why would you saw like that?
You know what those are.
Am I mistaking something? Why would you saw like that?
So this is like in a pinch when you don't want to carry a separate saw. You think you might not need one, but then you need one. So as a backup, as something in a pinch, it's fine. Now, when I saw through something, when I get like 90% through...
What is going on, man?
Break off the rest.
Right? Why would people saw like that?
That's my philosophy on sawing, but this is the most exciting part of the video, I swear. I swear. And again, this is when your wife walks in. Are you watching some guy saw things in his backyard? And of course, you deny it. You deny it. You don't need more tools and hatchets and saws. Yes, you do. Hey, Christmas is coming up. You need this stuff. Come on. But yeah,
you need this stuff.
And it's all right. I mean, as I said, there's better saws, but those saws are not folded into the handle of your hatchet, you know what I mean? Actually, it's handiwork.
Fucking put it on something, goddammit.
It strikes me that this thing is pretty much
put it down.
It's good for yard work because it can chop up branches, and it'll chop a lot better when you reprofile it, but it can chop up branches, and if you encounter a branch that
never saw anyone saw like this before. What the fuck is going on?
Saw fits in. Like, that saw is only there because, you know, sometimes you have to chop something that's too big in diameter for a little.
Don't tell me he's never gonna just put it the fuck down and saw it.
Those are all the pieces. I sawed in half, and if you look at like the ends of the pieces, you can get a.
That was like the most challenging angle ever. Maybe that was his goal. Just what's the most challenging angle that you can saw something at, and does it work?
Saw can saw through. All right, so as a backup saw, it's all right. All right, splitting, making kindling. Yeah, see, this isn't the best for that because that happens like because of the way that they put the hatchet head in there, which is kind of like the kind of like on my Fiskars hatchet too, right? It
but
has
it's
that material
made to split,
handle that's like sticking out there. So if you don't split the wood absolutely cleanly, it'll get hung up, like if there's a knot. Now, I was able to make all those pieces. As you see, they have a triangular cross-section because I kind of just chipped them off like the sides of a large piece of firewood. So you can make some little kindling sticks, but it's really not the best for this. It's not good for splitting because if there's any knots whatsoever, it'll get hung up. All right, another thing about this saw. According to the instructions, there's 2 ways to hold the saw. You know, you can hold one hand or two hand on the handle itself with those handle grooves. But if you're sawing something that's like thicker, they recommend you hold back there like with the head as like a handle of the saw. Now make sure you have that sheath on the head because you don't want to slice yourself, obviously, but yeah, that's how they say to use the saw. All right, final thoughts. Well, first let's talk about Camillus in general. They are a company that's had some problems. You know, I think they almost went bankrupt. They got purchased. Currently, I believe they're owned by the Acme Corporation. At least that's what it said on the packaging of this. Some of their stuff is now, again, being made in the USA. Some of their knives are. Right now, the hatchet is made in China, okay? But some of their other stuff is made in the USA. I've already reviewed this, the Camillus Bushcrafter, and they have the Trekkus multi-tool in the background.
Oh, what the fuck
I've reviewed
is this?
that too. I will include links to those 2 items and links to the reviews of those items. So they do make some good stuff. What are my final thoughts on this hatchet? All right, well, as I said, you want to sharpen it and maybe regrind it to make it perform to its peak. It is very light. I feel its best use is for yard work because what it's good at is chopping up branches and any.
Exactly, it goes to show that, you know, bushcraft should be sufficient.
As I
unless
said,
you want to
I
cut
feel the
trees.
saw is a backup. It's not as.
He doesn't like it.
So let's go ahead and get into the review. I am not going to use this myself because in my testing I found that it did not work. And I'll show you why. Now, I don't know if that was just this hatchet or if it came out of the factory that way.
I'll listen.
You know, in bulk, but I'll show you why it doesn't work. But I'm not going to actually chop with it because I really don't feel like trying to tear my hair out tonight. So let's go ahead and get on to the review. The first thing is it has this nice sheath.
At least he's gonna fucking say it.
It is a very nice one, actually. I'm kind of surprised.
I don't like how it fucking gets on the thing, though.
So you can
It didn't need to be like that.
which direction you're going.
At all.
Unsnaps there. And it unsnaps there. So it doesn't matter which way you're trying to open it, the button unsnaps. Sheath is very, very nice and tight. It does wiggle just a little bit, but not a lot, and it has a good retention to it. So let me
Let's
go
see how someone can actually hurt themselves doing that.
It does wiggle just a little bit, but not a lot, and it has a good retention to it.
It's kind of
So let
hard
me go
to
ahead and
hurt yourself
because I
there.
actually consider this pretty good for a hatchet. Now this is the hatchet itself. As you
It takes a lot of force to do something that shouldn't be taking force
can see, it is bolted in here.
to do.
Right. It does have a little exposed pommel, a really big finger choil so that you can choke up on it really nice and high. I like the overall design of it. What I find prevents it from working, and I'm going to see if I can show you guys the edge. If you look at the edge, you can see how it's ground on one side only, and that's this one right here. This side right here has no grind to it.
What?
And because of that, this thing will not chop anything. I tried to chop green wood with this the other day, and it did not cut it. It was terrible. Ugh.
Oh, that's fucking straight.
Honestly, I would try to chop with a Mora before I try to chop with this thing again.
Give it to me straight.
Oh. So, axe head wise, the grind on it makes it practically unusable. I'm sure that you could sit down and regrind it yourself if you were willing to take the time to do that. But this thing does cost $30, and I kind of figured, you know, if it's going to cost $30, you should probably get one that's been sharpened properly. My view on the matter. One of the other issues that this thing has is that it is balanced completely improperly. The backside here is very, very heavy compared to the front. And it tends to, the balance on a hatchet should be up here at the head. It shouldn't be down here in the base. And that is a major design flaw in my opinion. That means that swinging this isn't even going to be as effective as something like a BK9 where most of the weight is towards the front. So a BK9 is probably still going to be a better chopper than this, even if the grind was right, just because the weight is back here in the handle. This area right here is really, really heavy. So let me go ahead and show you what else it comes with. And I think the design is really quite good. The locking mechanism is very good, but the saw itself needed to be a bit different. So let me go ahead and open it up. The saw has a push button lock right here, locks closed and locks open. Okay. Very nice, very secure, no wobble at all in the saw blade. Very nice. The saw blade itself is kind of flexible. Not nearly as flexible as, say, a Silky, but, you know, it's a combination saw. You can't really expect too much out of it.
I think this was $1. Blackberry, raspberry flavor. 0 calorie, but mainly 0 sugar. 1 carb, I don't know what for. Ingredients are carbonated water, malic acid, natural flavor, which is everywhere. In here, concentrated blackberry juice, potassium benzoate, sucralose. Sucralose? Is there a lot? 110 milligrams? Well, that blows. I don't want fucking aspartame in my drinks. We're gonna have to move on to something else.
Out of that. My problem with the saw blade is if you look at how fine those teeth are, it works quite well.
It's way too sugary.
Saw, but it takes so many more strokes to actually get through whatever it is you're trying to saw because of how fine the teeth are. This saw would have been fantastic if they had put large teeth on it. Absolutely fantastic. Overall, I think the major problems with this thing, the major problems, are the grind on this and how much weight they put back here. It doesn't balance out well. So, my opinion on this, don't buy one.
No, fuck it. Especially with a lot of weight here. Because the saw is the one that needs the weight. Okay. But because it doesn't have the weight here, where it saws, you actually have to counter it. And that may look like nothing, But you actually have to activate your muscles to do that. Whereas you would have not activated them. AKA, you're going to get tired after a while. And for some muscles, they don't get used that often, so get tired fast. Thank you, man. That was a good review. Bad production, but good review, I think.
Really have your heart set on one, all right? But
all right.
Don't buy one. Buy a regular camping hatchet, and
I'll give you 2 thumbs up if I could, man.
It'll cost you more in the long run, probably about twice as much as this. But you'll get 2 separate tools that are gonna do really, really well. So you won't regret the purchase. But this, you're gonna regret buying this. So my opinion, don't buy this, take that $30 and invest it in an actual camp hatchet, and then
how do you fucking open it?
And buy a Corona Razor 2 saw. You won't regret that, trust me on that one. But there you have it, there's the actual saw. Now in order to release the saw, you push down the little button right here. It's got fairly hard retention, there we go. And it just folds back up into the handle just like that.
You should put a sleeve on.
But there you have it, there's my review of this Camelus item.
Big no. Great review. I'm gonna try and find someone who likes it and takes, we're gonna fucking laugh. Anybody here likes it? Love it? Loves it?
From Barker. Today we're going to take a look at the Camillus Camtrax 12-inch hatchet. So this guy right here is a 3-in-1 hatchet. What you have, of course, is the hatchet head. The back end is a hammer, and then inside the handle is a saw. The hatchet comes with a really nice sheath for it. You can snap or unsnap this retaining band up from either side. You can also relocate this belt clip and mount it on the other side, so you can go left or right carry with it. Fit for this is very snug, and I really like this a lot. Having said that, I'll probably never use this clip because carrying something that weighs 1 pound 10 ounces from my side that's a foot long is not fun to carry around out in the woods. I don't claim to be a hatchet expert, but I find that this is pretty interesting. You see the silver portion right here, this bevel is really pretty narrow, and this axe head is pretty small. I'll show you why I think that. So this is the shred hatchet that I've been using for about 4 years, and you can see that the tip of this has got a much bigger edge than this does. I did try doing some work with this hatchet, and I got to say I'm not super impressed with this hatchet head so far. So the main problem that I have with this hatchet is the handle.
That's too bad, dude. That's really too bad. What the fuck is Camillus doing? All you need to do is grind the fucking thing, dude. Who the fuck is taking care of this company? You just have to work with it a little bit and figure out that it's problematic. Is there a... What's going on? This company seems to have problems. That's what it says. When your products don't come out in a good way, you have issues. Because everybody else is speaking over your engineer. Can't fucking place a word in the meeting.
The fact that the handle is not solid gives it kind of a real lightweight feel. The balance is a little weird. I kind of got used to it, but it still wasn't that great. And the fact that the saw's inside gives it a really strange feeling when you hit something with the hatchet. It vibrates when you strike something real hard. You can feel that right into your hand. Now, I was wearing gloves when I was using the hatchet, and you still feel it vibrate right into your hand. It's kind of not a nice feeling. The other thing is...
That's because it's hollow inside, and it's plasticky or whatever.
I expect that if you actually use this out in the wild for any length of time, this crevice is going to fill up with junk. And the other thing is...
Good point.
If you're not wearing gloves, you're almost certainly going to develop some blisters grabbing onto this sharp edge right here. The saw is released through this spine lock. It's a little tricky to get it out of here. You got to grab it through right.
Impressive. I mean, he used it a little bit and he felt that, I think, but incredible read. if you did not use it.
And it's really tricky if you're trying to do it on camera. Now, when you get it out, it folds easily once you get her out of the handle itself.
Either way, it didn't get blisters, I think.
It's in really firmly, so that part...
We would have showed them.
And then you just have to hit the...
Great read.
Lock again to stow the blade.
There you go, finally, fucking someone who can cut something.
The sawing act...
Well, I mean, everything's a little wobbly. And you work with what you have.
Really smooth at all. If you apply any kind of pressure, it just kind of wants to bind up.
So the thing with the saw, if I go back to when I was younger, my father said you don't have to push on it. You let the saw do the work for you. You know, when I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's hard to do that when the whole thing wants to pivot because it's too heavy on this side, way too heavy. It's actually so heavy on the handle, more heavy than the knob, and the whole thing is actually heavier than the blade itself. How can this ever work?
This thing already.
Unless it's that triangle thing.
Well, let's see how this does on... That other piece was some pretty fresh cedar. Let's see how it works on some pine that's been drying for a couple of years.
Why is it not cutting?
Difficult to...
What's going on? It feels like he's cutting fucking stone.
So one thing I thought you...
What is going on?
If you're going to make some tent stakes out in the woods.
I don't fault him at all.
Off maybe something a little smaller for a tent stake. And then try to...
Which side of the axe is... I think it's the left side that is sharpened and not the right side. Trying to think which side would work better here. And I think that's the worst way to cut it.
Chop a point onto this.
I mean, with this axe, not faulting him again, it's the axe.
This narrow edge is really difficult to get any kind of...
Well, first off, I don't think he's raising it high enough.
Chopping action going. Just to show you on the same piece of wood, I'm going to go ahead and use my Schrade. Which gets a much better bite. Also, the fact that this is a heavier head and a solid handle allows you to strike on here with much more confidence.
Yeah, it's got more weight on the blade probably.
Another weird thing is when you're chopping with this, you can hear the blade in here twang like that. So that's kind of a weird sound when you're chopping. I mean,
yeah, that's the vibration. Yeah. That's where it's from.
I don't know. This thing's kind of a dog.
Did you say it's kind of a dog?
I mean, yeah. I don't know. This thing's kind of a dog.
What the fuck?
All right, well, let's say you spent the 45 minutes necessary to saw this log in half.
I just found a word worse than fuck, dude.
The same size.
This thing's fucking dog.
Put it into firewood. Let's see if I can get this to balance on here. This is where you get that really weird twang. Let me make sure I'm in the camera.
Oh boy.
Here.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
So this has like no power. Just does not want to.
Don't destroy my house.
Just for comparison, here's my Schrade. Ooh.
A hatchet is
At least it
horrible.
into it a little bit.
That's what I learned today.
So 2 smacks.
But then it's stuck there.
Yeah, you
and actually, this is so bad. Because Because if you pick it up and slam it, you're fucking slamming the plastic. It's not like a nice curve out. They could have designed it. They totally could have designed it. Just curve the metal out outside the plastic. It's gonna break the fucking thing. What is the word? $30? What am I doing?
It's just right on the handle.
What am I doing here?
It's smooth all the way through.
This is trash. We're learning. We're learning.
Alright, let's try it back here. No, you still got the same problem.
Yeah, no. Give it to the kids.
Alright. Here you can see this hatchet has a blade, is smooth with the handle. And then if I want to go through the log, I can just...
Yeah. Well, there's no resistance, right, every time. There's no resistance.
The part where this becomes even less of a value, as this...
What is this? Is this a 3?
So you could actually get
It's interesting.
a
It's a 3.
hatchet and a stand...
But the hatchet is more of a cutting tool. It's not an axe, per se. It's not made to chop wood. It's not what a hatchet can do. This makes no sense. And then if you have it all like here, this whole side becomes too heavy for the hatchet, which, by the way, look at this shit. It looks like a combat hatchet, dude. It's so small. The gun, dude. The fucking gun. The gun hatchet.
Standalone saw. Now I realize the purpose of this is to probably, reduce the number of things that you have to carry or whatever, but this is so non-functional, I couldn't imagine any serious person taking this with them. So that's going to do it for this review of the Camilla Camtrax.
Neither right now. Thank you, man.
The company that makes this, and to the Home Depot for making this available for me to review.
Camilla vs. Friskar. What's the Friskar? Our topic for folding saw. L'Oreal. Gerber's actually afterwards, and it's got one less star.
Well, hi folks. Hey.
Good man.
Yeah, time for another review.
They like it.
I'm going to consider this a review demo kind of video. What have I got going on here? Now, for some folks, this will be familiar. It's a Fiskars camp hatchet. Okay? This Fiskars, I went out and I purchased this myself. Actually, it was early this spring I did that, and I've been using it throughout the summer. Now, my youngest son, he gifted me with this. It's a Camillus camp hatchet, titanium. Very nice piece, very nice. He gifted me with this. Now, this goes beyond camp hatchet. It's also a camp saw. Now, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. We'll get to the saw later. Okay. So, what do we got going on? The Fiskars is nothing but a camp hatchet. It's got kind of a neat little sheath that it's on, carry handle, but no way to wear it on a belt. There's no belt hoops, nothing. There's no way to carry this from your waist on a belt. Just this handle for carrying it, okay?
Ooh, what a review.
That locks the hatchet in.
Not his, I mean this fucking reading.
And you can see it's a very wide-headed hatchet. It's made for...
We're gonna cut wood? Yeah, we're gonna cut wood. By the way, nice little tent, huh? Like nice little setup here. Got ourselves some chopped woods covered. The tent, big tent. You can stand up, you see. The wisdom, of course. The fucking water tank is here. Is that the tool? The cooler? The grill? The table? Genius. Love it. It's so convenient. You can put all of this shit on a table. You got all of his produce. This is this is where you make the food. What is this here?
I have to point that out. It does. You can hammer it with it.
What is this? It looks like a table.
And you can chop with it.
Maybe it's just a table.
Just like you can with the...
What is this behind here?
But the Camillus has some other options. Oh, and by the way, that's a bottle opener on the back.
Is that a gun
lock? Again, why do people always put bottle openers on every survival item?
Bottle opener.
All the outdoor items got bottle openers. I don't know.
It's got gasoline.
I don't know. I don't think we need that many bottle
openers. What are we doing with this? Yeah, you probably parked something. Is that a bike or?
Let's move on. I'm going to move to the chopping.
I probably parked the bike here. But where's the bed? Oh, that's got to be the bed or some bullshit here.
Block. We're going to chop with these a little bit, and I'm going to show you how they perform. Okay, guys. Okay?
Let's go.
It's real simple. I'm going to split a little bit of wood here, small stuff, just to see how they perform.
Sorry, I'm looking around. I'm just learning.
Get it out of its sheath. The long piece.
That's just a hatchet.
Try to split this big.
All right, let's do some work with a hatchet. Show me.
Oh, it almost went all the way through. Whoa.
It did.
We'll give her
You can tell this part is heavy for him, just the way he's holding it. It looked heavy. And it's doing a lot of work. Naturally.
Now, blade, I wish it was tapered instead of a dead stop, because if I get concerned about the melon.
Which one is this? Guess which one it is. This is probably the Friskar. The other one's the Camillus.
Now, we'll do the Camillus. The Camillus, I expect, will perform.
Oh, that's the fucking same little...
The only thing I'm concerned about is the way this handle is raised above that blade. I wish it was tapered instead of a dead stop, because if I get into a log and hit that as a dead stop...
Me too, man. So does the engineer.
Rock it and pry it. But we'll see if that'll split the rest of this.
No, we can't do that, Mr. Engineer. It costs too much.
See it?
You gotta ship it into Japan. Fucking do it in China. All the way back to here.
That part of the handle.
Oh, this is what we're fucking ending up with.
Eyes on it. I think the Fiskars. Let's put.
I think the Fiskar is better.
We'll cut this. We'll cut this piece.
Let's go. See, I'm not kidding.
Just hold
oh,
it like
the foot. I like that.
Like this. And we'll cut a chunk off.
Yeah, how heavy the whole thing is. Doesn't cut. It just doesn't cut. What a terrible, like, stance on this. Is that how we cut wood? Is that how it's done? Oh my lord, what the fuck?
It cut it
was a little too hard for nothing.
But this is what I wanted to point out to you. Now you can grab onto this like I was doing, or you can grab onto it two hands, use one hand back here.
So
using the head.
I'm supposing he's done that a lot, and that's his preferred technique to cut.
Like a pistol grip.
And I'm gonna follow
More power.
the saw again.
Let's see what
I'm gonna follow the saw again. I'm sure if he would have like a normal saw, I wouldn't have any issue with it. This is some fucking trash, dude. It's hard to watch such a person have so much trouble with this fucking tool. Fucking toy tool. We'll have to double check this vent saw. I initially said no because it's jamming for in the log.
Head.
But I mean, I'm recognizing it might be cheaper.
Weird textured hammerhead. But that's a non-issue.
And slimmer.
How often do you use the hammerhead, right? Blade was excellent. Blade's excellent, sharp. I love the contoured finger cutout for doing close-in work. I love the handle. I love the different grip.
Impressive, dude. It's a nice picture.
On it. I love the locking sheath, the industrial strength snaps. I don't care for the bottle opener. The saw performed well. I like the saw. It's as good as any camp saw out there, other than Silky's. I
like that here for the Boreal. You can choose. If it's more standard, you can choose
the Silky and
a blade that cuts better.
The way I expected it. At least the way I expected
the Boreal.
it to, and then some. And I like that it's good locking saw blade.
And a Gerber is what, 12-inch?
But where did it lose a point? Well, it lost that point because of this handle. This 90 degrees on this handle, the handle being thicker than the hatchet blade, that needs to be tapered. That 90 degrees makes it difficult to split certain woods. You'll bury this hatchet right up to that handle, and that's as far as it's going to go. If it was tapered, it would continue through and finish the split. So because of the handle, that one little issue, it lost a point for that. Otherwise, this puppy would have been a 10. I guarantee you, it would have been a 10. But because of the handle, it's not getting a 10.
I don't understand. You just fucked with this piece of wood for way too long. Why would you never carry a ferro rod?
Hi.
Hi. How's it going? I feel like I've seen this before. I'm gonna put it aside.
Good chilling and you.
Finding a saw. The saw.
One time they lit.
What are we doing here? Cutting wood. Is that a knife? Hey, dude. Dude! What are you doing? What is this? What is going on? This guy's fucking hitting it like 50 times. It's not moving. Is everyone from the city, man? What the fuck is this?
Like 20 minutes later and 1,000 stops. I told you this wasn't a professional channel.
Thank you, man.
We should probably just break some twigs off.
I mean, look, this thing is frozen solid too. Though.
Trees.
But I mean, an axe here would just have
There's like these
destroyed this thing.
Oh, here's a little piece. Those are small and bone dry. These here, I tender bundle there and still be able to blow under it.
Tell me why we don't need a ferro rod.
And then like a leaf or
What's going on? Doing it right, but you got it, you got it. You got it. Oh my fucking god. This isn't wood, this is fucking material, magnesium or whatever. Watch your eyes, good point. Watch your eyes. I agree with that. That is such a good point.
where'd my leaves go? Come back.
That is such a good point. Imagine you're a kid and you really want this thing to catch on fire. And you're closer and closer, and then this magnesium starts to fucking blow, dude. Oh my god, that's... could be dangerous. Because you look where you're doing it. You're not closing your eyes. Huh. Interesting. It's an interesting point. To the ferro rod.
Come back, leave.
Come on, baby. Don't give up.
We were close.
Oh, come on. You had it, dude.
Hey, it's a different day now. Tender to my sticks. I didn't have enough medium tender, and so after a couple minutes...
Medium-sized tender. Dude, this huge ass fucking analysis on making a fire. And why I failed at making a fire. You should be fine now. There's no reason why this fire should go out.
I'm gonna call that one a success.
Sure. 5 out of 5.
Ultra fine grass blade. So you benefited from these tips from me. If you feel like you've benefited, maybe you could set fire to the like button. As always, guys, thanks for watching.
Insane, dude. 500,000 views. You're doing something right. I got it. Oh, that was alright. Is that carpet on the floor? That's gotta be carpet.
As always.
Oh my god, dude. It's carpet on the floor. Somebody stop it.
You don't want to ignite it, but
This is the best. This is so good.
Stuff. We're gonna be careful because you don't want to see if we can get some dry kindling that way. All right, we're gonna try.
What is this? Which kind is this? Oh fuck.
All right, we're gonna try some of these. See if we can get some dry kindling that way.
Ah, it's a fucking chemilus. Oh, is that a saw? Excuse me? The fuck are you fucking bashing this for? There's a saw.
Alright, we're gonna...
There's a fucking saw. What the fuck is this?
Some of these out and see if they sound...
Let's count. 1, 2, 3. Let's count. Oh, by the way, they fucking decided to put some emojis here. Gotta get better, I swear. Okay, there we go. That's actually slow. 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 or some shit. I'm just gonna eyeball it. 35. Oh, the saw. Oh, I gave up on the saw. Why'd you give up on the saw? It was flying everywhere. 45. 50. Christ, dude. Oh, we're at 75. We're over 100 in just a second here. He's just gonna end up breaking it, yeah. We're shaving 100 right now. Just jump on it. Just jump on it. And we're going to 120. Oh, you cut. No, we cut. We don't really know the count. Could have been 200.
See, there we go.
I like that he laughs at it, though.
20 minutes later, later than 1,000 chops. I told these off dead trees. I also found here there's like these dead grapevines.
Terrible. Horrible. Fucking tools. Fucking A. No. Fake tacticals. Let's check this one out.
Purchased this Zippo Woodsman 4-in-1 hatchet tool. It's a real versatile piece of equipment. It's a camp hatchet, a bow saw, a tent puller, and also a mallet. I've already used it a couple of times, but for the sake of showing what it looks like when you purchase it, I put it back into packaging.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think. How long do I want my blade to be? Okay. I can imagine myself cutting it. Blade's got to be like that long. Plus you need a little bit of space. How long is this? 21? You're telling me this is 12 inch? Just 1 foot? It's called Boreal 21, but it's 12 inch. Please, don't say that. When the saw is folded, it's about 12 inches in length and one. Wait, what? Folded, it's 12 inch, so it can't be longer than 12 inch, right? Not necessarily, I don't know. "12-inch saw blades." I don't get it. This other one is 21? Wait, what's going on? Oh, no. Boreal 21 is 21 inch. Yeah, okay. So it's 21 inches. We're gonna make some room.
Demonstrate its features. This thing is extremely light. I believe with a full
This one is the other one that has potential.
load of saw blades and the handle. You can see them right here.
Because instead of being
the
just a hand saw,
maybe about
straight hand saw, it actually has structure to it.
and it's about a 20-inch long hatchet. The blade, I believe, is a 5-inch, and it does come with this cover to function as both a hatchet cover and also a handle and a saw attachment end. Let me actually go over some of the more simple stuff over here.
I like that, the fact that you have to protect it in order to make the saw. You have to protect the other blade to to make the saw. That makes a lot of sense. You can't hurt yourself. Very safe.
Up for the task. It's I didn't see any use in this tent puller rather than using a claw hammer to pull up tent stakes. So to me, the tent puller is not up to par for what it's advertised as. Now the back end of this handle, you do have this cam, and it opens up just like this. It closes and opens, and you also have this attachment for your saw blades. When you open up the cam,
you're saying the saw is not inside?
The saw blades are inside.
Oh, it is.
And
Okay.
you can take one out.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right.
Now you attach one end to this piece right here.
I don't like how you have to fuck with all of this in between changing tools, because one would say, well, is there a scenario where I chop and then I cut right away, then I go back and chop and then cut? Maybe if you want to relax some muscles, you would choose to do different activities like that. So there is a point to make on this.
And the other end goes
unlike the other blades that you can just fold, axe, unfold, cut, fast.
To open the blade cover, and that's what I'm doing right now.
But is it true that most of the time you would chop everything first and then cut later? That can also be very well organized.
Now what you see is a hole in your hatchet blade. That is where this knob goes through. I'm sorry, this cylinder comes through, and you put one end of the blade just like this. You close your hatchet blade cover, and you screw that back down. This also locks the hatchet blade cover so that it.
I just feel it's a little bit of fuckery, huh? Every time you want to work with one or the other, you have to fuck with it. There is no other choice. Or as if you would have an axe and a folding saw separate.
I love that blade bit fuck though.
If you would have them separate, you can put the axe down, take the axe or the saw, chop, 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 drop the axe, take the whichever saw. You know what I mean? The blade a bit fucked. Guru. Killed. What's good, man? Blade bit fucked.
It remains in place. Well, I like chainsaws.
No, exactly.
On this side.
The difference, well, I mean, they're all going to be different. Every option is different. I'm looking at maybe just a knife also that you can hit with the wood. It drives it through the wood.
To tighten up your blade on.
Just kind of doing a lot of research, looking at what's out there, what's possible. This one I don't like the fact that
to loosen it.
As I was saying earlier, you're going to cut through your piece of wood and it's going to hit, the saw because it's too short, and
then you put
it's triangular rather than rectangular.
This latch right here, it says use the outer holes. There's actually a sticker that tells you that. And then to tighten it.
But like a woodsman, what am I doing? What's going on? What is this? What's happening? A woodsman wouldn't necessarily work with this, This is not a tool for the woodsman necessarily, I think. Or even a fucking hatchet. This is more for the bushcrafter, which is little more where I'm going, or survivalists, you know.
You put that down, and you now have a bow saw. This is a very effective saw. You can make very short work of saplings anywhere. I was cutting saplings that were up to 4 inches in diameter. That's pretty thick. So it did a very nice job. I haven't used a hatchet yet, but I'm pretty sure for what it is, and the weight is of course all in the head, it will make a very good hatchet, and also just as easily take down a tree of anywhere from 3 to 4 inches of diameter. Now I'm just going to go ahead and pull the blade saw off and go over the hatchet itself. Just put this aside. Those saw blades are very, very...
Like this thing can be really cheap.
I want to make sure I take care not to poke myself with the teeth. And here is the blade. It's a very nice quality bit of steel.
What the fuck happened?
Now, the very, you're go take that with me camping over the weekend and see how it works. Of the 4-in-1 wood.
Yeah, I'm down. Can I see that? Active repair tools.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
I want some actual reviews.
Video on this Zippo.
So something like this here can be really cheap and really light, because whether you like it or not, it has one less side. It's triangular, right? But it doesn't have a handle, and you end up working like this again, which is what we're trying to, not do, like this here. This is not the best way to work compared to something like this. This is a right way to work, because most of the weight is going to be down, whereas this, most of the weight is actually around. So it's plus you got to push down, and that's really bad. When you have to push down on a saw, it's not very good. You want the saw to work for you. You need to be able to do this without it getting stuck every time. And it's not going to get stuck if it doesn't reverberate. Where's the resonance? We're here. Reverberate
the object
and resonate.
The angular velocity is tilted relative to the angular
to Mars, baby.
For the middle axis, however, even a slight tilt of angular momentum relative to the
Okay, continue.
Axe/saw combination here. I got this many years ago, and
me too, I think.
Today, I've used it just a little bit over the years. Never really liked it. Wanted to give it another shot today. I had a few stumps that I wanted to get out of the ground, and probably spent about a half an hour to 45 minutes with this today. And it was just a huge reminder of how much it sucks. It is absolutely horrible. So, if you have
lettuce, I think I'm there. Yeah.
For a long time, I did a. Kind of a
use a chainsaw, he said.
Tour at a NASCAR.
Does not cut well like chainsaws. Of course not, boys.
And they had Zippo vendors there, and I talked about.
I don't like chainsaws. They make too much noise, and they break down. You gotta repair them. You gotta care for them. I agree they're easier, but chainsaws, I don't know, man. You want to go camping? You're gonna bring a chainsaw?
Hell yeah, in my pockets.
Makes sense.
Just kidding.
Makes sense. Chainsaw is gonna do a lot of work for you if you have a lot of wood to cut. Definitely, dude. Fuck this axe, dude. If you have wood to cut, if you're gonna heat up the place with wood, we do that in Canada. We heat up our houses with wood.
Depends on the job.
Definitely. I'm talking about like surviving, bringing a small kit, putting a tent down, cutting a little bit of tree just to make a fire for the night, moving, or staying. You know what I mean? Very simple, small stuff. Don't want to bring any gasoline, I think. Except maybe in a lighter, you know. Devil's lettuce. 5. We're gonna come back and watch the Saw World.
Okay, see you later, mister.
Step into a world made just for you. Premium is your music, your way. Keep listening, and once we get to know you, we release new mixes based on what you love. From daily mixes to Discover Weekly. Premium lets you download those playlists and listen offline. Plus, enjoy ad-free music. Upgrade now to unlock Premium. Tap the banner to learn more.
Around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. Moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong.
I know exactly what I'm gonna buy, and I just end up convincing myself with the, which is good. It's good fucking insight, and it's good research.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud.
Oh, Canadian winter, let's go.
I'm back. I rolled a fat one as well.
Let's go experience magical wonderland of Canada.
We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what
Here's something you've never seen before. Someone stream with a fucking winter coat on. Canada, baby.
About some of the new lighters and stuff, but they were very excited to show all their outdoor gear. That was about the time that they started doing the outdoor stuff, okay? Branching off and having Zippo brand products that were for camping / outdoor use. You know, all their different fire starters over the years. Some of their outdoor camp tools, lighting accessories, all kinds of stuff, right? So this is one of the first things that they came out with, and
I hear it.
I thought it was really cool. Once I started using
10 minutes.
I realized that it was just a bad
Figure it out.
So before we get into all my issues with it and the things I don't like about it, let me show you how it is supposed to work. All right. So you can see this is basically 3 tools in one. We have the main tool is a short camp axe. All right. The back has a hammer, and there's also saw blades in here.
Most of the guys I watch too, we do some bushcraft. They're all in Canada.
One, it is a cover for the blade, so when you're not using the blade,
or Russia,
if you're using the saw portion of it, it works as a hammer.
It'd be normal to see American.
So you can see how that unscrews. All right, there's a hole in the bottom of the blade. Come in the back here, you can see there's a bail. This is just for hanging this on, you know, tree limbs or whatever when you're in your camp.
Coat won't do it.
This back part opens up here.
Need 2 layers.
Okay, so that kind of hinges. And there's a hollow handle that houses 2 blades. These are 2 wood saw blades. So I'm going to take one of these out. Pop the other one in. All right. Actually, I'm going to leave this open here. So you can see this little tab that kind of swings in and out has a little nub on it. That's what catches the saw blade. Okay, so what you do is you put the sheath back on here, and where this little pin is, you rest the blade on there. Okay, I'm actually going to shut this and lock it. So I'm going to screw this down here. And on the other side, you can see where that kind of hooks on to this piece here. All right, let's get a better angle here so you can see what I'm doing. You want this piece to go through this hole right there like that. All right, and then when this hinges and shuts, has a tighter fit, okay? There is quite a bit of flex on this, which I am not a fan of. All right, so you put the bail back, and then you can see these rubber portions act as your handle. Okay, so here's your key.
I'm a winter.
Action, right? Not only does
all I'm missing is
quite a bit of flex back and forth, but the
fucking flakes behind me, dude.
Saws all the time. You can see here is the small gap that you have to actually work with.
Good.
If I want to saw, you know, something, I want to saw a tree or a branch or something that's maybe 4 or 5 inches in diameter.
Well, we're listening to something. Can't talk.
Let's say this is the wood, right? I'm sawing through the wood. Now it's on the other side. I'm sawing through. Well, it hits the top of that. So you're very limited as to how thick of a branch or tree that you're actually sawing. Now, obviously, this tapers, so you can cut something a lot bigger here. Yeah. A small portion to actually cut through. You want to use the entire length here. So if you're cutting branches that are anywhere from maybe 1 inch in diameter to maybe 3 to 4 inches, it's okay. It's not bad. It's worked totally fine for that purpose. But anything bigger than that, and you run into that issue where you're 3/4 of the way through, and then it just stops because the wood is now rubbing on the top of the handle here. Right, so it's limiting in that sense. But my issue is also with the flex. Okay, it's just not very sturdy.
No, it's
There's a ton of flex in there. So that's the saw version of this, or the saw function in this tool. All right, so let's take this back off and talk about all my issues with it. All right, so let me get that blade. All right, so where I want to start here is with this sheath design, okay? If you can't tell, the sheath is cracked, okay? It's broken. Not only is it broken here, there's also 2 tabs that are supposed to be actually on this side, okay? Right here and right here have little tabs that were sticking up originally, and you can see where those tabs would kind of snap in. So when you put this on the blade, okay, this top part would go snap, and it would snap together tightly. All right, and then you would screw this down so that it's secure. Well, the tabs broke off, okay, and the actual sheath cracked and broke.
It's so odd that it broke like that, dude.
And that is from the vibration of using the hammer. All right, so one...
Really? I was like, how did that happen? It's gotta be the saw when he sawed. But no, he had the saw on and he used the hammer. How do you do that?
Could argue
it's impossible.
Snap together tightly. All right, and then you would screw this down so that it's secure. Well, the tabs broke off, okay, and the actual sheath cracked and broke. And
the sheath I could understand, but this here, I mean, maybe even if the blade isn't on and just the thing is on, which would be normal, you would want to protect the blade. They say mostly but from hurting yourself, you know, in the head or whatever, which does not happen very often. No?
And that is from the vibration of using the hammer. All right, so one could argue that you should take the sheath cover off if you're using the hammer option, but I think most of us who use common sense would figure that having that blade covered while you're swinging it close to your face is probably a good idea. So I use this with the cover on, and it just did not withstand the beating on the hammer. Now what I use this hammer for was smacking on some stumps that were half rotten. So it's not like I was just, you know,
using the hammer.
Might hitting the side of a dead tree or something that's just, you know, unnecessary. I was actually just banging out big old chunks of that rotten stump. So there was some resistance there, but it wasn't ridiculous. I wasn't slamming this on the ground, on the concrete or anything, and I wasn't using all that much force. It wasn't even a full swing. These were like little half swings, just trying to break it into chunks so I could pull it out of the ground. So yeah, I mean, it's just a weakened design. It definitely should not have done that, and now it's just floppy. It's horrible, it's floppy, it's super, super annoying that it does that, right? That aside, even if that worked totally fine, my big issue with this is that it has a hollow handle. All right, hollow handle hatchets and axes are just weak. Okay, I know of cases where one of the Schrade models out there that had a hollow handle had something inside of it that broke. I had a couple of those Schrades and they were horribly uncomfortable because when you have a hollow handle like this, when you hit something, that energy, that vibration travels down that handle a lot.
Hold on.
When it's hollow, okay? When you have solid wood or solid resin or plastic or something like that, even aluminum, it just doesn't travel like it does when you have the hollow handles, all right? So I don't like that to begin with. But on top of that, you can see the length of this, okay? You don't get to use that whole length because when you hold this down here, it's too uncomfortable. It actually hurts. All right, it's borderline painful, not only with the vibration, but when your hands wrapped around this open section here. I've also been pinched a couple times with this piece, okay, just holding it in the middle here because I wanted some kind of leverage. Now, when you're forced to hold it up here where it's totally comfortable, right, it's absolutely comfortable to use it up here. Now I have a hatchet, okay, it's shortened it quite a bit. So it's unfortunate that this whole bottom section is really unusable for grip. So when I want to use two hands, I do end up using the bottom here, and it's uncomfortable. I just can't do it, so I have to use it one-handed up here. Can't use it two-handed up here because it's ridiculous. It's just too short. So the design itself is just not good, in my opinion. It's really unfortunate that the combination of these tools just don't work out. They all work.
I did, man.
You know, you can.
I bought the Logitech 1080 whatever 922.
With this is actually probably the best
1080p 60 frames.
Part of this tool is the hammer. That works totally fine, right? Because I don't need as much length. I can hold it up higher and use the hammer very effectively. The blade on this is totally fine. It's decent quality. It's just the overall design is just not good. And the saw works okay, but it doesn't excel.
We gonna go cut some woods. Let's go.
So my experience has just been poor. I mean, these things sell for $70 to $75. For $75, I would probably recommend a $30 or $40 Fiskars, you know, axe or hatchet, and a dedicated saw separately. I just don't like this tool. It has not worked out for me. I really wanted to love it because of the Zippo name that's on there, but it shouldn't mean anything because it doesn't. Zippo makes a fantastic lighter, one of the coolest lighters in the world. But this is a whole different realm. You think of your and frustration travels down that handle. It's absolutely comfortable to use it up here. So the design tool is the hammer. That works totally fine. It doesn't excel.
The only thing usable is the hammer.
Research Home Depot or Lowe's or
nice handle looks comfortable.
Yeah, but you want the saw to work. Zippo 4-in-1.
For the hand.
Cam tracks, man. Just too bad, really. It could be good. Just a small hatchet. It could be good. That's too bad. It could be good. Let's see this guy handle the knife from Camillus.
Hey guys, Rob here with Beer and Bushcraft. Today we have another machete video. This time it's the Camillus Carnivore X. And this is the titanium version. It comes in 3 sizes. This one is the 18-inch overall length. Means the blade's about 12, 13 inches. And I'm not sure about, it doesn't have a whole lot of Amazon reviews on the Camillus. I got it at Walmart. It's actually $1 cheaper at Walmart. Let me get a piece of paper here. What intention is, this little knife blade. He's a big, but this, it would be nice if, that's not a, you're not going to really be able to hit it with a maul at this angle, and I'm sure you could, but this is almost more a big utility knife than a machete. The saw on the back actually works. I'll show that in a minute. This is a wire cutter. It works well. It's also
like halfway between.
I got this for vines.
A knife and a machete.
Just grab with this and yank, and handles. I don't know what.
Because a machete you can cut wood with.
But slightly rubberized.
But if it's a light machete, is it gonna do a good job?
And this thing is pretty thick.
It's a heavy knife.
It's kind of a beast. I don't. I guess
it's a long knife.
I'm happy.
But I don't know if you want to hammer it here.
It actually comes really sharp, which is unusual. Weighs about 1 pound exactly. Yeah. Facing this.
Let's cut something, man.
And then maybe we'll saw some of this maple down here.
Saw, I mean.
And I got a big piece of
cut saw
here that we can try and baton through. So let me reset the camera and we'll go. Okay, so this is just a piece of pine, cheap white pine. I'm gonna try and go.
Would bounce an axe a lot because there's no support underneath. But an axe would go through after 3 hits, maybe.
Right between these 2 knots, and just see how long it takes to go through.
But you can't lift an axe as often as you can lift a knife because the weight difference, and so you're saving energy, etc.
A 2x4.
There's 2 main variables, the weight and the amounts of swings, because together it makes the amount of energy.
Heavier means bigger arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me move this back just a hair.
Oh. We're cutting. Seems heavy, Heavy to the wrist here. Not a 2-handed thing here. It's a 1-handed thing.
Taking some pretty deep cuts.
I gotta say, it's doing something. I thought it would do nothing. It's doing something, all right. But it's just a setup. Like you can see, he's hitting this way. It moves it back. He needs to be able to hold it, not chop his hand off.
My technique is not optimal for 2x4.
What if you try to samurai the way through?
The camera there, I can only really hit it from one side.
He's holding it with one hand. That's why it's keep falling in on the side. You gotta be tired.
He's strong to hold that.
My God. You're getting through it. Good. He's trying to break it. He's trying to samurai his way through it. Neo Tokyo, let's go.
I'm having a hard time getting the right angle.
You got his buddy killed Rage.
There you go, you got it.
As soon as you start bearing down on it.
This asterisk.
Oh, let's use the axe. There's an axe on the fucking knife. Let's try the axe. So confusing. Dude, I would get this knife, I would be so confused. I'd be like, I'm so dumb, I have an axe on the other side.
The steel is on this. So I don't think I could actually...
Oh, God.
This is a,
damn.
It's not a real saw, but it...
See, again, hard to keep it in line. I want to give it some force here so it stays in the line, right? It's hard to do with this handle.
So you're shopping for an axe/machete for what? Home renovations?
No.
Kappa.
More like, I don't know, just general tool knowledge, I guess. For one thing, yeah. I don't know if I can get into woods. I'm allergic to too many things. It's the kind of stuff I like, though. Like, if he would be able to hold it like this and go like this, he could use his thumb to put additional pressure. I can't hear shit.
Yes, I really love knives and axes too.
I always have knives, you know, like, used to like them when I was younger because they were cool or whatever, but I've used some tools too.
Wood makes some notches.
But this is going to be part of bushcraft.
Always have a karambit on me.
Ah, wait. But this bushcraft is just so you can use trees, because trees are going to be your main resource. So the one thing that cuts trees is primordial. Primordial, dude. Look at this thing. The fuck is this?
Self-protection is important. Happy face.
I'll be honest. I think most people go through without needing self-protection in their life.
I still have that karambit fade I bought from Amazon years ago, LMAO.
Look at this. Look at it. It's so big. Heavy, which is somewhat fine.
And mine is the double one.
There we go. Oh. Here we can see the blade of the saw actually doing work. He doesn't need to push it down as much. He just needs to try to control so it doesn't get stuck. But it's doing so much work. Honestly, you can put that in the fire, and we'll use like this size for home easily, you know. But like just a little wood fire, you just need something that's
skins gold
half the size or
since
whatever.
I've been grinding. LOL.
Fantastic blade, I think, but it's so huge. It's, you know, not something I want to do. A pocket chainsaw, boys. Oh my god, I didn't know these existed. Oh my fucking god.
Really good. Buy this?
Give me a video. Give me a video.
Okay.
For lines and stuff.
Cut.
And like I said, it goes good as long as you go real light.
So hard to watch.
That's maple. Then,
but you have to be able to cut this. That's the job of the saw.
piece of cherry here. This just came off my tree.
Oh, what are we cutting? We're cutting this part. Turn it 90 degrees.
It's hard wood. I had to sharpen
Put it down.
after just making one pass at the trunk. So
I don't know if that would
my
work.
maul, and I'm sure it will baton it. Let's just see how hard it is. I mean, this is. Okay, let's go right down the middle first.
There we go. That's what you can do with a long ass knife. The problem is it just seems so thick. You have to hit the
Again,
middle.
I've got the saw here now, so where do I hit it over here? On the saw?
I don't know. It's fucking up all the wood.
Watch question mark V equals sign 0 Maybar.
You can't hit it this way.
Ampersand of underscore channel equals sign terrace call.
I know why. It's fucking working with this here.
Of pocket chainsaw.
And it's pulling the whole thing. This thing would be 90 degrees to the ground right now. Because he's hitting here. But I mean, he needs to hold it more too. Pretty bad.
So it'll
but it's
do the
working.
job, but this isn't the tool.
But it's long enough.
I don't know
It's
if
long enough to do that. With a little bit of a smaller blade, you can't cut through like that without being really close.
You should go watch metal detector videos. They are entertaining and GL.
I know what I'm watching this right now. He's just fucking holding it like this. You need to fucking keep pressure on it.
The link I sent PLS.
You know, just clearing out brush.
Honestly, not a bad knife.
Nice little,
it's thick,
machete.
heavy.
I do mean little. It's
Above chainsaw looks interesting.
Chainsaw though.
Utility knife, really.
Pocket.
I don't know the significance of titanium. I don't know.
I hate the fucking wire cutter bullshit. Just get it the fuck out of there.
This is some kind of titanium.
You're cutting wood. You're sawing wood. And you're gonna have this fucking wire dent in the blade right there. Fucking come on.
Buying this or testing it, bud.
Give me a fucking break. You see it? All of this utility fucked up for this here. Plus you're gonna hit this side. This is gonna be weak. It's gonna break. That's too bad.
Seems like a solid
Again,
knife.
Camille or Shripo.
This is why pocket chainsaw is
So
better.
bad.
For $24, this makes a good.
Load in the woods. Like if you want to be able to do something like this here.
https://www.youtube.com/watch question mark V equals sign 0 Maybar hyphen FWLM ampersand of underscore channel equals sign terrace call.
Same thing.
Hey guys, it's been few years I have put this thing to the test.
Pocket
7 years ago.
Chainsaw, pocket chainsaw. Let's go, dude. Thank you, man.
And I still, 7 years later, in my opinion, this is the best pocket chainsaw ever. So in this kind of style, they cost between 8 to 23 bucks. Depends how long you're going to buy it. I think that's why the
Bro, I don't understand. Where's the oil? Why is it so hard to unfold?
sometimes changes. And look at these handles. You put it to, boom, super easy. And
Super
there's
easy.
different blades, but
It fits in the handle. I like it.
Strong handle.
That's the best wood pocket chainsaw.
Boom.
All these other ones I seen online and put them to the test. They nice, but they kind of get stuck. much easier after you cut through almost to the end of the wood. So let me show you what this one is going to do. We have here dead branch. Let's say you want to chop it up for bonfire. It's too thick to break it with your
Gonna put his foot on.
what do you call it? Hands. So put it like that and just go like this. Look at that. Super thick. And just pull it up
God damn it, man. Find a tree, man.
The hatchet or something.
I like this one. UWU.
This one's right here.
Oh my god, is it fucking ripping through it?
Don't pull too hard.
Cuts really fast.
Once you get the technique going, it'll be super easy. It's like a telephone post, pretty thick. That's just how you do it.
I agree.
Don't even have to pull too hard.
You have to have good technique, you stay straight.
Just working with my body weight and arms. Really good workout for my arms.
That's definitely doing a good fucking job, that's for sure. But I'm just trying to calculate or estimate, you know, the kind of energy he's putting into it. Because instead of being a hit energy, you know, this is just motion. It's entirely motion. But so is a saw. So is a saw. Saw is motion too.
This is really dense post.
See how much he's working it? And it might be because of the way that the pylon is just straight, you know. So cutting a tree would look like this, but a saw works for you. I'm not fucking kidding, boys. A saw works for you. Hey, it's gonna be something to look at. Try to figure out why he's working so hard. But it's fucking cutting this thing down, though.
Yes, saw is love, saw is life.
So, if you get most wood in the forest, not wood.
I'm just trying to imagine, with a saw, would you be as fucking exhausted as he is? You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh! It would be a lot easier.
A saw hurts my arm because it is the same movement.
It chopped so well.
Yeah. You would be able to distribute that energy all over your body with this.
Whew.
But look at him.
This wouldn't hurt my arms at all.
Was invented, but if you're looking for fucking chainsaw, buy this kind. You see
Fucking exhausted, dude.
This design.
This is definitely not something that I'm going for, because the goal is to work well and work properly. Why is he exhausted?
Look at the picture carefully.
That's a big fucking piece of wood, though.
And by that, I don't know how many inches this is.
It's like a fucking telephone pole.
Longer, better. There you go. Love it. Whew. I'm out of breath.
What kind of damage you can do with this thing is fucking insane.
What do you think about this video? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. By the way, this thing feels a little hot.
Impressive,
There's
dude.
so much friction. Whew. I'll go catch my breath.
I know, right? Jesus Christ. Crazy.
https://www.youtube.com/v=v4_channel=crazy Russian hacker.
Gathered here world's largest and most powerful steel chainsaw that they make. Used to be MS 880, now it's MS 881.
Long ass chainsaw, I think.
Bit of some.
Oh my god, it's big. Oh my fucking lord.
What new design? Boom. So would be nice. I'm holding there.
Orgasm, dude, it's so huge.
So they have a. It's gonna go.
There you go, friend. Bye.
It turns up pretty quickly. Then I got regular gas, but you see we have marked it as a 2-side. And
it is the best tool, but how am I supposed to fit this in my backpack?
Really well.
Good purchase, my friend.
Good purchase.
But might be very.
I purchased this, the whole fucking
And all we have to do is
apartment building is gonna wonder what happened to their scenery, dude.
So you got a really nice floor, can slow it down, go back up.
Good thing there's laws around here.
What happened? Wow, that was a good burp. Now what we're gonna do is flip it to 1.
Oh, is it? Nope. Not attached. Oh, it's not. It's just not on. No, honestly, it should be attached.
Sick.
Bro, please. I can't do it. Way too noisy for me, dude. This is industrial work. That's all I can see. It's mobile industrial work.
A little bit.
Damn, son. Where am I going?
Right towards the camera. Welcome back, friends, to the channel. Those of you who are not from the East Coast might recognize that I have my hickory shirt on. That can only mean one thing: forestry. Today we're going to be taking a look at a very interesting tool, the pocket chainsaw. Now wait, I know we've all seen the pocket chainsaw before. This one's a little bit different. Let's see what we brought down here to play with today.
So you said weight there. That was interesting. This guy's into forestry, and, you know, looks like he knows what he's doing.
Seen the pocket chainsaw before. This one's a little...
But weight, he said. But weight means it's not like the #1 tool. You know what I mean? There's better tools.
Bit different.
I understand.
Let's see what we brought down here to play with.
Something so mobile, you know. If it wouldn't be #2, then where is it?
Today. When I'm doing this sort of clearing, I pretty much have...
Fuck, say, got the fucking... What do you think that is, chat? Which gun is that? M4? AR-15? Nice looking gun, dude. We got a fucking light right here. Is that 2 sights? What is that? What is that thing?
Exclusively have went to hand tools. The power tools, they save time, but when you add everything up with the mixing of the gas and the sharpening and all of that, I don't think you come out ahead.
Nice colors.
The experience is much worse. The noise, the ear protection, safety equipment, and just the general hazard of it. So these, my go-to have been these 2 saws.
ICC really likes this one.
And of course, this is not the end-all be-all. I do like the Samurais because they're a little cheaper than the Silkies, but we all know how good that one is. So I'll use that in combination with my Grand Forestburg Small Forest Axe. Right there, that's the 1-2 punch for forestry work right there.
1 and 2.
Why the pocket chainsaw, and what's different about this one? Well, one of my subscribers sent this to me and said, you got to try this. It's really...
You're not exhausted when you're done.
Haven't we all seen the pocket chainsaw? I mean, we've all been down that road. I mean, I think I did my first pocket chainsaw review of the Wrangler Barn channel over a decade ago. But nonetheless, he sent it, and when I opened it, I thought, well, this is a very different deal here altogether. This is actually a real chainsaw blade instead of the little phony ones, the little pressed steel ones like we've seen in most of those cheap survival kits. Not only that, it's pretty long, and it's got a good strap system, pretty robust, properly cross-stitched and good materials and nice webbing, and I even save work. I mean, that's pretty fancy. I learned working with high resin wood. I'd like to know, I don't get very much WD-40 actually on the items that I'm spraying. I would say 90% of it goes onto the ground. I'm curious to see how this works. Now, I don't know, I wouldn't think that a man would have enough horsepower or arm power to run a regular chainsaw chain, even if it's a small one, but we'll find out. Now this is obviously, it's a little bit more fussy. It's not as easy as, you know, grabbing a saw and cutting, but if I don't mind it being a little bit slower, because it's so compact. So how does it work? Yeah, let's see. Wow, actually works pretty good. The first thing that I noticed was the aroma, the smell. That must be downwind. That pine smells so good. It truly is the most beautiful time of the year down here. We have acres and acres of wild alpine strawberries. They're just finishing up right now.
Very cool pants.
A few here if I could show you. I think the bears have been, there's bear scat all over the place here.
Surprisingly works great LMAO.
But the Sloth and I have been down here just gorging ourselves on them.
The first time I see an actual chainsaw. Why can't they put that into survival kits? It's so much better. Fuck the other small fucking one.
Easy to use. It doesn't bind near as much as I thought it would, except for when at the very end, and then you have a little trouble getting through that last little bit. I've got two trees, this pine and that pine right there, kind of similar branch-wise. Let's do a cut test. We'll do 7 and 7. How quickly I can cut 7 with the pocket chainsaw versus the Samurai. I'll leave it up to you guys to kind of judge what the difference is. I'm gonna work hard as I can here. We'll see. We'll do 7 and 7. All right. Came back and about broke my thumb there. Don't pull on it too hard. That last bit's a bummer when it starts to pinch.
Yeah, why is it pinching?
Not as flexible.
It's pinching around the circle.
Of course, you got one hand. Can you beat a Japanese saw? No, you cannot. It's a joy to use.
Pinches less.
These curved ones like this, for you guys who don't like to bend down all day, are
you can work with it.
Go down and hook it, pull things the way that's on there. I don't know if that was by design or just a beneficial side effect. Now let's take a look at the hatchet.
It's a great tool to actually cut trees down.
The most romantic of all the tools.
Of course, I would take the Samurai before
I think a lot of Americans thinking back to the days when the country was being discovered, and this idea of taking off with a musket and a hatchet and being independent and building a log cabin, I think that resonates with a lot of us. I want your hatchets to be sharp, though. This one's sharp. Here, you want proof? Is my hatchet sharp? Who could ask such a question? There'll always be one, though. Let's say it wasn't sharp, but also, don't forget, this Samurai... Ouch! Cut my hand off there. This Samurai saw is... what, 5, 6 years old, used a lot, so never been sharpened, right? So take that for what it's worth. So here's some paper, and I keep my hatchets sharp. If there's any question, it's sharp. Now, of course, woodlot clearing can be done with a hatchet, but there's a couple things. First off, when you get into brushy stuff, they're hard to swing. You need a lot of area with them. With the saw, you can work in a lot tighter area. The other is they're fraught with hazard. One mistake, and you cut your femoral artery, and you die, and your wife finds you, 4 hours later, right? So there is that as well.
Yes. So yeah.
The positive side is that it's
it's hard to recommend a hatchet.
Don't have to worry too much about this.
When I guess most people shouldn't have one, or some people shouldn't have one.
Not a lot of fiddling. You can grab it and go.
I certainly think a hatchet, honestly, should be above 18 or above 16, maybe. Maybe with a training.
And we all have the top side, or all have our plus sides. Now, the thing with a hatchet when you're using it, it doesn't cut.
Just because it's so strong, it's so heavy.
It
just
you
keeps
have to cut
going
at an angle, and what that ends up doing.
It's a simple tool,
but a bit young for that, I think.
Kind of a ragged.
It's like having a chainsaw in your hands when you're like 12.
You could see right there. It actually sometimes, if you don't have the right limbs, it will pull it out of there, and that's kind of harming to the tree. It leaves a nasty, raggedy edge on there. For our final test, pocket chainsaw. Will it take down?
Yeah, but like 16 is adult everywhere. Like the adult age, even though it just happens further in the human brain and some countries. These don't have a link, by the way. No?
That's about it. We got about a 6-inch ponderosa right here. This is in a little grove of 4 trees.
See how well that's working?
That's too many. So we'll take out this one and that one right there.
But yeah, that's woodwork.
There, leave these 2 here.
Forestry.
So let's give it a shot and see. I mean, this is, no, that's probably, that might be closer to 8 inches.
Does this tree have to go?
A big tree, but in a survival application, this would be just about what you'd be looking for some firewood, wouldn't it? All right, I'm gonna cut this.
I don't know. It looks a little thick.
Higher, just for convenience.
And it's alive.
Down with the chainsaw. Let's see. Can we take down this tree?
Or is it not alive? Is it dead?
What a treat for you guys. The lighting today is beautiful. I'm actually putting very little effort into this. I'm getting
the way it's cutting also is different. He's cutting a circular, it's a circular cut inside, you know, half a crescent or something. Whereas a regular saw would just cut through straight. One could wonder if it's more work, more stuff to go through. I don't think that would be the case.
Nice, great big chunks. How far are we in? Oh,
halfway, man.
I thought we were past the halfway point.
Not even halfway.
You can kind of get into a rhythm here. It's not super.
But like, at first it was easy, but now it's getting harder. Just because of the shape of the chainsaw. The front here, I don't think is doing much. Or this, and the sides certainly aren't. I feel like he's got to put his weight into it and lean back to really keep cutting that middle part. And or the rest. Maybe he should just be leaning back from the start.
This in a survival kit would be gold.
Myself that.
Great
absolutely,
size.
Absolutely.
Hard. It really cuts though.
Yeah, he's not putting any weight or anything. It's just his arm pulling. I think that would change a lot.
It's an interesting cut pattern because it's cutting from the back as well as the sides. It's basic. What I have left by holding wood is kind of a U pattern right here. So that's a little different. So we are, well, I'd say we're 2/3 of the way through. I could probably
I think you can put a knee down
in about a minute.
And towards the tree.
Now we're getting kind of thin right
and
there.
Push back
in there.
Like this. Just lean back.
There's no holding wood. Right towards the camera. The pinching component of it is the way that it pinches after the cut makes it
yeah,
little bit fussy to deal with, but
the problem.
But even a saw, you know, I work in conjunction with an axe anyway, so well, we got kind of a mean hanger.
He's either really familiar with trees or he's not being careful
here. It's just big and heavy enough where I can't quite move it around without, well, I can pull it back this way. Bucking, I think, is where the pocket chainsaw is going to really come into its own. This is where it's going to actually probably be better than a hatchet. And to be honest, if I was cutting limbs off of trees, I'd rather use the pocket chainsaw than
great for cutting down the tree, but I wonder how efficient it is to chop it in pieces.
Cleaner. But this is what we really
like this.
Want to see, right? We take this down, we need some 16-inch pieces for firewood.
See, now he's actually pulling with his back.
The shavings.
He's pulling with his back, holding up the whole tree. It's gonna pinch. They're gonna pinch more.
They do fly, but it does bind.
Pushing it back with his feet, that's fine too. It's the same process. Now he's cutting through it. He's almost done, I think.
Does bind.
Push back. All right. At some point, if it,
the pocket chainsaw. Let's wrap up with my conclusions, and we'll head on back up to the house.
The structure is half, or most of it is cut, and that's where it binds. Maybe it can also break.
The pocket chainsaw.
If it binds,
well, I'd say
maybe it also breaks. Just a small point.
The pocket
you get
chainsaw,
it, whatever.
I'm gonna forget what I mean. In that it's standard equipment. We could resharpen it. We could use our chainsaw sharpening tools, no problem. Very light, very compact, affordable. $19 or so for one of these.
Easy.
And I just don't.
How much can you charge for a chainsaw? Chain.
No, it's not. And it's not that great to use because it
makes sense. Everything makes sense right now.
That binding problem, but let's say for a survival item or an emergency item or something to throw in the glove box of your car, it's pretty easy for a tree to get knocked down in a windstorm, and it doesn't take too much of a tree to prevent a quad from getting over, or side by side, or even more so a passenger car. So you could get out there, and inside of 15 minutes or so, pretty much anybody could get 2 cuts made and roll that section out of the way and get yourself going, because it's hard to get through wood.
Yeah, tree in the road, definitely. It's a good idea.
It's like chopping through with a screwdriver. Ask me how I know, right? So for that, I think it's a pretty good deal. It's one of those things, and a lot of this stuff kind of comes through my hands. People send stuff, and some of the stuff that I've acquired from the cheapest tools on Amazon, most of it doesn't, hardly any of it stays around. This is something I'd keep. I would keep. Will I ever use it again? Probably not. Will it be in the glove box riding along, or maybe in a survival kit? Is it good for something like that? It is. It is, and it does cut. Don't get me wrong. If you can work around that binding problem, but it's legit. It totally works. And it's easier to pull than I thought it would be. I didn't know how hard that would be for just one man or one manpower to be able to do it, but obviously it cuts pretty well. How's it work in hard dry wood? You East Coast guys, I don't know. Do you ever get outside anyway? Do you have any forests left over there? It's always funny. People think of New York. My first time when I was in.
Gonna watch some people fucking have the hardest time with this fucking bullshit instead. Show me.
A little wire saw. They can be had for between $5 and $10, something like that online. And they typically come with like a little key.
How is this looking going to
kind of real
cut more, or even as good or better?
Something like that. Pretty sturdy piece of.
Okay, here we go.
But it's I don't know. Let's just see if
let's fucking go.
Branch.
Oh man, you did a cut. Are you kidding me? You're like more than halfway there.
I don't know. Let's just see if we can. Yeah, we found it. Grabbing.
Okay. I missed some of it.
Good test for something like this. Let's see what it's got.
Well, you cut it. You cut, man. I missed half of it.
Through the little loophole.
Fucking
like branch. With a significant amount of effort and a pretty sturdy piece of dogwood here, we were able to get through it with doesn't seem to be any real wear on our saw at all. Still got quite a few more miles on it, looks like. This is an eastern hemlock, a fairly soft.
That's a good point. It wears. How do you repair that?
Wood.
I don't think you can repair that. Bonk. Falls on his head. Why are we cutting up head there? These guys just taking care of the forest or whatever the fuck.
With those get some twists though. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this thing a run for its money. I'm gonna cut a whole bunch of branches. This thing's survival purposes.
Damn, the ass though. Look at the ass shake.
But it is getting really.
Look at that. Interesting.
This is for survival purposes. This is for, I've got nothing else. I don't have a lot of real estate, a lot of room to pack. And I think that's the intended purpose. Wider Gonna kink it, and you might try something a little bigger.
This one is dry.
Maybe a few years ago. Pretty dry. I'm gonna really work this thing and see if I can break it. Not gonna be easy on it. Just gonna start ripping.
Look how much fucking work he's putting into that, dude. Big arms, dude. Fucking A. That's a lot of work.
I thought for sure it would have broken by now.
That can't be the way, dude. It's dry wood.
It's hot. Noticeably hot to the touch. Not quite burn my fingers hot, but it's warm enough. Ripping it through, putting.
A lot of energy is
definitely a good idea.
Dispersed in heat. When you cut normally, does it have that much heat? If not, then you're actually exchanging your energy for a lot of heat here, and not necessarily for a cut.
Idea.
He's tired, dude. Holy shit.
And broke the 3-1.
You broke it? How did you do that?
Nope, there it goes. Nope, there it goes. That was
crazy.
Time of day.
Thank you.
Pocket,
very good.
Pack and forget about it.
Forget about it. Well said. This is also very popular.
Adventure. Cutting branches to build.
Oh, that's very useful for these guys who bike.
Whether you are a survivalist
Absolutely,
looking for the right gear, or an outdoor geek heading into a new adventure, cutting branches to build a shelter or start a fire is easiest when you own one of the best camping saws. There appears to be this misconception when traversing the fantastic outdoors seeking wood for a campfire or to create a refuge, a wood chopping axe is the only instrument you want. The reality is,
you'll just like home.
Only get by using an axe, hatchet, or tomahawk in case you'd like to, but it's not the perfect instrument for your job in the event of bigger pieces of timber or whenever you would like clean cuts. For those conditions, a camp saw is vital. A folding saw is an excellent addition to anyone's outdoor kit due to their light weight, and being easy to pack, it will fit in just about any bushcraft pack or even bug-out bag.
What do they mean by a camp?
The market is full of choices, but the hard part is finding a camping saw designed to live up to the expectations. Luckily, we did the hard part for you. We roamed the market and found the most promising models to use for surviving in the wilds. Whether you're going out camping, trekking, or being just a good prepper and survivalist, the best folding saw should be part of your arsenal to ensure that you can saw, chop, and whittle your way through a number of tasks. So, check out our selection of the best camping saws on the market today, and choose the model that meets your outdoor needs best.
The
John Boy Professional is Silky's #1 selling saw worldwide. With its refined Japanese craftsmanship and superior cutting efficiency, it's no surprise that this saw can do it all. The 8.3-inch adjustable curved blade enhances the cutting speed as the teeth naturally dive into the wood fibers as you pull the blade back through the wood. The impulse-hardened teeth stay sharp about 3 times longer than non-hardened teeth. The premium Japanese steel is ultra-durable and resistant to rust and resin. The rubber handle is comfortable to hold.
And that testing, the Nordic pocket saws are very efficient to each other, very powerful, and are as I think. No matter if you
on the fly, SOG's folding saw is one of 8 inches long, about the same length as a regular size hand pump, and just slightly.
That's a pretty cool tool, to be frank.
Wider. Blade is
super light.
And extra
you can use it for so many things.
Multiple tasks and hand.
Its distance, which gives it a smoother,
it can be a home tool and a survivalist tool.
Easier and faster cut of limbs up to 3 inches.
It's such a good survivalist tool, it could be a home tool.
Cutting angles. With impulse hardened teeth, the blade is comfortable to hold.
12-inch blade design lets you
Check
fold
this out.
This is the Freescape Camp Saw. The innovative design lets you fold the saw.
This is only the 12-inch one.
Completely assembled using no extra tools. Its slim size when folded makes it simple to store in a pack or a gear bag without threat of lost parts. Apply the sturdy blade to cut through larger diameter wood. Its structure lets you work with the full length of the blade for the most efficient use of your energy. Replace the standard 12-inch blade easily when needed. The saw's grippy rubber
Why did he use both his hands?
hand as you go. This is the Freescape Camp Saw.
Introducing razor tooth saws from Corona. Razor tooth saw blades
when needed. The saw of the blade for the most efficient wood. It makes it simple to is the Freescape Camp Saw. Is the Freescape
The Gerber Freescape Camp Saw. Check it out. He's got two of them.
Not too long ago here on the channel,
Boreal 15.
This folding butt saw from Gerber, the Gerber Freescape Camp Saw. And in the comment sections of that video, had several people tell me that it looked like Gerber had borrowed the design from the Boreal 15 from the folks at Agawa. I'm not sure how you say it, but it's A-G-A-W-A. So in the interest of being fair and ethical, I reached out to the folks at Agawa and asked them about that, and they were kind enough to send me one of their Boreal 15 saws, and actually one of their larger Boreal 21s, and we talked a little bit about the borrowing of the design. And so what we're going to do in this video is we're going to take a look at the Boreal saws and maybe compare them to this Gerber saw, and we'll talk a little bit about that design thing as well coming up next here on Survival on Purpose.
All right. Got an intro and everything.
The folks at Agawa were kind enough to send me these saws so I could show them to you. And like I said, you know me, I'm not really big on creating a bunch of drama, and so I try to avoid that, but we are going to compare these and see
My man.
I think is best. We're going to do some actual cutting with them. This is a membership site that lets you save money if you buy stuff. Do a good enough job and you save enough money and you decide to stick
Unlimited.
with survivalonpurpose.com/BDU. Thanks to them for sponsoring this video. So now let's take a look at these saws. So first of all,
again.
I'll put a link in the video description, and maybe you want to right up here to the Gerber video. You can go check that out if you want all the details, because we're not going to talk about it. You need to go. Again, I'm going to show you that in a minute. They have a high clearance frame for large, be able to cut large logs, and they're really ergonomically designed. And they have featured an anodized 6063 aluminum frame, fiberglass reinforced nylon handle, all stainless steel hardware. They probably are up there in 18 ounces, so you get a little more.
You know what I'm here for.
Buck there, which is 53 centimeters to 530 grams. So there you go. That's kind of the specs. Let me take you down to the old stump.
Dude, even if it doesn't fit in the bag, the kind of stuff that needs to be accessible, you know, so if you can have it somewhere along the bag, a long pocket or something, you know, accessible. You're in the woods, it's probably the first thing you're going to do. Saw. Cut and saw.
To fit five. To doing some of that stuff. Also to send me these, their optional sheaths that they have available.
Oh, yeah, all right.
You don't have to touch the blade, and it's automatic tension. And there it is. So that's the 15. Now, just to compare.
It's pretty small.
Let's compare.
And you know, it's small like that, not because you can cut something with this and not you and me and you and whatever. Like, honestly, if you think you can cut this big fucking piece of wood with this, you're dreaming. You know what I mean? Not because it's too big, but at some point, it's like, okay, what are you cutting over? You know, you need some distance to cut, you know, for the speed to increase, have maximum cut.
And there it is. So that's the 15. Now, just to compare, let's compare.
I would definitely go for this.
Here's how the Gerber goes. You open it up like so. Pull it around. You grab the blade like so. You can hold the blade here. You got a little.
Gonna take much more energy doing a little bit of this,
a little hook in
rather
there.
than fewer this.
Could get that other hinge there, hooks in there, and this pops up like so. So
I don't even know if this is big enough. 12 inch.
And
So this one's 15. Wow, it's even longer than the other one.
They talked about that briefly and looked at it, and they decided there's enough of a design difference, enough of differences that they weren't really going to push it. And you know, obviously, you know, you can
look at the blade here. It's inside. It's all the way hidden inside. Whereas this one is trying to use as much space as possible. You know.
There's only so much.
I hope that they make this one based on this design. Is the 15 Agawa 15? Let's see if Agawa 15 is out there. 24 inch. 24 inch. Oh my god. 24 inch, dude. Is that standard? 21. 21 seems enough. That's 15. So are they all going in like this now, or what?
Much you can do with a folding bow saw, so they thought that this was theirs was significantly different from theirs and from Gerber's, and they didn't really push it. So, and if you can look at them together,
they've changed the design. It's not like this anymore. They all go in now. Maybe not 12 inch. Maybe just not 12 inch.
You can see they are significantly different. The the Gerber space.
This one is Gerber. Ah, that's why. Does Gerber do a 15? No. Fuck.
Here is a lot shorter than the space
going on
this bow saw, so the vertical height is a lot higher on the Agawa, which means you're going to be able to cut a larger piece of wood with it because you've got more space here for the log to fit. So that's just plain basic common sense there. So and then you got the little tab there on Gerber. So and as you see, there are some differences. Like you have to touch the blade. You don't have to touch the cutting part, but you do have to kind of grab hold of the blade and touch it for the Gerber. And you got to make sure the little tab's out of the way when you fold it up, and then it snaps on like that. I like that because it's self-contained. You don't have to worry about it opening up on you.
Gerber, fucking get your shit together and let's go.
Here's how you do that. You just open up like so.
Fucking what the fuck?
Hold it like so. That goes on the back.
You got one fucking saw?
That slides in there. And that goes like that.
Clearly,
no snap there.
I haven't read the
There's
market.
No tension. It doesn't really want to come open, so pretty good there. So
the market will buy 4 saws.
If I can do it.
We can't
actually
clamp saw.
Having the camera in the way, not bad. So 21 goes exactly.
Careful with your finger right here.
Let's do some.
You're just gonna be stuck there.
Okay, I've got what is about. We'll call this one 3.5 inches. 3.5 inches or so.
Right. He's not using it.
Really hard privet.
Assembled.
He's showing it. He's not using it.
So we're going to start with a Gerber.
Use it.
There's not 3.5 inches there. I believe it's like 2.5 inches, if I remember correctly.
The saw is useless. Took back county camping and ended up breaking branches with our feet. Was way more efficient than this saw. Everyone in our group tried it in various different types and size of wood. Useless. What the fuck? Only got one use from it. I grabbed this saw to add to my kind of gear. The build seems stable. The blade is sharp. And the handle feels nice in the hand, but took it out. on its very first trip and pulled it out and prepped firewood, and the little hook snapped off. Can't find a replacement anywhere. Maybe I can find something accessible at the Orange Big Store. The fuck? Need replacement blades. Size great. If they're so easy to find, why are they not for sale on this website? Locally to no avail. Tried Amazon. See many others. What? Fuck is going on?
Let's just see how well the Gerber does on this one.
Let's see how well it cuts. By the way, quite a good piece of wood here. Seems above average in density.
That's a
tired.
We're right there, barely made it. We got to come down here a little bit, and it worked. Worked pretty decent. Not too bad.
Fucking A, Gerber, dude. Fuck Gerber right now.
Now this
great looking product.
A different.
They will sell it because they are Gerber.
And
you know what I mean?
I don't remember the name of that blade, but
everybody knows Gerber, right, boys? You've seen Gerber before? Where are you? Where the fuck is going on? Shop. Folding knives. Saws.
I'll put it in on text on the screen here. So this is a aggressive blade, I call it. So let's just see how well it does. We're gonna cut a little shave off there. See if it does better.
What the fuck is Gerber doing?
A longer full stroke the whole way. So let's just see.
That big?
My arm's getting tired.
That seems huge for a machete to fucking have a butterfly. Oh, apparently I'm wrong.
Okay, so I can't really say for sure.
What's going on here? What the fuck is going on in this channel?
One was faster than the other. Because could be I'm just tireder after the second time. They both cut great. So, and the extra space here.
What the fuck is going on?
See if it does better, because we're going to be able to get a longer full stroke the whole way. So let's just see.
So I mean, can we be fucking straight here, boys? What is this fucking stance? Is there not a better way to fucking work than have my hand where my foot is? Where my axe is? There's gotta be a fucking better way to do things. Look at this. There's 4 things on this fucking piece of wood here. This tree root. There's the wood, the foot, the boot, the hand, and the saw blade. There's gotta be a better way to work. To me, this makes no sense. None.
Whew, my arm's getting tired of some hard wood. Okay, so I can't really say for sure if one was faster than the other.
So when you want to cut a fucking piece of wood, a round piece of wood, you have some, is it called trebuchet? Oh, nice. Very, very nice. I'm sure I'm pretty close to it, but it wasn't it. Oh, fucking A, dude. Every word I know is in French. It's not even the general French, you know. Just throw in some fucking words together and you'll find it. A fucking dude in Minecraft here has fucking made it. You put your piece of wood in this on top and you fucking cut it. It doesn't roll, doesn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? It's at waist level. No? Am I just dreaming? Are we fucking both dreaming? Sawbuck. It's called a sawbuck. Fucking pick up after yourself, motherfucking. Big ass sawbuck. How do you get on top here? I don't know, but like it doesn't need to be that big a log. You see what I mean? Like if he holds like part of this, anything he can lift easily, I should say, quite easily. And you're not fucking doing this.
Because could be I'm just tired after the second time. They both cut great, so, and they both.
Huh? What's going on?
Well, we can measure this.
You okay there?
So, hear that, man? Special blade place over there. It's got both. Many different versions of a folding buck saw can you have with some kind of clamp on it. I'll be completely honest with you, I like the design of the Boreal better because it doesn't have that little hook on it that you got to fiddle with every time. Like this, you know, this little hook right here is what I'm talking about. That little hook right there. You have to fiddle with that and get it in place every time. You do have to touch the blades with your hands, so there's an opportunity to get hurt there. And,
or just fucking oiled.
You got to get that in there and put it in there.
There's an oil.
But once that's done, it's fine. I like the, and this is how it folds up. Same thing, you got to touch the blade back of it, fold this around like that, and then also that little thing constantly is in, you got to make sure it's in the right place. And I like that snaps shut like that, and you don't really need a sheath for it. That's pretty cool. But honestly, what could be simpler than this? You just hold that like that.
I agree.
Fold it around like that, and fold that up like that, and you're good to go. Now, the Gerber is smaller. I mean, if absolutely compactness and is your number one.
Well, Boreal is the fucking only way to go with these.
The Gerber's definitely probably. It is. Well, not probably. It's 2.5 inches shorter. It's also a little thinner this way.
Try different ones or whatever. See what people think. Or if they fucking hate it. Boreal 24. Got 21. There is 24. Right.
Hey guys, Ernie here, and welcome.
Watch a 21 first, and then see what a 24 thinks.
Folding buck saw you can take out into the woods. Stay tuned. We're going to take a look at my newest saw, the Boreal 21 by Agawa Canyon. Thanks for watching. A new buck saw. This is a folding buck saw. A lot of times going out into the woods, I'll take either a silky saw or the Laplander saw. Those saws can cut
I
relatively.
want to see if a more weathered player is going to choose a 24 over a 21.
A bit larger, and that's why I asked for this, and luckily my wife came through. Let's put this on the ground real quick, and I'll show y'all how it folds out.
That's what I'm doing on
This
this
is how it comes.
Monday evening.
It's a 21-inch saw, so total it's about 25 inches long. It's got, this particular one has an all-purpose blade in it. They're very easy to change the blades with a simple multi-tool out in the field. It's got a little retention clip here, and you can easily take it out. So the way that you open this is, you open this up all the way around, all right? And you bring this and you flip it around as well.
That's good because they break.
And then you bring, there is a little notch right here. You just attach that notch. It just locks right in there, okay? And you just spring it, and then it's locked. And there is your saw. You saw that it kind of sprang into place, and that just is the automatic tensioning of the blade. Now the blade is perfectly tensioned, and if you just replace the blades with the Boreal blades, you can easily get it so it tensions every time.
Automatic tensioning.
21-inch blade, which is a nice size blade. You have a lot of clearance here. Down at the bottom here is probably about a 4.5.
I can't promise I won't be using it.
Up here you're going into the 6 to 7 inch range. It's made out of aluminum, lightweight. Overall it's 17 ounces, which is very reasonable. It's a great option if you're trying to go out bushcrafting and you want to process bigger logs. So I'm going to fold it back.
I'm not sure I like how it comes flush with the handle, per se. Because you can get your finger stuck if you're not careful. And is it really necessary? I don't know.
Back up, and
is it even necessary to have this fucking bullshit thing here that's popping up? I don't think so. You're gonna have people pinch their fucking fingers for no reason.
And I'm going to show you all a couple of different logs and show you what it can do. So here is a pretty typical diameter log. This has got about a 3-inch diameter, and this was falling over our fence line here.
Why do they accelerate the fucking cutting, man? This is the fucking show.
Well-made saw.
Don't accelerate. You are demonstrating a saucer.
Now those are logs that are obvious.
Sir.
I can cut with a Laplander or with a silky saw.
Hear me out.
This kind of log right here, this is about a 6-inch diameter log that I would not be able to cut with a smaller saw. So let's see how it does with this.
An axe would go through this thing. It's fucking flaky, man. Again, would an axe just, you
nice
know,
dry wood, great for
be simpler here?
Or anything else we might want
You know
to
what I
do
mean?
around the homestead.
The saw is very much safer, much safer. But is it really worth? You know what I mean?
Well, guys,
these are pretty big.
a look at the Boreal 21 by Agawa Canyon. So, why get this saw? Well, I added it to my collection because I had, like I said, the silky saw and the Laplander saw that can cut smaller diameter stuff. What I really like about this particular saw is I can use it here on the homestead, clear up stuff like this that falls along our fence line. I'll take this over to the fire pit. We can use it to burn for firewood, for s'mores and marshmallows and stuff like that around the fire. This is the first folding buck saw that I have, but I can tell you that I really like it. Lightweight, like I said, 17 ounces, made out of aluminum. The replacement blades, I don't remember how much they are, but I'll put the price down below. The actual saw itself, I think we bought it for like $65, which I think is a pretty good deal. I mean, if you look at the cost of a lot of other saws out there, this is a really nice saw. It's pretty much indestructible. It's rust proof. A lot of this is made out of molded plastic, which is very tough stuff and very easy to use. It's really nice when you're backpacking as well. You can just slot and it folds over just like that. Very easily can attach to the side. Like, comment here on Paleo.
Very good, very good, very good. For me, a 24. 3 more inches. 3 inches? Not much more.
Welcome back to Equip the Door. I am Rusty. If you're into anything related to self-reliance, emergency prep, go ahead and hit that subscribe button now. what we're doing is continuing still our Christmas giveaway video. This is an exciting piece. Our friends over at Agawa Canyon sent this to us just for you. I carry one of these personally, but I only have a 21-inch model. This is the 24-inch Boreal saw. Now, in my opinion, this is the best folding pack saw on the market right now. Very clever design. It's got this really robust polymer handle. You fold it out. You pull the blade out just like this. So once you got that guy folded, you simply fold that handle back on itself. You can just rotate it around, and these articulating aluminum arms, just gonna do that. So now you're gonna see your bow saw shape. Now this little divot here, that little notch, you catch on the base of your handle, just like this, and then you're gonna use that as a lever action. So you catch it right there.
Catch it, catch it, catch it.
Again, this is brand new, needs to be worked in a little bit, and I don't want to chop my fingers off. So you just catch that little reticulating
Catch it, man.
arm right there, and then as you close it, that lever action pulls the blade up into that groove, and then it snaps shut. Now this has tension on it. This is an amazing, amazing saw. There's plenty of videos out there, people, cutting stuff with it. I would do it, but we're trying to keep this in like new condition for the winter. Now, something that I do not have as part of my kit.
I just feel like the glasses are contrasting so much.
But something that Agawa threw in for you.
Could be wrong.
So putting away similar, you just snap that out. You can let it fall straight. Take that piece, closes the blade. This sits inside of that molded aluminum. And then you're gonna close that handle down over the top. That's it. So,
long, yeah.
I don't have the canvas pack for it. So that's something that they threw in for you along with an extra blade. So this is a great kit just for you. Thanks again for joining us. This is going to be the EDC kit. This is going to be the Wilderness kit. So we just talked in another video about the awesome Council Tool axe signed by Craig Roost himself. That's
feels like
to the Wilderness pack. And now we're adding this
sun is falling or something.
Agawa Canyon Boreal 24 saw to the pack as well. Something that I mentioned in the video. Well, you know what, rather than me do it, I'll just show you. Click that link again, see why.
I think it's just the technology over the video.
Axe and the saw pack up so well and so conveniently in that Wilderness kit. Again, reminder, we've got the bot container from Bargo that goes with it, the cooking pot as well as water carrier. 100-foot.
Good video. Only 600 views.
We got the dude wipes.
Good video though.
When you do your business. Over in the EDC kit, we've got the Yuko Fire Starter, the Addicts 25 from VanQuest, Titan Survival Emergency Blanket, more dude wipes, another 100-foot hank of this. The VanQuest Fat Pack goes in both of these for the medical kit. I really dig this Vargo titanium water bottle that goes with the kit. And then let's not forget, over in the Wilderness kit, we've got that huge Tacoma fire kit from Titan Survival. So we're going to keep going through these items again. To register for this giveaway, we're just giving these away, guys. So go to equiptoendure.com/Christmas, put your email address in there, and you're registered for the giveaway. We'll announce the winner in a couple of weeks.
Already?
If we don't have your email address, we can't reach you.
Whoa.
So that's all you have to do.
Hold on. Excuse me the fuck on, hold on. You just posted this. Not even a month ago. It only has 600 views or 100,000 sub. Something's wrong. What's going on? Something is wrong. Just saying. Something is wrong. Not my job. Boreal 21 folding bucksaw. They love their saw. I want to see people work with it a little more. And try to identify when you need an axe.
G'day everybody, welcome back to the channel.
Which point is it going to be?
Today I'm going to be going over the Boreal 21 from Agawa Canyon.
Brought the box and everything. It's the 21-inch. You know, one thing I could have done is watch the other guy use the saw if he had a video or not. I don't know if he had one.
I've opened it already. Does look like a pretty nice saw. It's well built. It's kind of stressful.
Let's fucking go.
Hopefully we figure out what.
See, this is a good size. You know, dead wood.
The weather's been absolutely friggin' retarded for.
You want to put your bag down, or?
For over a week anyway. I'm waiting for a good day with some sun. It's just not happening. So let's put this to the test. Boreal 21 from Agua Canyon. This was given to me by the Wooded Beardsman. So big shout out to him, big thank you to him and Agua Canyon.
Let's go, buddy.
Take that off. Now this is a piece of soft maple, so. Actually, you know what? That cut's pretty damn good. I was a little.
Does the job.
I don't know. All right, we'll test her out. Some more.
Hard to look at his technique. It's so close.
You know, nice and low, I'd say. 2 seconds. Roll that in there for you. It was the first. I can give.
Well, fucking A.
Trail hunting, trail clearing. No need to. That warranty doesn't ripping the stuff. I must say, channel so far and left all the nice comments. It is greatly appreciated.
Good stuff. Got Caporal corners. Pretty small saw, 15-inch, dude. Can't cut many things with that. You just gotta have to enjoy cutting it with a saw to have a Boreal 15, I think. It's much shorter than any saw I've ever seen. Like a regular saw. Is that the same channel? Nope.
So what did you just do there?
Pinch. Cut the part out so when it goes to fall and crunch, it presses right there. And instead of compressing, it'll just crack.
Okay.
Yeah. If it compresses, it might roll on you and twist. So you cut that relief cut so it wants to go that way a little bit easier.
You guys are using that,
Makes sense.
Really?
They just reduced fortification on, you know, part of that side there.
nifty saw, huh?
Yeah. Well, this thing is awesome.
That's a good spot. We're going to have to wrap it around and over and go.
24?
Yeah.
Really? Impressive. Normally that saw is fucking huge. It's twice the size. At least 36 inch. Small saw to do this on.
You'll make it?
It's moving.
Oh, I hear it.
It's going to be fast. Just start cutting on it. Get out of the way.
rolling your way. No, it's gonna go my way.
It's already leaning, so partly why it's so it's easier.
I think it's the bark width we're in.
It's about to give. It's a heavy tree.
That knocked every bit of bark off that.
Oh, wow. Woohoo!
Yeah.
One more.
Agua Boreal 24, man. Badass.
It is.
Why? I figured it.
The whole top end of it is all busted up.
Exploded.
Oh, yeah. So glad I got that on video.
Oh,
Huge tree, dude. Damn. It's all dead?
where's the grubs at?
I don't know. I think the pine grubs are only in Florida.
Oh, yeah.
I'm hungry, man. Where's the grub?
Died some time ago.
The grub, I'll eat it.
But yeah, they took down a whole tree.
He's dead.
Oh no, man, it was hard. It was why we were just that good. We cut it like that.
I'm entertained. I'm entertained. Next. Boreal 21. This big ass fucking saw, dude. Damn, 15 I just find so small. 12 I don't even know how they use it.
Welcome back, everybody. Got a bit of a gear review for you today. This showed up Monday morning. Very excited about this one.
I don't think you can cheat out on the first tool that you need. Oh, what was that?
Beautiful looking saw.
Time ago. Game, just chatting. Confusing, dude.
And a nice little close. It's an amazing little saw.
It's not a little saw at all.
Release. No touch. Are 545 grams. It's made of the handle. Thing feels. It allows you to cut up to about 8-inch diameter logs, which is pretty outstanding for a backpacking saw. This is going to be in my bushcraft kit. I love this thing. I
agree.
And it came with a second all-purpose blade. It looks really nice.
This one thicker? Bigger?
And it came with a second all-purpose blade. There is also a Sydney Rancher 2. It's a more aggressive drywood blade. It looks really nice. And in the future, when I have to replace the blades, I'll be ordering one of each. Crazy Horse leather. Also a pocket. Wild. And I couldn't stop. This thing is brilliant. Like, I cannot wait to get out and use a little hand, but you pay for.
I can't wait for you to get out and use it.
Look at this little milky Pop-Tart potato face trying to get a suntan, but not quite. There we go, just like that.
Small channels, dude.
That up. And you can buy like
I mean, not necessarily small channels. Small amount of use.
Which gives you a longer stroke so you can get a little bit more done.
Exactly.
You pull it back up, you're good to go.
You and me, we speak the same language.
And it works, it's just, it sucks. Anyway, guys, so that's my new bushcraft saw. We'll probably have to test this out at a later date. While they cut, might as well give it a try, right? See what it's like cutting with that saw. I do have another bow saw in the Spetsna axe shovel. I'm trying to find a I was like, okay, pump the brakes, gonna order from Amazon and pay the extra $10. Like, sorry bud, I wanted to give you the business, but holy crap, your buddy Jeremy lives in my freaking town. You could have given him the saw and walked it over to my house. Anyway, I think I'm gonna try this this here. I took a piece off of this last time for the cooking in the backyard, but I do want to get it a little higher so that's easier to maintain. All right, let's get you guys set up on the tripod and we'll get the saw set up and see how well it works. All right, so let's get this thing set up. All right, let's see how well it cuts.
That's a tough one.
Oh, boy.
It's moving a lot.
No nonsense, guys. That cut like butter. That is nice.
But I do think that's a sub-medium density tree here.
That is awesome. Wow. This thing is freaking golden.
Golden. You heard it here.
Sorry, if you want to get yourself a bushcraft saw, that's what you want.
What the fuck happened on this side? But... you know what I mean?
Wow, that's pretty damn good. And then basically take it.
I do think it's a little too long.
Pop
for
that
small,
off.
such a small wood.
Flip it around. Bring this up. Slide it back in.
You have to use gravity here.
Close it up, and your saw's packed. But it's just city or any of the other fun stuff. My fishing, but guys, that's a laptop carrying bag. That's meant to put a laptop in and go to school or to go to a friend's house or whatever. It's not meant for hiking and fishing and all that. So it has a mouse spot where you can put your mouse, and it has a headphone port so you can have if your laptop, like my old laptop used to support the ability to play a CD on it while it was turned off, and you can run your headphones through the bag and you're good to go. Now, I don't need that. I need like a backpacker's backpack, like a hiking backpack, but not really. So I'm thinking about getting maybe like a 40 or 60 liter bag, and that way it's upstairs that I'm trimming around. Go.
Yep. We'll need a new bag. Still camping in a huge snow pile in a Walmart parking lot. That's Joe doing that?
Wallace. Oh.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, pretty good. How are you?
I'm good, buddy. I'm in a snowbank in a Walmart parking lot.
No, I was tempted to do that one.
Really?
What a difference. So weird. That feels so...
so weird, he says. Because it feels like you're doing something you shouldn't be doing. But I don't even know that there's anything wrong with it.
Oh, that's solid.
How are you gonna fucking get there? How is that all ice?
All right, I made a little bit of leeway. My favorite method is to get your feet in here and just start booting out.
Use 3 of them.
There we go.
Really
for me, I mean, it comes off as dangerous.
Didn't they know I was gonna?
Like Wisconsin would have it stove. Get fancy. This is cool, man. I should have got a candle. I should have got a
I
couple.
mean, I could be wrong,
Put
but
them here just for like extra warmth.
comes off as dangerous.
But
especially when you heat up the place. No?
Or sorry. Oh my god.
Okay.
Not all.
How can some of it or not all of it fall on you?
Look at this little milky Pop-Tart. Look at this little milky Pop-Tart potato face trying to get a suntan, but not quite there. Just suntanning her face. Oh, I was going for the full body exposure. Hey guys, how the frig's it going? It's motherfreaking Friday, motherfreaking Friday.
This guy's fucking energy, dude. This is the 21. I want to find someone who works better with it. And I think 21 is going to be enough. I think I've had 15 or 18. Worked with that.
Good morning, folks. I'm Dave Canterbury with Self-Reliance Outfitters and the Pathfinder School.
Hey, it looks like the...
This morning is talk to you a little bit about...
What the fuck is the name again?
21 folding buck saw. It's a new product on our website.
It looks like the dancing Viking, dude. Like no Viking, dude. Just gonna throw in a party. This fucking guy just comes out of nowhere. He's holding him. You can't tell me it wasn't fucking Graham, dude. Gonna point at him. No? Yeah, the camera's just on him now. I think it might have been framed. Story is, he's not known as that anymore. It doesn't look like that. I looked it up and he wasn't associated with it. The fucking moves, dude. Dude, original memes, man. This video is fucking long too. Damn.
And it's a product that I'm pretty passionate about because I think that buck saws in general are a very essential item to your kit for anything longer than a very short-term camp. You can get away with a good Baco Laplander folding saw or something of that nature for the short term, for an overnight, you know, a day hike and an emergency bag and things like that. You can get away with that really easy. But once you start to stay in a camp for a longer period of time, you're going to have to cut more firewood and more varieties of diameters of firewood for camp cooking tasks.
That's where we go to the camp saw. And some people will always stay with the little cutting, cutting saw.
As well as heating and warming tasks in the wintertime. A good buck saw is an asset. Now, the Bob Dusterud folding buck saw has been a saw that I've been using for quite a while, and it's a very, very good saw. I talked about this saw in a past video. It's fairly light, it's a heavy aluminum frame, it's got a wood handle. You can interchange the blades fairly easily. It does take a couple tools to interchange blades. You've got to have a screwdriver and then it has a bolt and nut on this end. So if you're going to swap the blade from one type blade to another, you have to have a couple tools to accommodate that task. However, the saw is very, very robust. I've got it in a Duluth case here that holds extra blades in the front of the case so that I can have a drywood blade on the saw.
I'll look that one up.
Most of the firewood you should be cutting should be drywood anyway. Pruning blades are really made for cutting live trees. The only time I use a pruning blade is if I'm actually felling a live tree that's fairly large in diameter and I want to get a good back cut on that tree, I'll use a pruning blade. Most other times I almost always keep just a drywood blade on my saw. And that is not a standard blade with the Bob Duster. You've got to actually put a drywood blade on the saw. Now, I found a saw recently through actually one of my subscribers, and when I put the video up that had the Duluth or the Bob Duster saw in it, he said, "Dave, you really should take a look at this saw. It's made in Canada, and in my opinion, it's better than the Bob Duster." And I thought, man, that's a pretty tough act to follow, because the Bob Duster is a pretty bulletproof folding buck saw. Now, one thing I will talk about real quick with you before we get into this Boreal 21 saw is that, to me, any frame that will hold a blade stable is going to be a decent buck saw, and there's no comparison of this one cuts better than this one, because you're not comparing the saw, you're comparing the blade. And that's the point when it comes to comparisons of buck saws. If you've got a buck saw that folds up, whether it's made out of lumberyard material or some type of aircraft aluminum framing, or even just a steel tubular frame that you buy from the hardware store, as long as it holds that blade good, the type of blade you put on that saw is going to dictate how well it cuts. So we're not really comparing how well the saw cuts. We're comparing folding buck saws to each other. And I think that the Bob Duster
a good point.
is one of the best on the market. Now, the Boreal 21, which is made by Agawa Canyon, I believe to be now, after using it for about a month, the best saw that you can buy on the market, and the price is right there with the Bob Duster. There are some subtle differences in this saw in the way that it folds and unfolds, as well as the material choice of usage that you have for this saw. What I really like about this saw is the frame is a little heavier than the Bob Duster as far as the material construction. The material is a little thicker. The frame itself is a little narrower, and it's very, very stable. It has a heavy-duty ABS handle on it that's very, very comfortable. Oh, that goes all the way up the frame here. The locking mechanism on this saw is very, very easy to manipulate.
Such a good tool, dude.
It gets hung up because of the way it folds up. This one folds over the top of the blade very easily. It's got a nice wide channel in it made to go over that blade. And it has a good channel on the inside here as well. The locking mechanism is a very simple clip and snap, and it's rock solid.
It snaps too.
As far as blade changes go on this saw compared to the Bob Duster, you really don't need any tools to change this blade. You have two pins that hold this blade in that are held by...
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to do.
You can pop those C-clips off with your knife very,
no
very
reason
easily.
For it to be.
And pop them back on with your knife very, very easily to change blades. The other thing I like about this blade is, or this saw is, it comes standard with the blade of your choice when you buy it from Boreal 21 or Agawa Canyon's website. What I've done with the saws that we're carrying at Self-Reliance Outfitters is I've requested that all of them come standard with the drywood blade. And then you can buy other 21-inch replacement blades to put on this saw, and any 21-inch replacement blade will fit it, no matter where you buy it. Even if you wanted to buy a pruning blade from a hardware store, as long as it's a 21-inch blade, it's going to fit this saw, as will they fit the Bob Duster. So the blades, again, are really the dictating factor in how well they cut. What I like about this saw is it feels more robust in your hand than the Bob Duster. It feels like a stronger frame and a stronger construction than the Bob Duster. As far as the weight goes,
maybe there's no leeway.
The same. This one may be an ounce or two heavier than the Bob Duster, simply because the material's thicker,
which could be fine.
The material is more heavy duty.
If it helps you cut better.
The wood that's used on the Bob Duster.
There's a right
I want to show you a couple close-ups
weight to
of
it.
the saw real quick, and how it folds up, how it goes together, and things like that, and a close-up of these C-clips and how the handle works as far as manipulating it, folding it back up. I believe that this thing folds up even faster than the Bob Duster. It's got a very, very stiff clip on it, but everything just folds right up into the handle, just like this, drops down. It's very, very simple. It's very simple to get it undone. It's very simple to put it together. It's very simple to manipulate it and make it work. You can put it together and take it apart very, very quickly. And I really like that about this saw, is that it's really hassle-free as far as that goes. There's no trying to mess with getting it in a certain channel. And wood...
There's a right way to fold it. And this was absolutely not it.
This apart very, very quickly. And I really like that about...
Drawing... See, it almost broke. Because it's heavy here. Not supposed to do that. You have to let gravity help you here. You have to rotate the body around the blade. Let the blade dangle. Possibly. And maybe something you can only do when you're up straight too.
This saw is that it's really hassle-free as far as that goes. There's no trying to mess with getting it in a certain channel. And wood has a tendency to absorb moisture. It has a tendency to swell up and shrink depending on the humidity and the weather conditions. That is one, not failure mode, but downfall of the Bob Duster because of the wooden handle that you don't have with the Agawa Canyon saw.
Go chop something.
Okay, now this leather case is an aftermarket case. So if you're looking for an aftermarket type sheathing for these saws, either one of these will work for you. This one's a little bit more of a hassle. But what I was talking about here is this piece of wood that folds over the blade. When you come back with this saw to set this thing up, and again, this comes completely off the saw, there's a channel in here that you have to feed that blade through to turn that over in the frame. And when this thing swells up or gets wet or the humidity gets a hold of it, it kind of gets difficult to get that in there, and it kind of eats away a little bit of the wood.
Good point.
Great opinion after wood to mess with. It is very, very in place. Hold everything a little bit shorter when it's folded up with the same 21. It's even better. Piece all together, down, and everything falls free. But it's just is less of.
Are we gonna cut something? Goddamn.
Looking for fitters in the Pathfinder School. I appreciate your views. I appreciate your support. I think
did have something to say about it here.
I mean, it is literally a better construction.
Why did it do that?
Simple. I mean, it is literally that simple. I mean, it is literally
get fucking knocked in the face if you do that towards your face. Look. Fuck is this? Maybe you have to hold it? I don't know. First time I see that.
Maintain as well as change blades than the Bob Duster. So I'm really, really impressed with this Boreal 21 hashing, the least hashing buck saw on the market today. That's why I chose to carry it on my website. I'm Dave Canterbury with Self-Reliance Outfitters and the Pathfinder School. I appreciate your views. I appreciate your support. I thank you for everything you do for our school.
Hi guys, my name is.
Oh, we got a fucking review of multiple.
Stay tuned. Okay guys, so today I have a couple of...
See, this one is the one I remember. You can get two hands here and cut a tree down. Two folks.
To review. And first of all, I want to state that there's a main difference between bow saws like these ones here and folding saws like these ones here. First of all, folding saws have a thicker blade because they have to be stable and the blade has to stand alone. Bow saws instead can have very thin blades because they have tension on the blade at the bottom and on the top. Now, why is this so important? The thinner the blade, the more efficient you can cut because with a thin cut you don't have to, saw that much. So bow saws always are going to be slightly more efficient than folding saws with a thicker blade. What is the next general difference of bow saws and folding saws? The folding saw is limited by the length of the saw blade, and bow saws are limited by the height of the bow between the bow and the saw blade. So if you cut a log this big, you should be able to cut it through, but when it's bigger, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Now it really depends on what you want to do. If you want to build a log cabin, you probably have to get an axe and a saw to get the job done. Another big difference between bow saws and folding saws is that bow saws cut mainly when you're pushing them, and folding saws only cut when you're pulling them. Now my personal preference is that I want to cut when I'm pushing, because there I have most of the energy, most of the strength. But other people say they rather want to have saw blades which cut when they get pulled. Now the bow saws might be a little bit more efficient when it comes to cutting through big logs, but when it comes to cutting through smaller twigs and small branches, I tend to use folding saws like these ones here, because they have finer teeth, and then you can cut smaller diameter twigs more easily. Whereas with these blades here, it can be that the twig gets stuck in the blade and then you can't saw anymore.
That's true.
So for smaller twig work, for example, if you are an arborist or something,
That's a great point.
You need a lot of space.
The teats themselves, yeah.
Big red bow saw, which is quite...
I mean, you can change your blade though.
It's 25 years old. Actually, it belongs to my dad and he bought it. And yeah, this is one of my favorite saws so far. It's stable. I've built my entire bug out camp with it.
Made of metal, by the way.
And
the whole fucking thing.
It still cuts like hell, which is almost impossible, because I've never sharpened the saw blade, and I've done a lot of cutting with this saw blade here. So I don't know. I would always saw here is for free.
I bet it would help. See how much it's fucking doing the work for you?
The next saw that I want to show you is this one here. This is the Bob's to Strude's quick buck saw. It's made from an aluminum backpacking. I wouldn't recommend taking this saw. Okay, the next saw that I want to show you is this one here. This is the Bob's to Strude's quick buck saw. It's made from an aluminum frame and it comes with a wooden handle. Now I really like the saw because you can fold it together, it's collapsible, and then you can transport the saw much more easily. However, it's still a little bit big even when it's collapsed, and that's why I don't like to take it for backpacking. I personally have this saw in my car. It's a part of my bug out kit. The saw cuts very efficiently, but there are two things that I don't like about this saw. First of all, it makes a loud singing noise when it's cutting. And second of all, the handle is pretty uncomfortable. So if you have to cut a lot of wood with this handle, it's really going to hurt your hands. And
yeah, it's too thick.
I highly recommend using gloves when working with the saw.
Oh, that's because of the hollow metal.
The next saw that I want to show you is this one here. It's the Boreal 21 by Agava Canyon. And this is one saw that I would consider taking with me when going into the wilderness for a backpacking trip. It's pretty lightweight, it's not too small, it's also not too big, and also it's pretty easy to build it together and take it apart again. You just have to do this here. And that's how
everybody's confused every time.
Saw, which is pretty awesome. So I think
you just have to bring it together and spread it like two legs.
On the market.
Wow.
Yeah. It's good enough for survival shelters, for bushcrafting. You can't fell the biggest tree with it, but the question is if you really need to fell the biggest tree. So if your intention is to build a log cabin, then this saw is not for you.
I see.
But for having it in the car or in your backpack, in your bug out bag, this one here is perfect.
So she's saying
it's really good. So this has
you won't
become
fall the biggest
my
trees with
favorite
this.
saw, actually.
But is she saying that you would work with it?
The next saw that I want to show you is the Barco folding saw. And it has become very popular in the bushcraft and survival scene. And one reason is because it's pretty small and lightweight, so you can easily put it into your backpack, into your survival rucksack or bug out bag, and you don't even know that it's there because it's so lightweight. Now, what I like about the saw is that it has this safety button here. So to unlock the blade, you first have to press the button, and then the blade locks in this position, so you can't fold it anymore without pressing the button again. And that's a very important safety feature. Now, the blade that I have on this saw is the second blade that I got so far. The first one was getting dull pretty quickly. And yeah, these saws are not the most efficient ones. Also, it's not so easy to resharpen this blade because the teeth are so small and you need a special file. And most people don't bother about sharpening these saw blades and just buy a new blade. Also, what happened to me was that I was bending the tip of the saw a little bit, and yeah, so with folding saws like these ones here, you have always a little bit of risk of bending your blade. As I said, the small saw is great for moderate amounts of cutting. So if you have to cut a lot of logs, I wouldn't take this saw because it's a little bit inefficient. But for small work, for example, for debranching logs, or is great for moderate amounts of cutting. So if you have to cut a lot of logs, I wouldn't take this saw because it's a little bit inefficient. But for smaller work, for example, for debranching logs or for cutting 5 medium-sized trees for a survival shelter, it's definitely okay. The next saw that I want to show you is this one here. This is the Silky Big Boy 2000 folding saw. And yeah, this is quite a saw, I have to say. So, first of all, the saw blade is pretty thick, so it's not so easy to bend it. And it also comes with a double edge. So, this saw will cut much better than the Barco folding saw, definitely. Also, I see the same problem as with the Barco folding saw. The teeth are so fine, it's going to be very difficult to sharpen this blade. And an extra blade for this saw is quite expensive, so...
I bet.
Yeah. Now for the safety feature, they have installed a security button as well. But to be able to press it, I need my thumb, and then my hand goes around like this.
Dude, she's got so much experience with this shit.
You know, have your hand like this, because then the folding saw can hit your fingers. And it would be safer if I just take my index finger and if I touch the saw like this, so that
lightly,
that my fingers don't roll over to the place where the
blade goes.
Saw blade is going to fold on. But this way, I don't have enough of strength to press down the button because
That's a really good point.
I'm not that strong. So I see a little bit of a safety issue here. So you really have to watch out when you're closing the saw.
Is it clamps?
Now the next thing that I have noticed is
Does it?
that there's a gap between the handle and the saw blade. And actually, when you touch the saw like this, if you want to get it out or something,
Oh my god.
out of your backpack or out of your car, it can happen that you injure yourself in the closed state of the saw. Or maybe the saw blade rips out your...
It better cut so fucking good.
Tab, which you have inside of your rucksack. So I think it's best if you make a sleeve for the saw, just to be able to protect your gear and your hands. So that's a real safety issue. The next safety issue that I see is that you don't need to press the button to open the blade. So you can do it so, like this. And I don't like it because the saw blade is pretty sharp, and if the folding saw unfolds on you without really wanting it, for example in your backpack, you push it down in your backpack, and then you push down something else, and then maybe you grab something in your backpack, and you know, you open the saw with your clothes or something. So that's what I don't like about it. I think that the safety mechanism of the Bahco folding saw
definitely potential for injuries.
So you really have to pay attention when you're handling these kinds of saws. Also, the saw blades are...
That tells me it's not too well
very
designed.
sharp looking, so I don't want to cut myself.
If potential for injuries and
Now let's try out.
so much built in the product.
I believe that it cuts...
I mean, isn't it potential for lawsuits or bullshit like that? I don't know.
Although the blade is a little bit thicker, I believe that it will cut pretty good. So let's see if that's true.
See how she wants to go to the middle part. Too long. This middle part is too long. She's literally hitting it with the... Trying to fucking stop it. Piece of shit. The handle is too long. The handle is incredibly long. When you actually look at it, the handle is way too long. By the way, it's taking forever. 26.
Okay, so I just have found out something very important. When cutting with the saw, you should not be tempted to push down the saw blade, because it's no need to push down the saw blade because you have a slight curve in the blade, and you can cut like this without pushing too much onto the blade. Now the first cut that I made was with a lot of pressure. I was pressing down the saw blade, and then at the end I was chopping down with the saw blade like this. So don't use pressure when cutting with the saw, otherwise the blade can, you know, hit your thigh or your leg.
Was going for the leg.
You might get a big injury from it, and that's really important to consider. The next thing that I have found out is that ergonomically I rather cut with a bow saw than with this folding saw, because when we look at my hand, the most natural position is this, okay? It's not this, it's not this, it's this.
I'm in love.
That's the position where I feel the most comfortable with when I put...
Finally, someone is saying the same thing I'm saying. Fucking sane fucking people in here.
The saw, when I grab the saw, like this, and when I cut with the saw, it's possible to hold this angle. So what I have to do is I have to bend my wrist like this, and then I'm cutting in this position. So when I cut in this position now,
Super close to your leg, by the way.
I have tension on my wrist. Okay, so I believe that when
Just take the fucking saw. Come on.
with the saw, you probably will feel it in the wrist, and when I get up my thumb here, then it's a little bit less pressure on the wrist, but it's still not the most natural position for the hand. And for example, when I cut with a
There we
bow
go.
saw,
There you
I
go.
don't have the problem, because
Tell
when
me
I
the
take
truth.
a look at my most natural position, then I take the saw, and then I put the saw on the branch, and when I cut, I don't have to push down the saw, or I don't have to bend my wrist. I just leave it in the most natural position, and I don't feel a lot of tension on my wrist at all, not as with the other saw. So ergonomically, these saws here, the bow saws, are better suited for the human hand. And also, I don't have to put pressure on the branch, because bow saws, they come with an angle. So if you press onto the saw with a forward motion, it will at the same
Is that what it's doing?
at the same time some of the strength will push down the saw, because it has an angle here, and every good bow saw has this angle. Also, you can see the same angle here at the red bow saw, and the Bob's-to-Strud saw has the same angle. And that angle has a reason. It's because that you can cut easier into the branch, and then you don't have to push down anymore with your wrist.
It looks true.
So if I had to choose between these two saws, I honestly
Could be
have to
just
say
be
that
an
I would
arc
always
thing
go
though.
for the
An arc can sustain more weight, tension,
because it's much safer to use. It
than
cuts
just a rectangle.
more efficiently than the silky saw. Okay, it has some limitations. When it comes to the frame, you can't cut from underneath. But when it comes to bushcrafting, I don't really need this property. When you're a professional arborist and when you're
Because, my lady,
same angle, and that time some of I don't have
did you
to
cut the
push
thing
down
already?
anymore with your wrist.
The reason why could be something else is because she's not literally pushing 90 degrees to that bar. The bar is like this. I don't think she's pushing 90 degrees like this necessarily. I need to practice to find out. But I think she's still pushing like this. She's just trying to control that blade.
So
Interesting. Alright, I need a shower.
if I had to choose between these two saws,
You guys have a good one.
I honestly have to say that I would
This is the best, of course, but I'm still interested in finding combos of, because an axe would be great.
because it's much
Axe saw, I don't think so.
it cuts
Axe knife,
more
maybe.
efficiently than the silky saw.
That was the
Okay,
next
it
step,
has
right?
Some limitations. When it comes to the frame, you can't cut from underneath.
The axe knife.
But when it comes to bushcrafting, I don't really need this property. When you're a professional arborist and when you're on a tree a lot, cutting branches and maybe in the thick underbrush, and maybe if you have to cut a lot of trees, apple trees or something, this saw is better. But for general bushcrafting and survival, I would go for this saw. Yeah, so Silky Big Boy is a good saw, but it's not for beginners. I see a lot of safety issues, and professional people, they can definitely handle it, but for beginners, I would not recommend this saw at all.
Yeah, this one's fucking
You have to
something else.
take a lot of care when you're cutting with this saw. Yeah guys, so I want to thank you for watching. I hope that this video helps you a little bit with your buying decision if you're looking to get a saw in the near
Fuck, I've lost my knife.
yeah, if you want to
What
support
was
my
it?
channel, you can do
Knife
so
axe?
by becoming my Patreon. I have a Patreon account now.
We'll find it,
and
we'll
you
find
the link in the
Alright,
description of this
I'm
video.
out of here.
Thank you for watching, and stay tuned to the next
Out
one.
of here.